The story begins on the top of the flowering cloud of Kunlun Mountain, where the man, when practicing in martial arts, skillfully owned the sword. This was observed by the old man who was holding the baby in his arms. He explained to the child that they were in one of the best among the 9 large clans, sect the shrine of the Taus of the Muram clan. After these explanations, the old man noticed that the baby looked tight and dissatisfied, and did not understand why she had such a facial expression. It seemed to the old man that the child should certainly like how his teacher demonstrated the highest achievement of their clan. However, in fact, the child did not like what was happening. Looking at the man, he could not understand how it could like this spectacle, because he did not even possess the martial arts, and the hero perceived these movements as a joke or a booth. Carefully watching the child, the man thought that he was worried about his mentor. However, he explained that there is no need for this, because over time, the boy will be able to perform such movements on his own. At that moment, the man flew, but for the boy, it seemed futile effort. These were not amazing impressions, especially for someone who actually arrived from heaven. But all this is left in the past. The old man noticed that the teacher really tried as if wanting to demonstrate the greatness of art before the newborn. But the hero did not notice it, because he felt that the man was waste of energy. In his opinion, to move, it was enough to jump enough. He didn't understand why fly. Suddenly, the man turned in the air, performing 8 majestic combinations of heavenly dragon. It was a dragon path to the 9th sky. After that, the guy acknowledged that he was really incredible as those people from the faction of justice they met for life. The only thing that was a little embarrassed is the habit of calling simple techniques in too pompous and complex words. However, he was aware that it was inappropriate to speak about it, and at his age, it was simply inappropriate. The man, looking at the baby, became interested in how such a kid could be in the mountains. However, the child only calmly thought about how she won in her past life, being a leader of a demonic cult. He did not seek this position. If his father was not the previous leader, he would have escaped for a long time. The worst part in his fate is that his father, who was not a master of martial arts, was recognized as a leader, and the hero had to stand up for him. The long life of a man allowed him to become the heir to his title. Over the century, he has encountered many enemies in his path. During this time, he sent many people to the other world. In the end, all his opponents bowed to his power. It took time to conquer all opponents, although their skills were not special. It seemed that everything was finally starting to adjust, as his father died in one day. The hero hated the title of the leader, but eventually decided to try to become him, because after a century of suffering, he sought to finally give his efforts. But no more than a year has passed since he also died, and then he thought it would be his end. But unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, a man who found a newborn baby arose in front of him. This man who picked it up was Cheo-chan. Subsequently, the hero realized that Cheo-chan found him for God's intention, and he was probably appointed to be here. Because of this, many people put high hopes on him. Looking at the old man, he realized that he also wanted him to become the most outstanding warrior at sea and glorified these lands. An unexpected man, looking at the baby, wished that he would grow older, but realizing that it is unlikely to have decided that it would be better if the boy will protect what he believes in. After these reflections, he called the child Yongguvan. Finally, Cheo-chan approached the master and explained that the boy was still too small, so he worries him. Cheo suggested returning to the building so that the baby does not catch a cold. After that, they were waiting for a long descent, where they discussed how to cope with the baby, because they had neither food nor caretakers. It is rumored that some of their younger brothers have already found a nanny for the boy, so they decided to return home to find out all the details. When they came, many distinguished persons who gathered there were seen. From the conversation, it became clear that the goat, which was brought to the guan, would become his nanny, feed and eat it. Watching the child, the man tried to understand why she suddenly got bored and worried that the boy could be offended. Meanwhile, Others tried to explain to the master that he was too caring for such a little baby. But laughing, he explained that he appreciates John Guan as well as all others. The hero understood that it was true, because after a few days of observations, he began to respect the master for his friendly attitude to all subordinates, as it seems to the great leader of the sect of the famous faction of justice. Therefore, 3 wise men called him an old man in vain. His character could not be compared to high demonal cult demon, and the hero was curious about what would happen to him if he had met such a person in his past life. He even began to live among people instead of endless murders and a constant threat of death. Therefore, he was glad that he was in such a place. However, soon the guy changed his mind. Despite the fact that he was happy, he realized that the locals fed only grass, and their table left much to be desired, without any exquisite dishes. In addition, the clothing of local followers caused a smile because it was sewn from the thinnest fabric. They wore the same outfit throughout the year. Moreover, everyone lived in a tight, abandoned room, so their lives were soaked in heavy poverty that bordered with savings. Due to the lack of other lessons, they were drowned every day in reading books. From a young age, Chan tried to teach John Guan to read the art of reading. However, the boy did not like what he heard. At his age, philosophical topics remained unclear to him. Often the boy just started crying, making everyone around, showing that he did not like to be in the Taoist temple instead of the great clan muse. It is time to feed soon. When John was brought to the goat, he noticed that he did not tease her. She stopped reacting to him. Only a month passed, and the goat became as calm as the Tauses around. Therefore, the hero hoped that he would not be the same as everyone else, because he realized that he could be compared to a fish that is uncomfortable to live in clean water. So, he decided not to waste his earthly life in vain. He sought to master the martial arts as soon as possible to leave that place. Years passed, and when the hero grew, he began to attract the attention of women who could not resist his charm. In the streets of the ancient city, they stopped him, wishing to hold his hand on his hair or lightly slant the cheeks, admiring his kind. It was at that moment that the young man realized the bitter truth. The dream of free swimming by the sea can only remain a dream if he does not overcome obsessive attention from others. This thought did not leave him. Somehow his attention was attracted by the training platform, where experienced warriors from the Kunlun clan were sown. The air felt unique energy, saturated with the power of ancient traditions. Watching the honed movements, he was aware that his young body was not yet ready for serious physical activity. Every blow and jump of warriors demanded incredible strength and endurance. Instead of wasting time, waiting for adulthood, he decided to focus on what he could have done, improving breathing techniques. This was his first step. Every day, the sounds of training of the heavenly dragon's technique came to his ears. They fascinated him like an ancient song, which called on unknown further. Outside, it looked impressive, but John Guvan was aware of the disadvantages of this style. His experience from past life allowed to notice flaws even in the most effective techniques. Reflecting on his past, he realized that the use of the technician of the celestial demonic cult would inevitably lead him to an endless confrontation with the faction of justice. This path was full of dangers. Such fate was too reminiscent of his past life, but he sought true freedom that he could only be gained because of his second chance. He needed to find a new path free from former mistakes. The art of the Kunlun clan, the most mysterious of the 9 large clans, increasingly attracted it. Learning in this clan has promised respect in the world of martial arts. When one of the older students noticed how the guy watched the training and lifted him in his arms, his eyes were seen in his eyes. John Guvan firmly expressed his desire to master the technique of the clan. In his voice, there was such undeniable confidence that even experienced warriors felt respect. Moved by a sincere desire for the child, the man hugged her and promised to teach everything he knows. A special connection was formed between the teacher and the student. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of proper nutrition and rest at such a young age. The wise mentor was aware of the need for gradual development and strengthening of strength. Despite the disappointment due to the inability to start training immediately, the young John Guvan was not going to sit out of work. In his heart, a fire was burned for perfection. He monitored the training of older students, realizing that the secret of success lies in proper breathing. Each movement is imbued with deep wisdom. Despite the fact that each faction applied its rhythms and techniques, the basis remained unchanged. This understanding allowed him to see unity in the variety of martial arts. When he just arrived in the sect, the elders of the Kunlun clan had already cleared and strengthened his chakra, sowing pure grains of energy there. This became the foundation of its further development. Due to this, he achieved impressive results, carefully following the foundations of the doctrine. The purity of its energy channels provided ideal conditions for development. Time was racing unnoticed. The seasons changed, the yellow leaves fell, spring buds were opened, and the young hero was constantly training. Every day he discovered something new for himself. When the boy was 5 years old, the teacher decided to teach him the databases of internal breathing technique. This decision became a key moment in the fate of a young student. However, John Guvan struck the mentor, showing not only knowledge of proper breathing, but also an expanded chakra with accumulated internal energy. His achievements were simply incredible. The surprised teacher could not believe his eyes until he made sure in the incredible achievements of the boy. Each check confirmed its amazing level of development. John Guvan modestly explained that he had achieved all this, watching the meditations of the Hon Chon and tirelessly repeating what he saw. According to him, a rare talent was hiding. The teacher understood that the simple imitation of this level did not reach. At heart, he was aware that fate brought him a true genius of martial arts. To see the boy's words, the man decided to take his own test. His experienced look has carefully analyzed every aspect of amazing abilities of a young student. The results at the same time frightened and fascinated it. The child had an incredible talent. This discovery exceeded the limits of habitual understanding even for experienced mentors. Not wanting to waste precious time, he hurried to the remote part of the sect, where the elder council just ended. The heart pounded from waiting for their reaction to this discovery. The moved Chio Han stopped the elders, who began to disperse, pointing to the John. The guy stood next to the amazing calm, which was unusual for his age. He passionately explained that this guy was a real genius that cannot be taught by ordinary methods. In his words, not only pride, but also awareness of great responsibility was felt. The elders, noticing the early linguistic abilities of John Guan, recognized him with a great talent. Such giftedness undoubtedly required a special approach to learning. However, Chen Zhan insisted on more. He hardly asked the boy's chakra. His perseverance was supported by a deep belief in the potential of a young student. When the masters touched his body, they were amazed by the strength of his energy channels. This level of development seemed unattainable for ordinary students. An immediate decision was made to start training in internal breathing techniques. Wise mentors were aware of all responsibility for the fate of such a young gift. The chief master decided to personally control the educational process together with Cheo Chan. His experience was to be an indispensable support on the path of a young student. Despite the damaged chakra, he could still teach and guide a gifted student. His knowledge was invaluable for the development of the Knight of Guan. John Guvan watched the master, who sincerely appreciated, trying to understand the history of the destruction of his chakra. In every movement, he saw echoes of past battles. He dreamed one day to hear this story in its entirety. It may have helped him to find the way to restore his teacher's lost strength. Learning began with the art of Zinchi of the lower sky. Each step required complete stability, because even the slightest mistake could damage the immense body. John Guvan listened to every word of the mentor attentively, and his progress was amazed. For 3 years, he mastered what others spent decades on. His talent seemed boundless. The young student, having reached the level of the lower sky, struck everyone with his incredible progress. The check showed that he had already switched to the middle sky level. It seemed incredible, as if the heavens themselves blessed his way of improvement. John Guvan, full of confidence in his abilities and induced by internal intuitive knowledge, appealed to the mentor with an unusual request, to allow him to miss the study of the middle level and immediately move on to master the energy of the highest level. The amazed mentor, barely holding back the excitement in his voice, asked, how such a simple student managed to achieve such an incredible level of skill at such a young age. This was contrary to all known laws of development. The boy smiled mysteriously, as if protecting his secret as a treasure. His view radiated wisdom that was not inherent in his age, and silence sounded more eloquent than any words. After that, the amazing opening, the excited master, carefully holding the young John Guan, hurried to the council of elders. His steps were echoed in the ancient corridors, heralding future changes in the life of the clan. The eyes of the mentor glowed with a special glitter in anticipation of the response of the respected sages to the incredible achievements of his student. The feeling that something unusual will happen filled the air. Watching the shocked faces of the elders, the hero felt a sharp feeling of déjà vu. This scene, like an echo of the past, awakened in his soul strange memories that he could not fully understand. The wrinkled faces of the elders expressed more surprise when they were checking the young man's energy channels. The young student actually reached the level of great heavenly art, an event unprecedented in the history of the clan. The master, proudly contemplating his student, confirmed the uniqueness of this case. Throughout the long history of the clan, no one has reached the level of the great sky so rapidly that the gods themselves blessed this child. All the facts undoubtedly testified that the John is a true genius whose talent requires a special approach to learning. His abilities far exceeded the usual understanding of the development of martial arts. In the ancient hall, the walls of which were decorated with ancient scrolls, the wise elders, after long discussions, unanimously decided, this extremely gifted guy deserves to study the higher true art. An experienced master, thoughtfully stroking his long silver beard, emphasized the most important condition. In order to master the highest true art of the cycle, the student should reach a level that can be compared to the level of the elders themselves. His restless thoughts about possible objections were dispelled by one of the oldest and wisest members of the council. He firmly believed that the outstanding abilities of John Guan speak for themselves without needing additional evidence. The conversation about the boy's internal energy seamlessly turned to his success in the martial arts. As a greedy sponge that sucks water, John Guvan has mastered all demonstrated techniques at amazing speed. His insatiable passion for knowledge was reminiscent of the elders' ancient legend of the founding of the clan. In it, the majestic dragon, spreading over the peaks of Kunlun, heralded the great achievements that changed the course of martial arts. For 5 years, they flaunted as if. The hero tirelessly mastered the techniques of martial arts, but he was increasingly worried. He was taught a completely different style than all other students. Wanting to solve this secret, the young John went to the ancient clan library. The older students, seeing him there, immediately understood the true purpose of his visit, to study the ancient treatises on martial arts. Listening to the explanation of John Guan about the reasons for his admiration, the elderly students sincerely praised him for such a commendable diligence. In their eyes, respect for a young but purposeful friend was reflected. But the boy's attention was completely absorbed by one specific book. Opening the yellowing of the page, he found confirmation of his secret assumptions that had not been resting for him for a long time. According to ancient records, the martial arts of the Kunlun clan were known for their bright and mysterious style. However, for an unknown reason, the elders made significant changes in the teaching program of the Endguan. Nearby, the senior students of the sects were vividly discussed the demonic cult. Their voices, filled with anxiety and relief, indicated that no news had long been received from this sinister cult. This conversation immediately shook the hero when he realized that he was talking about the celestial demonic cult, a place where his mysterious past life began. With visible relief, men discussed that the decline of the once mighty clan could be the disappearance of a real heavenly demon. They were genuinely rejoiced that the root of all troubles finally disappeared. The hero listened carefully to their conversation, seeking to solve the true cause of his terrible actions in his past life. He was tormented by doubts and misunderstandings of his own past motives. In his soul, a painful question arose. Did no one understand how difficult and responsible the task of supervising all the students was? This resembled an attempt to keep the sand in the palms. A bright memory fell. A man came to him, who, having fallen on his knees, was pleased to get rid of all the freaks from Mount Kunlun. But he showed wisdom, abandoning the senseless violence. His devoted servant persistently convinced that the honor and dignity of their cult need protection. In his words, the adamant confidence, interwoven with the fanatical devotion of ancient traditions, was clearly revealed. In his memory, a strict order was clearly etched, not to destroy the clan completely and act within reasonable limits. Now he could not understand why he was considered a source of absolute evil. The elderly students continued to discuss how in his past life the hero resolved a centuries-old bloody war. They are convinced that it was influenced by a real demon, which was why it was allegedly obsessed with a thirst for blood. Over the last century, many invaluable battle techniques have been irreversibly lost in the course of time. This loss has become an incurable wound in the history of martial arts, which is still being missed by masters. When it came to 7 wars, John Guan felt a blush of shame. Awareness of his guilt for the loss of important scraps caused him deep mental pain. Suddenly realizing that they were talking about cruel events in the presence of a child, the elderly students immediately apologized. Their faces expressed sincere repentance for their own carelessness. They warmly urged the guy not to choose the path of a real heavenly demon. They believed deeply in their soul that such a pure soul as in the Knight of Guan could not be spoiled. On the contrary, he saw the future savior. After their departure, when the cheerful laughter and lively voices of the elders dissolved in the cool air, John Guvan plunged into deep reflections. The compliments warmed the soul, but according to their warnings, a bitter grain of truth lies. Ever since he gained the title of young clan master, his view of ancient manuscripts has changed dramatically. The mysterious lines that had previously seemed meaningless now did not give him rest, encouraging to swear to restore the true art of Kunlun school. Inspired by a noble purpose, he strongly appealed to his older brother Chunwoo with a request for a duel. His heart was beating in the anticipation of an important step on the way to the restoration of lost knowledge. This solution looked like the most logical way to test your true abilities. Chunwoo, passionate about the striking progress of the young talent, agreed generously, giving the boy the right of the first blow. Carefully watching the opponent, John Guvan was well aware. Although Chun heard about his outstanding abilities, he is likely to hold back his strength because of the young age, John Guan. Therefore, the guy decisively started a duel using the complex technique of persecuting clouds, striving from the first seconds to show his true skills. The surprise of Chun had no limits. Before his eyes, a young master began to split mysteriously. This technique required incredible skills and control over internal energy. The new Wii was a surprise, which gave a young opponent the opportunity to approach too close. His face was surprised to see, and the body froze for a moment, covered with paralyzing surprise. Although the Enu Wu managed to destroy the initial technique of the guy, John Govan impressed with his lightning reaction, causing an accurate blow to the important energy point of the enemy. Stunned by the skill of young talent, Chunwu recognized his technique truly impressive, but noted the excessive sophistication in the performance of persecuting clouds. John Govan calmly explained why he chose a different variation of the technique. The main element here was not the gross use of force, but the free movement and a true desire for the goal, as flowing water, which leaks obstacles. Chun-woo, listening carefully to the boy's reflection, gently advised him not to voice such ideas before the elders. Their devotion could be a serious reproach for a young innovator. In the pursuit of the duel, an experienced master managed to avoid all the attacks of the opponent, although he could not but note the perfect technique of each movement. His eyes radiated sincere admiration. When asked by John Guan about how he managed to evade successfully, Chuno pointed to the predictability of movements. In response, the boy, a mysteriously smiling, suggested to show his own original version of the technique. A new series of attacks struck the master with unpredictability. Even with his extensive experience, it was extremely difficult to resist this whirlwind of lightning movements. Despite the attempt to find the perfect moment for counterattack, Chun-woo was defeated. A young master, like a shadow, instantly found himself behind his back and struck a decisive blow. Raising after the defeat, Chun-woo listened to an explanation of the smiling John Guan with deep respect. He said that his improved version of technology far exceeds traditional, both in force and in surprise. When Chun-woo was convinced of his victory, the situation suddenly changed. Like the changing heavenly clouds in front of him, in all his grandeur, the true strength of a 13-year-old boy has opened. The amazing sense of the revival of the ancient martial arts of ancestors was born. Although the technique was significantly different from the traditional, it stood out with a sophisticated and unique style of techniques. Finding great wisdom for his age, the hero suggested teaching the Chun of this advanced art, and even dare to show him an additional, more complex technique. During the workout, there was a serious violation of traditions. The boy unauthorized change classic movements. This discovery caused deep concern to the masters present. The atmosphere was even more aggravated when an angry Chow of Chao Tzu suddenly appeared. Noticing what was happening, he immediately began a severe reprimand. His face turned red from indignation. Suddenly, the emergence of the old man, the hero tried awkwardly that he only demonstrated Chun in his own interpretation of the technique of blowing a cloud persecution. However, the old master was relentless, categorically refusing to recognize the demonstrated movement as a real blow of cloud persecution. His view expressed only disobedience and disappointment. Chun-woo was in a difficult situation, realizing that the young man had caused the elder. Due to the lack of experience, he did not fully understand all the seriousness, so he decided to try to reassure an angry Chao Ji. To the astonishment of everyone around, Chao Tzu decided to put all the responsibility on the Chun, intending to strictly reproach him for the study of little one Guan such non-standard technique. Watching the development of the conflict, Chun decided to take the blame on himself, realizing that he would inevitably have to teach the boy the original version of the reception because Chao Tzu has already begun reproach. Suddenly, John Guvan showed nobility, stopping his mentor. He sincerely confessed that he was the initiator of changes in the traditional technique of persecuting clouds. Soon, angry Chao Tzu led Kongguan to Chiochon for a serious conversation about disrespect for the sacred traditions of ancestors, which demanded immediate attention and decisive action. To the general surprise, Cheon met the desire of Chao Tzu to punish the guy with a clear surprise. His calm facial expression was sharply different from the stormy emotions of a colleague. Surprised by the calm of Cheo-chan, Chao Tzu did not hide his embarrassment, assuming that he, like no other, would have to be aware of the seriousness of the guilt of the young John Guan. After long thought, carefully considering all of the and against Chio, he decided to personally identify punishment for John Guan to preserve justice and wisdom in this matter. Before making the final decision, he asked the young man to show his talent, wishing to personally evaluate how much he departs from canonical techniques. After the striking demonstration, Chao Tzu was looking forward to a strict remark from Cheo Chon on the seriousness of the violation of ancient traditions. At that moment, Chen, the complexity of the situation, on the one hand, Chao Tzu did not exaggerate the seriousness of the violation, but on the other, before him, there was undoubtedly a true genius of martial arts. Despite the opportunities for improvement, the skill of the Zhōn Enjuan has already reached the legendary level of founding elders. His technique emitted a special internal force. The sudden appearance of the spirit of the elder founder made an unexpected turn into the situation. He immediately noticed some shortcomings in the technique of young John Guan. However, the ghost has stressed that these shortcomings have no significant influence if the young man is able to bring the clan to a new, qualitatively higher level of development. Even the spirit of the founder did not hide his admiration for the skills of young talent, admitting that the guy had exceeded all possible expectations, although his true potential has not yet fully revealed. The hero boldly stated that he could show even more impressive skills than he has already demonstrated what he spontaneously offended the creator of the Kunlun sect technician. Having realized his mistake, the hero stopped the technique and tried to calm his breath, realizing that already demonstrated skill should be sufficient to recognize even the harshest elder. After completing the demonstration, he smiled sincerely and turned to Cheo Chan and Chao Tzu with a question about their impressions of the technique seen. In his eyes, there was a noticeable impatient expectation. To his joy, both masters recognized a high level of performance. The mentor standing behind also expressed the approval of the ability of a talented boy. Moreover, the experienced master did not feel any threat in the movements of the young man, so he concluded that it was time to help the young talent to reveal his inner dragon. He appealed to Chao Tzu and Cheo Chan to trust his decision, explaining that Zhang Guvan is a real gift for their clan, and his technique is not just a changed blow to the persecution clouds. Soon a fierce discussion arose in the clan. Conservatives insisted on the inviolability of traditional techniques as a way of honoring ancestors, while the progressive masters saw the path to the development of the clan in the pure energy of the hero. Watching the controversy next to the master, the hero remembered his advice. Just trust. The hero decided to wait patiently, realizing that it was the only right solution in this situation. Suddenly, the master, approaching the collected elders, suggested a wise decision. First, to listen to the explanation of John Guan himself, giving the young talent to express himself. All present focused on the young man, looking forward to hearing the reason, which prompted him to change the traditional technique of blowing the perfidious clouds. Understanding the logic request to explain, the hero wondered, did they really do something unacceptable? After all, according to the ancient texts he studied, the martial arts of the Kunlun clan first really looked like that. The surprised elder insisted on his vision technician, but the hero kept a different thought. He reminded the legend of the founder, who, when he reached the enlightenment, soared in the sky, opening the path of azure dragon whose mighty roar shakes the mountains. The elder noted that the reason for this phenomenon was that the founder was filled with real power when he reached enlightenment. The hero realized the true cause of the events. The founder sought to attract general attention to sway his achievement, so he issued such a striking roar. To confirm his words, he asked the elders to ask for such manifestations of energy during enlightenment. As it should be expected, no one was able to mention similar cases. The hero wisely explained that the natural desire to look decent and impress. There is nothing wrong with the desire to be impressive. It has always been allowed, and even the founder himself adhered to this principle. After thinking about his words, the elders understood their truthfulness. No ban existed. Even the founder himself is hardly against the desire for self-improvement. Watching the events, the master gladly noticed how skillfully the young man changed the beliefs of the elders. It remains only a little to support his efforts. He calmly explained the naturalness of the masculine desire for superiority. The elders were amazed. No one expected to hear such a statement from the chairman of the council. With a warm smile, he confessed that as a man, he joined the clan, passionate about the respect he received his teacher. This sincerity moved the hearts of the audience. Many again have memories of children's dreams look impressive. They acknowledge that this desire has not disappeared over the years, but continues to live in their hearts. The elders were concerned that the confession of their head can become the object of ridicule if the information went beyond their circle. However, the elder remained calm. He was not concerned about others, because it was also important for him to make a deep impression on others. Throwing into the memories of the young years of the head, the elders realized that in his youth he was not marked by great care. However, it has undergone significant changes over the years. These changes could be caused by both the acquisition of the title of the master and natural adulthood, when behavior began to meet age and status. His ambiguous smile spoke for himself. At this point, many elders realized that at heart remained the same as they were before. They only created the illusion of changes under the burden of time and responsibility. The general awareness of hidden desires has brought relief. The hero was glad that the elders were able to be sincere in front of the child. Perhaps it was one of the characteristic features of the true masters of the great clan. The conversation suddenly turned to the sad memories of the true heavenly demon, whose actions caused the death of their master and the decline of martial arts, taking many lives. Listening to these bitter memories, the hero was aware of the inevitability of new accusations against his address, but did not see the point of trying to justify or argue. Many masters are worried about the emergence of a new embodiment of the true heavenly dragon. They were not confident in their ability to withstand such a threat. The hero was aware that there were no reasons for concern. The true dragon was already reborn. The master expressed the opinion of the divine plan in the appearance of John Guan, which is able to withstand the true demon. In the coming days, they turned into a kaleidoscope of continuous requests of elders to the hero, to check their poses, to help capture new movements, to correct technical flaws. Their enthusiasm seemed boundless. The young man understood how unusual this situation was. The elders, used to being teachers, now they sought to learn. Their relentless enthusiasm did not give him a minute for rest. They persecuted him constantly, for food, during habitual affairs, even in the bathroom and on vacation, leaving no moment of rest. Despite his previous desire to help with the improvement of technicians, the hero decided that the situation went beyond the permissible and asked Elder to postpone his studies the next day, aware of their fatigue. The elders were moved by the boy's concern for their health, and their enthusiasm remained adamant, while the hero himself already felt exhaustion. The boy reminded of his young age, only 9 years, when priorities should be sleep and food, not grueling workouts. His tired look eloquently confirmed these words. Realizing that their selfish desire for knowledge had exhausted the child, the elders sincerely apologized and offered to reduce the number of classes, promising to create more favorable conditions for recreation. The hero gladly perceived the joyful news, but added that he also needed a charming pill, seeking to exhaust all the opportunities from the assistance provided. He explained that the magic pill was needed to restore weakened internal energy, without which it is impossible to demonstrate and teach certain techniques. It turned out for general disappointment that there were no such people in the elders. They were embarrassed and began to depart. The boy understood that their financial situation was modest, but still did not expect that magic pill would not be at all. Feeling a capricious child, he decided to leave this topic and immerse himself in such a necessary dream. The awakening did not bring relief. The elders surrounded him again. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, the hero decided to continue his studies, realizing that this time life would not go for his plan. The unexpected turn of the events occurred when he was suddenly picked up and carried past the library in the direction of an unknown goal. The hero's surprise dispelled when the procession approached the majestic temple of the three heavens, where something unusual was waiting for him. There he was met by a master who sincerely apologized for excessive pressure and responsibility. He reported the preparation of something more significant than the charming pill. Looking back, the hero noticed the elders immersed in meditation. The master urged him to remain completely stationary and silent, focusing all the attention on the deep concentration of consciousness. The ritual of energy transmission began, and although the hero did not resist, he thought he considered the behavior of the elders extremely reckless, bordering with carelessness. The energy transfer technique allowed to share vital forces with another person, but in the history of martial arts, it was rarely used because of inefficiency and danger to the one who provided this energy. In the soul of the hero, he increased astonishment. He could not realize that the elders were ready to sacrifice himself only because they could not buy a regular magic pill. His initial intention to leave the clan after stabilization of the situation now seemed unattainable. How could he go when the masters were at risk of death because of his own recklessness? Suddenly, he looked at the audience. He realized with horror that the process of their slow extinction had already begun. In such circumstances, death threatened everyone, and he felt the urgent need to do something. With his conscience watching the elders, John Gouvan noticed that they had already reached the limits of their capabilities. There was an urgent need to restore their true power, but simple energy was impossible. Considering the ways of transmitting vitality, he mentioned a similar case from a past life that could suggest a possible decision. In his memoirs appeared the image of the wise sword of Taizi, the elders of the Wooden clan, who dared to call the hero for a duel. At first, the hero only decided to have fun with the enemy, but he was unexpectedly powerful. The hero was only a little squeezed to the elder, while the sword skillfully wrote the circle with a sword, demonstrating the technique of rotation of Taizi. This long, standing experience has given the hero. Perhaps using such a method will help solve the current problem with the elders. He decided to try this technique. In the event of failure, it was always possible to return to a state of rest. Initially, he focused on energy concentrations. The elders immediately felt their strength returned, and it moved them. They considered John a merciful child who realized the deadly danger of a ritual for participants. However, the hero clearly understood the failure of the first attempt. Remembering his enemy, he remembered how he accumulated energy, increasing the true power, like a snowball rolling a slope. Trying to recreate the technique, the hero faced an unexpected obstacle. Although the energy was rotating externally, it felt significant illness. He was tormented by doubts. Why did the old man so easily perform the technique? He probably also encountered similar difficulties but skillfully hid them. Having reached the limits of his capabilities, the hero began to return the accumulated energy to the elders, and it was flowing into their bodies with a rapid flow. The effect exceeded all expectations. Wrinkles on their faces disappeared, gray hair shined again, clearly testifying the process of rejuvenation. The elders were surprised to experience an unprecedented increase in internal forces. Their bodies were filled with healthier and more powerful energy, which exceeded the previous level. Despite the strengthening of his strength, the hero still felt physical discomfort. This forced him to make a firm decision to refrain from using this technique. Soon, other elders gathered around the hero, full of desire to hold a similar ritual in a new composition, hoping to achieve the same striking result. The hero strongly denied this idea, explaining his great fatigue after the first ritual, and warned of the danger of frequent repetition of such practices. He also explained that it was impossible to extend the effect of the entire clan. After that, the elders understood the situation and decided to give the young master the necessary rest. In his idea of martial arts, all components, true power, inner goal, movements, experience, and enlightenment, should be in perfect harmony. However, the process of rejuvenation of the elders, accompanied by the renewal of their internal cycle, significantly increased its energy. He needed time to restore internal harmony, but it was not possible to stop the implementation of the plan to strengthen the clan. Watching the events, the master was increasingly convinced that their prayers were heard. The great deity really sent a dragon capable of bringing the glory of their clan. Exchanging intelligent views, the elders understood the need to support John Guan. As water floating with a given direction, they had to go in the same stream. Approaching the guy, they noted his extraordinary talent, despite his young age, and declared their willingness to accept his management. The elder of them, becoming the top, with humility asked about the path to general strengthening, ready to listen carefully to every word of the young mentor. At this point, the hero realized that his plan could be realized even without his direct participation. The elders themselves recognized the need for change. 2 years later, 2 strangers rose an ancient stone ladder that led to the top of the mountain where the sect was located. Their steps of the moon sounded from the ancient steps. They almost got the final point of their journey, but Pen Canvi did not hide dissatisfaction, not understanding why they brought them to such a distant place. The words of the nephew caused a clear dissatisfaction with the scroll. He strictly ordered to restrain himself, reminiscent of the proximity of their goal. Pen Canva sincerely expressed his surprise. Why seek their family to seek support from the clan that settled in such a depth far from civilization? The uncle exploded with an angry thread, demanding immediate silence. He threatened that his nephew's father is about any manifestation of disrespect. Pen Sui could not understand how his older brother allowed his son to grow up so arrogant and frivolous. Only the personal request of the brother prompted Pen Sui to take the nephew on this journey. The annoyed Pen Canvi could not understand the ban on calling the Kunlun clan Forgotten Corner. Despite the belonging of up to 9 large clans, they chose such a residence, distant place from civilization. In his mind, the idea of a direct connection between geographical distance and the level of combat skills was established. If the place is so inconspicuous, then the skills of its inhabitants should be appropriate. The young man was well aware that according to their secret plan, they intended to capture the forces of the clan, and was convinced of the inevitability of battle. He hoped that the victory over his age rival in the future fight would make his uncle look at him quite differently. Having reached the great first gate, Pen Canvi stared forward, trying to solve the mystery of the mysterious Kunlun. At the first gate, they were met by a young guard with a friendly smile. The calm confidence that he radiated and the nobility in each motor testified to good learning and discipline. In the eyes of a young guard, there was an understanding. Guests overcame a long and grueling path. Sincerely interested, he asked about the purpose of their visit to the holy land of Kunlun. Pensuli, with his dignity, explained why a meeting with the head of the clan was needed. The young guard, while maintaining courtesy, warned about the employment of the head and inevitably expectations. Honoring the traditions of the clan, Pensumi calmly perceived the news of the need for expectation and politely asked to notify his head about the arrival of a representative of the Pan family. His voice sounded with dignity characteristic of ancient kind. When the glorious Pan family was mentioned, the guy's eyes shone. With even greater reverence, he introduced himself to guests, showing the perfect manners of the pet Kunlun clan. Exhibiting wisdom and understanding, the young guard noted the equality of the guest with his master, proposing to reject unnecessary formalities. His warm smile accompanied the promise to immediately inform Cheo-chan about the arrival of ancient acquaintances. Suddenly, another young man approached them, whose exhausted face was reading unspeakable fatigue. He turned to his older brother, reminding the need to change the guard. Taking care of the guests, the first guard suggested that they enter the monastery to see the majestic Kunlun in their own eyes, as the issue of the audience was resolved. The exhausted young man, standing nearby, again reminded of the change of guard. The older brother, noticing him with a fatigue, excitedly grabbed him by his shoulder, reproaching why he did not ask for help earlier, because he stood for so long under the burning sun. Pensuli and Pen Cankus were surprised. They looked at the gloomy sky, not understanding what burning sun can be discussed in such cloudy weather. An annoyed situation, the second guard was going to depart, but stopped his friend who suggested a reasonable decision, to change the posts until he reported the elders about the arrival of honorary guests. After a rapid change of protection, a new guard with perfect courtesy congratulated the guests, apologizing for possible trouble. His manners testified to excellent education and respectful attitude to traditions. The real surprise of Penkanvi caused the constant smiles of Kunlun's inhabitants. His curiosity needed explanation why everyone is friendly and friendly. With another light smile, Church explained the naturalness of his joy. After all, they were in a true paradise where there were no reasons for sadness or despair. In his words, a genuine love for his native clan was felt. Penkanvi could not realize the idea of a happy life in the mountains, and Pen Sumoy, listening to conversations about changes and training, thought about the uniformity of the younger generation in all clans and sects. No one sought to work honestly. Soon, delving into the territory of the clan, they met Cheo-chan. He was genuinely glad, going to meet his ancient second pen. His lively gait testified to the true admiration of the long-awaited meeting. The insightful look of Cheo-choni immediately noted the traces of the grueling path on the clothing of a friend and his noticeably weighty figure. Compassion and care clearly occurred in his careful eyes. After a warm greeting, he invited guests to enter, intuitively feeling that this visit was hiding something more than just the desire to see. His premonition was confirmed by the confession of the penalty about additional goals of the visit. Chung Chong watched the older Penkanva, worried about the future of his sect. As expected from the Pan family member, the young man radiated unusual strength and potential. With unspeakable pride, Pen Savoy said that among the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, it was his niece Pen Kanban that was called the Supreme Dragon, providing him with the fate of the future leader of the Pien family. Chung John was amazed by learning about the high status of a young man among dragons and phoenixes, titles that are provided only by the most prominent young talents. This news has undoubtedly dispelled all doubts about the future. The heart of Manhwa was filled with warmth from the rare praise of his uncle, which was always concerned. He has finally seen sincere pride and recognition of his achievements. However, Pen Shovi felt some embarrassment, realizing that trying to make the impression perhaps exaggerated the abilities of the nephew. In his head, he had already matured a plan to find a worthy rival among his peers to kill his growing arrogance. Inspired by this idea, Pen Sumi asked Cheo-chan if he had students who can become worthy rivals for his nephew. His view expressed his hope for a positive answer. With special inspiration, Chung Chong spoke about his 15-year-old student John Guan. His workouts were so intense that even an experienced mentor was difficult to keep up with his progress. The surprise on the foam of Pen Suveni made Cheo-chan kindly laugh. Looking at the stunned friend, he explained that his student is not just talented, but is the most prominent genius in the history of their clan. Continuing with unconcealed enthusiasm, he emphasized that although the niece of Pen Suvoy had the honorary title of the dragon, his own student embodied the true essence of the legendary being, exceeding all known standards. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud noise. Many elders with great excitement left the training room, enthusiastically discussing the incredible technique of the true whirlwind and the majestic power of the purple dragon. Pen Suli and Pen Kanvi frozen in fascination, watching the inspired faces of experienced elders. Rising behind them, they saw many young students who came to their senses, among whom they noticed a modest guard from the entrance gate. Their faces were surprised. They could not understand what incredible events happened to these children in such a short time that they caused such a reaction of the elders. They sought to find out everything to the end, so they turned to Cheo-chan. However, he just smiled mysteriously and promised to introduce them to a person who will definitely interest them. A young John Guvan came out of the temple. Chung Chong proudly introduced him as the greatest genius in the history of the clan, saying that he exceeds all predecessors. He suggested calling him the true dragon of Kunlun. Despite its genius, John Guvan showed unexpected modesty. He expressed his dissatisfaction with too lush presentation, asking the wizard to stop hugs, having fun joke about the unpleasant smell. Pen Kanvi and Pen Suvoy congratulated the young man with respect, but they wondered why he was so highly appreciated. Pen Suli even thought that the joy of a newly consumed student could overshadow the prudence of his old friend. Remembering the question of what happened on the training ground, Cheo-chan began a story about how he found a little John Guan who wandered alone in the forest. According to him, the exciting story of the boy began when he was 5 years old. Pen Suli, predicting a long story, interrupted a friend tactfully, citing fatigue from the road and the desire to relax before continuing the conversation. His look expressed a sincere apology. Expressing the understanding, he nodded Chen, realizing the need for guests to rest before getting acquainted with the amazing story of his unusual student. His eyes glowed in anticipation of a future story. Settling in the guest house, Pen Kanhwa still could not understand why this unobtrusive boy was wearing the title of legendary genius. His appearance did not meet such a loud title. Even the prudent Pen Suvoy was inclined to think that the merit of the boy had exaggerated. Despite the positive impression of John, he sought to personally test the abilities of this praised prodigy, comparing them with the talents of his nephew. The next morning, gathering for breakfast, Chung Jong noticed the indecision of the guests about a modest meal. With a warm smile, he assured them of simplicity, but the sophistication of local cuisine, inviting all doubts. Pen Kanvi looked at a modest meal with a clear contempt, which consisted mainly of plant foods. Seeing dissatisfaction on the face of a nephew, Pen Scuve strictly read the young man for a flashy disrespect for etiquette. The irreparable boldness of Pen Kanhwa manifested in his question to his uncle about the possibility of such food. These words finally brought Pen Sulya from equilibrium, and he demanded immediate apologies from the uneducated nephew. Chen Chan kept philosophical peace listening to the young man and acknowledged that the local cuisine should be used to. Without a hint, he began a meal, showing the true dignity of the master. Pen succumbed to watched a friend whose appetite seemed impressive. Chung Jan, without being distracted from food, pointed to others whose manners at the table did not differ from his own. Their meal was distinguished by enviable enthusiasm. Even the simplest dishes were consumed with clear pleasure and gratitude. In a striking contrast with the general mood, the protagonist seemed to exist in a parallel world, lazily sorting out food, dreaming of meat delicacies. His behavior clearly exposed internal dissatisfaction. Penkanvi, with growing irritation, noticed that this boy also did not show much enthusiasm for food, but for some reason, all the reproaches got only to him. At the moment when their views crossed, Penkanvi felt the rage boiling in it. No one dared to look at him without pious fear, lowering his eyes. In his mind, it was believed that this rural outline simply does not know what true fear is. The initial interest in checking the ability of John Guan has become a passionate desire to show him what a true horror is. Unexpectedly, he stood up for all and apologized for his behavior. Chen John laughed goodly, insisting that they have to apologize for their modesty treats. The surprise of Pen Suli from the unexpected apology of the nephew quickly turned into suspicion. He felt unmistakably that this gesture was hidden by some hidden concept. The real reason for the sudden courtesy of Penkanvi was hiding in his desire to see Kunlunya martial arts, the only purpose of their long journey to these mountains. He expressed his desire to get acquainted with the combat techniques of the clan, and Chio Khan, realizing what a long way the guests had overcome, realized that it was impossible to refuse such a request. Penkanvi's intentions were quite specific. He summoned the match of John himself. Although Chehan tried to offer another opponent, the young wizard made a challenge without hesitation, radiating calm confidence. In the arena, Pensuver hoped to see the true power of Kunlun, represented by the so-called true dragon. He sought to make sure that their long journey was worth the effort. Noticing the anxiety on the face of Cheokan, Pensuvoi quickly assured him that he would stop the match instantly if the situation became uncontrollable. With the unfortunate excitement in the eyes of Cheojong, confessed that his anxiety is not related to his own student, but with the nephew of an ancient friend. Flying in front of the duel, Pen Canvey condescended her to be softer to his young opponent, not even knowing that he was waiting for completely different events. Zhang Guvan, ignoring the self-confident statements of the enemy, thought how long he was deprived of real matches. He struck in endless and monotonous training after his revival. Pen Kanhwa took a battle stable and prepared to use the technique of multiple blows of the Lord. At the same time, he asked the enemy about the name of the reception, which he had to repel. Such behavior caused a wave of irritation in the nano. Because of this, he did not like aristocrats. The announcement of the name of his equipment and the request of the name of the enemy's technique seemed to him the top of the stupidity. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, he calmly proclaimed the use of the blowing clouds, taking a characteristic rack with a finger extended forward. This pose reflected the original position, the first ritual movement that is demonstrated by the opponent as a sign of respect before the start of a serious duel. Watching this unusual starting position, Pensuli was completely lost. According to his knowledge, to strike pressed clouds required a completely different, more dynamic and fundamental initial rack. With an indomitable calm, Chung, he explained that his student had improved ancient technique, not only improving it, but also restoring the true art of Kunlun school. These words finally convinced the Suvoi's penalty that his longtime friend lost his mind. He could not believe in the reality of what was happening. It is unable to endure such a clear neglect. Pen Canvey attacked the enemy with fury. However, John Guvan could easily hit the blow and threw it lightly to the ground. Continuing the attack, he instantly found himself near the fallen enemy and struck the face, demonstrating the skill of his equipment. Once in such a humiliating situation, Pen Canvey could not realize what had happened. His status of the direct heir of the Pen family and the title of the highest among 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes was not rescued from the devastating defeat. The affected pride prompted him to a desperate act. He suggested that John Guan continue the duel using internal energy, hoping to restore his honor. He has set clear conditions. He will use only 30% of his strength, giving his opponent the opportunity to use all his potential. Alarmed, Cheojong immediately forbade his student to accept this risky offer, fearing the tragic consequences of the duel. However, John Guvan reassured the teacher, promising to use only 30% of his strength. The master was agitated, realizing that even 20% of his student's opportunities would be enough for the fatal consequences. Hearing this conversation, Pen Suli could not believe his ears. Did this young man possess such a powerful inner force at such a young age? The proud smile of John Guan and his contemptuous look caused an uncontrolled rage in Pen Kanv. Cheng, worried about the life of the enemy, strongly ordered the student to use no more than 10% of strength. John Guvan reluctantly agreed, realizing that disobedience can have serious consequences for his teacher. The outrage of the Kanvi's penalty was no boundaries. He perceived it as a gap, unable to believe that someone dared to withstand its 30% of force, using only a tenth of their own potential. The rage engulfed his mind, and he rushed to the attack on John. However, he, with terrific ease, evaded every blow, as if anticipating all the movements of the enemy. Watching the endless flow of attacks, the hero realized that the technique of the enemy was not a simple, multiple blow of the Lord, but a much more complicated reception called 148 strokes. Realizing that the enemy really plans to perform all 148 strokes, the hero tuned to a protracted confrontation, although Pen Canvey confidently promised the rapid end of the battle. Feeling how boredom covers him through a long duel, John Guvan decided to end the battle decisively. to break the opponent's hand so that he had to admit defeat. The sudden voice of the teacher stopped his intention. The master strictly forbade the rival. Even a slight damage to the ankle was forbidden. The hero, with a disarming straightforward, informed that the fractures were already inevitable. His first attack damaged the ribs of Pen Kanvi. Only now did Cheojong realize that the mysterious crunch he heard was the sound of bone breaking. John Guvan, with cold prudence, explained that serious injuries were needed, because only they could stop the reckless pressure of the enemy. The thought of offering a fight on weapons for additional intrigue flashed, but he was aware of the futility of this plan. The result of the match was solved regardless of the chosen method. Reflecting another attack by Pen Kanvi, John Guvan felt regret that he had not chosen himself into the rivals of his teacher. Such a duel could be truly exciting and would allow him to use more power. Having come after the next blow, Pen Kanvi could not realize the reality of what was happening. The idea of defeat from the enemy, who did not even pay attention to him, seemed incredible. Pen Kanhwa hardly rose to his feet, feeling the complete depletion of his energy flows. It is unable to continue the battle, he frozen in place, as if paralyzed. Observing the solution of the duel, Pensu Voji could not hide the surprise from how one blow, Zhong Guan, weakened his nephew. He was forced to recognize the exclusiveness of a young master. In his eyes, he finally shone on why this guy was called the most ingenious student in the history of the clan. Although Chehan understood that it was necessary to stop the match, John Guvan decided to finish the case with his own scenario. Swing closer to the enemy, he struck his chest accurately, emphasizing his advantage. Panic, Pensoi rushed to the fallen nephew. He picked up a lifeless body on his hands, desperately trying to bring the young man to his senses. Looking at the worried face of his uncle, Pen Kanvi realized how worried he is because of the seriousness of his wounds. Having collected the last forces, he spoke farewell words, certain that his end is already close. Tears of despair flowed on the cheeks of Pensulia, who could not put up with the departure of the nephew. However, instead of the last breath, he unexpectedly heard a peaceful snoring. The situation became clear. John Guvan did not cause fatal damage, but only used a technique that caused a temporary loss of consciousness. This awareness made Pensuli feel extremely inconvenient. She looked at Cheo Chan. He apologized for his instant loss of self-control. A friend of understanding took his reaction, recognizing that he would not be able to maintain calm when he saw his student in this state. Watching the techniques of the young master, Pensuver tried to unravel the secret that made him so effectively immerse the opponents into a deadly state. John Guvan barely restrained the annoyance because of the need to explain the obvious. Blocked Chi's nephew streams were a clear testimony to his condition. To avoid unnecessary explanations, he does not understand. Waking up after a long sleep, the first thing Pen Kanvi asked was, "Where is Chon Guvan?" To his surprise, he learned that he had slept for a day. Uncle persistently recommended to focus on recovery, temporarily postponing all other questions. In the memory of Pen Kanhwa, the striking accuracy with which his opponent hit the energy points on his chest. He was lost in the assumption of how Chong Guvan could find and influence these hidden places. Pen succumbed to warn the nephew against careless actions, reminding of many enemies who are already waiting for his fall. Healthcare should be his main priority. Pen Kanvi was well aware of his uncle's correctness. Many of the Hebei's family supported his brother, recognized as the strongest head of the clan. Many family members who did not support him were actively looking for a way to harm the young heir. In this situation, it was important to keep any trouble with its energy streams. He felt an urgent need to meet Chongguan to find out how he managed to reveal his carefully protected secret. Noticing his uncle's dissatisfied look at his excitement, he hurried to assure him that he would be more careful. After receiving permission for a short walk, he went with his uncle, who also had to meet with the elders. The fresh mountain air should contribute to the restoration of strength. Pensumi insisted that after a walk, the nephew immediately return to rest, given his recent awakening and general condition. Looking at the nephew, he reflected how he had not seen such a thirst for self-improvement for a long time. The decision to bring him to Kunlun was very wise. Penkanvi went to the training ground, where he saw a familiar picture. The elders were in a hurry to leave the hall, heading to the main pavilion. Finally, he noticed John, but did not even have time to greet him. A young master instantly surrounded a crowd of captured women and girls, falling asleep with the questions of her harvesting true dragon. Penkanva's attempts to break through the defensive circle of fans were in vain. They categorically refused to miss a suspicious stranger like a robber to their invaluable maestro. After a long wait for the job, the Guvan finally released the girls, and Penkanvi was able to approach him. It turned out that such attention was natural. These women took care of young maestro since childhood. When John Guvan tried to leave, the guest stopped him, insisting on the importance of a serious conversation. Such perseverance caused the hero to a great annoyance. He seriously thought about how to get rid of the annoying pursuer. The unexpected statement of Penkanvi about the desire to open up a real stir in John. He immediately retreated at a safe distance, ready for self-defense. Having realized the ambiguity of his words, Penkanvi tried to explain his desire to be friends, but this only increased the annoyance of John Guan. He threatened to use force if the harassment did not stop. The horrific lust for the murder that came from the Guan forced Penkanv to think about his origin. Such aura would fit a representative of a dark faction more than a noble student. In a hurry to correct the situation, Penkanvi quickly explained his sincere desire to establish friendly relationships. John Guvan, with unwavering determination, rejected the proposal that caused Penkanv a strong desire to find out the true cause of such a categorical refusal. Without hiding disdain, John Guvan explained the absurdity of chatting about the friendship who was heard from a person driven only by the desire to benefit and his own interest. The bitter truth was that Penkanvi actually sought friendship only from curiosity, not feeling the true interest in the personality of a potential friend. With an unconcealed contempt, John Guvan asked if the interlocutor was always so insignificant. Having realized the truth of the words, Penkanvi bowed deeply, apologized, and hurried to leave. The confusion of the Guan Chon, despite his softness, the interlocutor's response was unexpectedly sharp. He tried to reject unpleasant thoughts, glad that the obsessive guest finally decided to leave him alone. However, a strange sense of anxiety did not leave the main character, forcing him to approach the remote penalty of Kanva. The insight of the John Guan was the ability to accurately determine the true interest of the interlocutor. He was interested in the hero's opportunity to detect and influence the blocked QU streams. The surprised face of Penkanhwa only confirmed the correctness of his assumption. At this time, Pen Shovyi bypassed the territory of the sect, communicating with the locals about the health of his nephew. In a conversation with Cheo Chan, he expressed a relief that his nephew had only cost a few days of bed rest. Cheo Jan, aware of the excessive harshness of his student, met a full understanding of a friend. With a sincere interest, he asked about the success in the development of advanced techniques, barely believing on the scale of the changes that are happening. Chenichon proudly spoke about 2 years of continuous training under the direction of John Guan. Pen Summary, struck by Hurd, still suggested that there were opponents of such radical transformations. He was satisfied with the head of the clan and his teacher, who themselves sought full support from the head of the clan and his teacher. Pen Suli, realizing that he was about one of the 3 legendary Kunlun sages, he wondered his state of health. Chungjong told about the recent deterioration of the teacher's well-being, who, however, refused to recognize the seriousness of his situation. Communicating, they reached the majestic temple of the 3 heavens and decided to go inside to pay tribute to this holy place. The interior of the temple was prompted by Pen the Suli, though he understood that the true power was not in material abundance. With deep respect, he introduced himself to the head of the clan of elders, who immediately answered the greetings, calling his name. Expressing his sincere gratitude for meeting the legendary sage, Pen Suver heard that the clan is no less honored to accept the future leader Murim, At this point, students were included in the temple, who immediately recognized the guest of the famous sword, whose skill caused a general admiration among the fighters. They rushed to Pen strictly with the words of greetings, trying to personally meet the one who was destined to determine the future of all Murim. Pensuli with effort kept calm, feeling the intense smell of sweat from the students who had just left the training ground. The wise head of the clan discharged the tense situation, inviting the guests to rest, and then discuss the purpose of their visit. When the crowd dispersed, Pensuli told about the first reason for his visit, the desire to see Kunlun's martial art in all his greatness. Chenjan, with a slight surprise, noted that only it was necessary to ask him directly. Pensuvoi explained that friendly relations would prevent the real power to be discovered. He needed not a demonstration clash, but a true battle. The attendees quickly realized that the second reason for the visit was logically derived from the first. Pen Summis reluctantly recognized the obvious. He arrived to test the true power of the clan. He apologized for his straightforwardness, but emphasized the importance of the future event, calling for his intentions to understand correctly. Inspired by the prospect of testing their forces, many members of the clan and elders were declared voluntarily to go to a match with a famous warrior. The elders urged everyone to keep order and emphasized the importance of detention of dignity to the guests. After that, they began to carefully select a worthy representative for the future duel. They chose Chek, which was a surprise for all, because he did not even want to participate in the duel. Unable to deny the decision of the elders, Cheese, with dignity, bowed to the guest, modestly pointing to the possible shortcomings of his skill, but expressing his readiness for the duel. After that, the opponents dispersed for preparation. Pensuver decided that the choice of elders was not accidental, while Cheo himself doubted his ability to represent the clan. To the surprise of Chek, Pensuvoi rejected the assumption of the weakness of the opponent and suggested to start a fight without traditional exchange of techniques, even if it could seem impolite. In the memory of Chek, a recent duel with John has emerged a recent match. Then the young master ignored the tradition of preliminary announcement of his techniques, which seemed to be daring violation of etiquette. The words of the young master about the futility of politeness in the real battle have now acquired a new meaning in the mind of Chek. Outraged by such disrespect for traditions, Chek threatened to complain to his eldest brother, teacher John Guan. However, he calmly reminded that the mentor is still recovering after recent events. Chek could not understand why the case was mentioned right now, but intuitively felt that this experience could be useful in the future match. At the beginning of the battle, Pensuvern first went on the offensive. Chek, evading, applied the technique of dragon steps with characteristic curvilinear movements. But for an experienced opponent, this technique was too predictable. An attempt to raise the sword seemed doomed to failure. Having realized the predictability of the basic movement, Chek changed the equipment, adding complex trajectories that complicate the recognition of his intentions. The unexpected modification was successful. The passionate Penshove was forced to retreat. Taking advantage of a favorable moment, Chek decided to apply a distant stroke with lightning. During the duel, Pensuvoi could not understand the strange tactics of the enemy. Recognizing that the slightest mistake can disgrace the family, he persistently stepped. However, each of his attacks met a decent in defense of Cheese. Reflecting all the attacks, Chek was pleased to say that the advice of John Guan had been effective. His technique really became more unpredictable. However, he did not forget the warning of the young master about the need to maintain the concentration until the end. Having collected all his determination, Chek focused on a duel, set to bring him to the victorious end. At the decisive moment, preparing to strike the last blow, he barely had time to notice the lightning counterattack of Pensuli. Only at the last moment was it possible to evade the licked blade, realizing that the delay could cost him life. After this stressful exchange of blows, the opponents retreated from each other. All present froze, waiting hard for the evaluation of the Suli. Leaning in a respectful bow, the guest expressed his gratitude for the duel, recognizing that the skill of the sectarians exceeded his expectations. The elders, inspired by his words, were waiting for the story of the true purpose of his visit. The real reason for arrival in Kunlun was significant. Pensho sought to revive the legendary alliance of Murim. At the same time, Penkanvi tried to find out in the John Guan where he had such information. The young master explained all the clarity of the situation. The guest gave an impatient interest to him immediately after awakening. On the direct question of how he finds blocked QU streams, John Guvan calmly replied that he could determine such things instantly. The disbelief of Penkanvi became obvious in his objections. He considered the impossible to determine the state of flows simply by vision, because even experienced seniors had no such ability. Outraged by the distrust of the interlocutor, John Huvan decided to prove his skills into practice and suggested Penkanvi to follow him. Bringing it to the temple, the John noted that the show was better than any verbal explanation. He asked Penkanvi to activate internal energy. Although Penkanvi did not show much desire, the teacher insisted on his own. Penkanvi, becoming his knees, decided to obey, thinking that he loses nothing from this experiment. Feeling the first manifestations of internal energy, Zhang Guvan accurately identified 3 levels of force. He turned to the embarrassed Penkanva, ordering him to close his eyes and focus on his own feelings. When the energy of energy reached the 5th, 6th, and 7th steps, John Huvan suddenly struck the Kanvi slight blow to the nape of the neck. Outraged by such an attitude, Penkanwa broke out of anger, but John Guvan decisively ordered him to gradually increase chi to the 10th level, increasing it with every step. Instead of explaining his actions, Chong Guvan reproached Penkanvi for his inability to control power and thoughtless increase in energy. The annoyed Penkanvi tried to regain his concentration, but John Guvan constantly interfered with him, causing regular blows. At the verge of the explosion rage and ready to attack the abuser, Penkanvi suddenly felt the changes in his energy flows. Another blow to Nguan dumped Penkanvi to the ground, but with acute chest pain, he realized that his internal energy flows began to recover. Noticing the student's surprise on the student's face, John Huvan decisively ordered him to silence and instantly raise the energy to the 10th level. During the training of Penkanhua, he finally realized the true value of the blows. He realized that it was the only way to help him focus. He also clearly understood that Guan was enjoying the process. It was clear even without the need to look at his satisfied face. When Penkanvi felt sharp pain throughout his body, John Huvan encouraged him to overcome fear of ordinary feelings. But noticing his uncertainty, he did not resist the ironic smile. The ironic smile impressed Penkanhua's pride. As the best in his clan, he believed that fear was not peculiar to him. Rising from the ground, he radiated powerful, restless energy, seeking to prove his courage and determination. Waiting for the student to be in the right state, John Guvan struck the center of the chest, using all the necessary force. The shrill cry of Penkanvi echoed in the district. John Guvan, watching this scene, noted the similarity of the reaction with the behavior of the elders, the same stubborn resistance and wasted exclamations. Filled with joy, Penkanvi felt his inner strength freely circulating on the body, restoring the natural flow of energy. Convinced of his success, John Huvan decided to relax after exhausting workouts. The idea of asking for a reward in Penkanv seemed insignificant. What can be demanded from a person who is not even capable of taking care of himself? The elders tried to understand the words of Pensuli about the restoration of the Alliance Moor, who broke up after the destruction of their common enemy, a true heavenly demon 15 years ago, when all the Taos returned to the usual life. With bitterness, Pensuver confirmed their fears, reporting the abnormal activity of the Reform faction. The threat of a demonic cult has just subsided, as new worries arose. According to Pensulia, the hostile clan gained strength to create a reformist demonic union. The elders were aware that this would inevitably cause the innocent suffering. The uncertainty of the return of demonic cults and the new threat from the Reform faction made them recognize the need to restore the alliance of justice. However, the wise elders realized that such a distant path of the Suli to their monastery could not be caused by this reason. The alliance's revival needed a powerful leader, and the claims of Pen family headed for this role seemed quite justified. The wise elders immediately understood the true cause of the visit. The Pen family really sought their support. Pen Suli shared his plan. If a successful situation in the sect, the alliance plans to use it as a base to prepare for confrontation with a demonic cult. By this time, they were forced to resist the enemy on their own, but the successful implementation of the plan promised a significant strengthening of their forces. Elders enthusiastically accepted this idea, realizing that supporting allies would help reduce the loss and save the lives of more civilians. Their next question was to determine the approximate timing of the implementation of the planned events. In his response, Pen Suvoi noted that due to the participation of several influential clans of Pen family, negotiations on the main issues of the union will take time. However, he hopes that he can handle in 3 years. Sect leaders strongly promised that they would use this time for even more intense training. Some elders have expressed concern that the planned complications are already premature. However, the head insisted that after 2 years of preparation, it was time to demonstrate the Central Plains all the power of the revived Kunlun. The revival of the clan was to lead their young dragon, who sought to become a leader. At that moment, his intuition suggested that the amount of work suddenly increased several times. Soon, Chen Chang was escorted to Pensuhu, who hurried home to share the joyous news. The sect leader agreed for his brother. Farewell to friends agreed on a future meeting, promising to celebrate it with a worthy feast. Returning, Cheo Zhang noticed that his friend's nephew disappeared. Assuming that the young man could go in search of John Guan, he asked about the location of the dragon Perned. Cheng Chan pointed to the room in the depths, suggested to try to look there. Seeing the rest of Guan, Chen Zhong asked where Pen Kanva was. The warrior, sleepily stretching, calmly replied that he had to return soon. Noticing the boy's silhouette in the door, he was happy to relax. Suddenly, Pen Kanhua asked everyone to leave the room, wanting to talk to Master John Guan tete-a-tete. The attendees were surprised, astonished by the fact that the young man called the junior John Guan by a master. John Guvan himself was also surprised because there was no match between them. Everyone agreed to leave, but Pen Suli finally asked the nephew to stay away from strange actions, reminding of his departure soon. Left alone with John Guan, Pen Kanvi dropped on one knee, expressing his sincere gratitude for the healing, without which he would be expected by the fate of Calicus. As she asks, John Guvan asked to avoid excessive formality. When Pen Kanvi suggested that he turn to him as a warrior, he gave up this option, seeking more simple communication. Pen Kanvi, laughing fun, sincerely thanked for liberation from the heavy burden, promising to reward in any possible way for the assistance provided. He also asked John Guan to appear when the Kunlun sect joined the Alliance Moor. Pen Kanva's confused look replied that such a talent should not stay in Kunlun forever, looking for his Tao. Despite its modesty, he should not hide it. His appointment is already on the way to him. He persistently asked the hero to visit the Pen family after the end of the Alliance Mur to receive a well-deserved reward. Pen Kanvi assured once again that when the right moment came, John Guvan would have the right to ask anything. Saying goodbye to the guests, Cheo Chan felt an unexpected sense of loneliness because of such a rapid parting with a friend. The hero advised the teacher to focus on training instead of in vain excitement, emphasizing that during his visit, Pen Sulioni missed 5 days of class. To the excited explanations of Cheo Chan about the inability to ignore the guest, John Guvan replied that he would forgive him if Cheo John is compensating for missing workouts. 2 years later, one of the elders watched the training of 5 elements, evaluating students' achievements. He was satisfied with the increased confidence of the fighters and their ability to withstand long workouts without former fatigue. In the 4 years that have passed since the decision to trust John Guan and change the direction of Kunlun's development, their choice was fully justified. The chief elder proudly watched as every fighter is taught full, not finding reasons for concern. His younger brother shared this opinion, noting the tireless desire of the students to improve, regardless of the competitive element. The unexpected attack of cough on the head of the clan was alerted to the elder. The disease seems to have progressed. However, the head was waving anxiety, explaining his way out of the desire to enjoy the grandeur of his clan. At this time, the hero was constantly training on the top of the flower cloud, improving his skills. Late evening, he finally managed to achieve the desired balance between the internal QU and the physical capacity. Achieving this balance has become an important stage after a difficult period of suffering due to excess energy. Now, after completing his own harmonization, he planned to take the energy of the head of the elders. Watching a little duck, he immersed himself in the memories of his childhood here, when the great master, teacher of his mentor, gave him a name, and the head of the elders had special hopes on him. Not having had time to realize the cause of unexpected memories, he heard an alarming cry of his mentor, whose concerned face heralded the bad news. The cause of the anxiety was the health of the head of the elders. The hero reproached himself for delay. Knowing about the disorder of energy in the center of his QU, he never dared to take up the problem in time. When the hero went into the room, his master's figure was barely a living figure before his eyes. Without holding back emotions, Cheon fell to his knees in front of a dying mentor. The elder with effort opened his eyes, trying to understand why he was visited so late. Changchon carefully explained that he brought with him John Guan. The wise old man was aware of the inevitability of his departure, accepting the laws of nature. However, Cheon could not put up with this and begged the teacher to think about recovery, not death. With the apparent effort, turning his head, the master noticed the presence of John. He apologized for the sad circumstances of their last meeting, but his words broke up a painful cough. The younger brother of the head of the elders, aware of the approach of the end, suggested that the audience express the last words until there was time. The crying Chio, trying to convey his overcrowded emotions, apologized to the teacher. The elder smiled through force, noting that, despite the appearance of the adult, his student preserved the child's purity of the soul and expressed confidence in his great future. Having gained his gaze to John, the master showed his anxiety that the young man immediately caught. Moved by the care of the dying about others even in the last moments of life, John Guvan gently asked about the cause of his anxiety. In response, the elder confessed that his only regret was that he never saw how the dragon rises above the Kunlun Mountains again. With confidence in the voice of the Job, Guvan promised to show it a year in a year if the master sustained. The old man smiled, showing faith in the success of the hero, and asked not to forget to take care of himself before the new attack of cough interrupted his words. John Guvan tried to understand the strange feeling that his chest clenched. Despite the worthy behavior of the great master before death, his heart was enlightened by unclear sadness. Even the death of his father in his past life has not moved him so deeply. It seemed that some of his own soul leaves this world with dying. Not wanting to put up with such an end, he promised to demonstrate a flying dragon teacher. Touching the bed, he began to transfer his vital energy. The master tried to stop him, noting that he was ready to accept his fate, but John Guvan strongly stated that he would act at his own discretion. He remembered the instruction that he heard in his childhood on the top of the blooming cloud, and which was deeply cut into his soul. In the memory of the elder there was a long, standing request for the child to become the defender of the most important breath. He was amazed at how a 3-year-old baby was able to keep these words in memory for so long. The hero with anxiety realized that the old man's condition was much worse than he assumed. The energy center was destroyed, and vitality melts in the eyes, requiring immediate intervention. Without a moment, he appealed to the master and elder to support the exhausted, so that he would not fall during healing. Turning to the head of the elders, he explained the importance of maintaining consciousness and assured that the procedure would be painless. He then urged other elders to direct the flows of his inner energy into the body of the great master. Focusing all the energy, he struck the head of the man accurately, putting all his assigned power in this blow. The reaction was lightning. The elders were horrified by their heads. The younger brother tried to bring the elder to her senses, and Chaot Frog frozen in surprise from his student's act. John Guvan, without spending time on explanation, insisted on continuing the transmission of qi, warning that interruption of energy flow would make salvation. The elders continued to follow instructions, watching the huge hum that appeared on the head of their head. With confident calmness, John Guvan explained why it is important to hit Behui's point, a place where life energy is most lost. The formed gulus had to serve as a natural obstacle for the coming force. The worried question of Cheo-chan about the well-being of the teacher quickly dispelled all the fears. He explained the technique of the impact. Stopping his hand for a millimeter from the head created an explosion of internal energy, whose shock waves caused the formation of a protective cone over a vital point. On the confused face of the elders, he realized that their workouts should be complicated so that they would better comprehend such techniques. After postponing these thoughts, he turned to the head of the elders, reminding of the promise to remain conscious. The restoration of the destroyed chakras by means of internal energy required constant consciousness, because every loss of consciousness could disrupt the whole process. Noticing the shadow of fear in the eyes of the master, the hero smiled, reminding him of his famous courage before pain and death, and then took up the procedure. After focusing, he found the place of the damaged chakra and began to restore it using his real qi. Successfully completing the important procedure, he exhausted all the forces and instantly lost consciousness. A week passed, and the elders discussed the hero's behavior. As soon as he came to his senses, immediately went to the library to study medical treatises and did not leave it even at night. He strictly forbidden access to anyone, citing the need for full concentration, and strongly rejected all requests for a break. The excited Cheo-chan reassured one of the elders, noting that John Guvan, at least, was taking the food he was brought. Welcoming to find out about the condition of the master, he heard Chengo-jon that there were no significant changes after the intervention of the John. Despite the overall strengthening of the body, the master woke up only during daily examinations and spent the rest of his time in a deep dream. The day when John Guvan lost consciousness, he was forever etched in the memory of Cheo-chan. This scene and illness of the master did not give him rest, constantly returning to his thoughts again and again. After awakening the Job Gvan, he immediately demanded all medical treatises from the library. He explained that it is important to properly distribute the transmitted QU energy to heal the master. And cured with grueling workouts of John Guan, Cheo-jon saw with relief how he left the library. The boy, noticing the crowd, became interested in gathering them together. The teacher rushed to the young master, carefully examining him for possible damage or exhaustion. Convinced of his relative well-being, he sighed. Cheo-jon recalled the need to take care of his health. He emphasized that everything was done, but the master has already exhausted the allotted life of heaven. John Guvan confidently denied that the week of studying medical texts was not in vain. He found a way to save the master, but this requires special ingredients. According to John Guvan, the solution was to create a magic pill, without which it was impossible to save the master. The elder with regret recognized that there were no such means at their disposal. He doubted that other clans would share such a valuable resource. John Guvan explained that it is not about the pills of the faction of justice. The elders suggested that he speaks of legendary demonic pills of life and death, the manufacture of which requires enormous casualties. The hero dismissed these assumptions, calling the creators of such pills by fraudsters whose methods have nothing to do with true healing. Having realized the benefits of his knowledge from past life over local medicine, He noted that he needed only one special ingredient to create a truly effective pill. He was explained that it was not easy to do, but the hero insisted that he needed to go in search of as soon as possible. They will have to look for what they have never heard of. After all, he was able to temporarily cure the great master, but he would not live for more than a year. During this year, they must make every effort to create this magic pill. The elder realized that his older brother always believed John Guan, even in the face of death. Because of this, they remain true to him and are ready to fulfill any of his assignments. They have already decided to divide into groups. 3 days later, the hawk went on the road. Cheo Zhang did not want to let him go, very worried about his student, and tried to convince him to change the decision. Instead of explanations, the young man silently performed 8 great blows of the heavenly dragon, striking everyone with his skill. With tears in the eyes of Cheo, Chan could not believe that his student was so skilled. The elders were well aware that anyone who would become a teammate of John Guan would only interfere with him. Therefore, his older brother was completely right. Finally, when the hero landed, he managed to reassure his teacher and elders, who urged him to take care of himself and not be depleted. After that, the hero finally went on a journey, for the first time from the moment of his rebirth. He hoped to handle everything quickly. At about the same time, the commercial guild members traveled to camels through the desert. The man apologized that he could not give his beloved a better life and made her be here. He was concerned that in this place, rumored, were founded by cannibal monsters. But she just laughed, assuring that it was no more than a legend. Sticking his shoulder, she suggested that they not spoil each other's mood because she was happy to go on a trip after so many years. The man did not understand what was being about, and she explained that she perceives it as a journey, because at such moments it is worth saying something pleasant. Usually he was very good, so it was unclear why his behavior was changing when they went on the road. At that moment, the man realized that the girl never complained, although last year was difficult for her. Taking her hand, he explained that they were actually traveling and apologized for forgetting for a moment. When other members of the group began to adjust them, the man once again apologized for his pessimism. The girl just smiled and noted that sometimes it was really worth relaxing. After that, they began to mention how they would like to get somewhere more often, especially given that it was only their second trip. The first was in the Kunlun sect. Remembering this, the man realized that the journey was a really difficult test for them. The memories of a man returned him 17 years ago, at a time when they sought to become stronger. To achieve their goal, they went to Kunlun for help. The eldest brother of his wife was a member of Kunlun, and this gave them reason to believe that it would be easy to convince them. However, they were refused. This clan did not want to become part of this case among Tao's associations. The man could not understand such an answer and wondered, they are not really concerned about the students of the sect Kunlun, with whom they are in the same faction? But the head of the clan explained that their genus was on the forefront during the attack of the cult, and although after the death of the true heavenly demon, everything died down, they had no time. After all, no one knew when the demons would attack again. At this point, the woman was very angry, because she could not understand why her brother was so stubborn. In her opinion, even the tree was more beneficial than it, but it still did not change its decision. After that, the woman was in great anger because her brother was too straightforward, and her husband tried to reassure her. At this point, Cheo-Jan approached them. He heard that this couple had a baby and asked to teach him to raise children. The woman mentioned that after all, since they failed to reach the desired, she had to become a nanny. But she could not do anything. Tausis did not know how to raise children, which led to difficulties. However, looking back, she remembered what kind of boy the boy was. In the burning desert, they suddenly attacked the infamous gang Bloody Storm. The robbers, rusting on camels, lifted the pillars of sand and shouted terrifying battle calls. Despite the suddenness of the attack, the man reacted instantly, giving clear orders. He ordered the formation of a protective perimeter by placing the caravan camels in the center, and armed people should be placed in a defense circle. The air was filled with a bell of the blades and screaming screams when two groups came together in a fierce battle. The sand stirred into the bloodstream, and the desert became a witness of a cruel confrontation between travelers and bandits. At a safe distance, the gang leader watched the unfolding battle. His eyes came together when he clearly ordered his people to destroy a man and a woman who stood out among others at any cost. The battle became more and more fierce, and even experienced warriors began to feel fatigue. The power of the numerical enemy pressed on them as if a heavy burden, forcing them to realize, to win, you will have to make incredible efforts. In the full battle, the husband lost his wife for a moment, and this was a fatal mistake. Taking advantage of his excitement, the enemies caused a treacherous blow, seriously injuring his shoulder. The bandits smiled malice, watching their opponent lose his vigilance. In a decisive moment, his wife came to the aid of her husband, struck by a lightning blow. She explained her cry by the fact that during the battle the enemy broke the fabric that hid her face, but it did not prevent her from saving her husband. After the mutual support of the couple resumed their strength and again became nearby. Their views focused on the leader of the gang. They realized that it was time for a decisive duel with the main robber. The leader of the robbers, ominously, said the prophecy about their inevitable death. His words were so convincing that even the boldest warriors felt like a spooky cold run on his back. Despair covered the woman for a moment when the images of her faces and warm family dinners flashed before her eyes. The idea that she may never see loved ones again filled her heart bitter. Suddenly, the desert was a dusty cloud, and when it was scattered, a stunning picture appeared. All the attackers were lying on the sand. It seemed incredible, as if the deadly vortex swept the battlefield. From a pile of settling sand appeared a figure of John Guan, which slowly removed the protective dress from the face. His eyes expanded with surprise when he recognized familiar faces among those who had just rescued in this endless desert. The surprise was reflected in the face of John's Chan when he noticed that the rescued were not recognized. It seemed strange to him because he always considered his appearance quite memorable to leave a trace in memory. John Guvan smiled quietly, seeing their embarrassment, and recalled the times when they cared for him as a child. As the memories emerged from the depths of their memory, their faces slowly appeared on their faces. There was a moment of insight on the faces of the rescued, but Chonguvan, apologizing, explained that he should first complete one urgent case. He promised that after massacre with the rest of the bandits, they would be able to quietly plunge into memories. The rage distorted the face of the leader of the gang, who could not understand the boldness of the stranger. He was outraged how this confident hero dared to talk about the massacre without even guessing who he really was dealing with. With the incredible immobility of the John Guvan, he suggested that the bandits introduce himself. The leader, full of pride, announced the Bloody Moon Gang, hoping that this name would make the enemy in fear of retreat. Seeing that his reputation did not make the right impression, the leader rebelled. He ordered his people to attack at the same time, believing that even if the opponent possesses magic, he would not be able to withstand the power of a numerous attack. During a massive attack, Yong Guvan seemed to dissolve in the air, to appear in the thickest of enemies. His sword became a deadly flash, with an incredible speed deciding the fate of the attackers. Even a coordinated attack of the whole gang proved to be powerless before the skill of John Guan. With one rapid movement, he destroyed whole groups of enemies, demonstrating incredible martial arts. The panic engulfed the rest of the robbers, and they rushed to flee, not paying attention to the fierce orders of the leader to return. However, no one could escape from justice. John Guvan caught up and neutralized everyone, including the leader himself. At the end of the Battle of Pek, John Han gathered his people to put the way on the battlefield. They engaged in burials of the dead, assisted the wounded, and checked the integrity of the caravan, acting clearly and harmoniously. Together with Cheo Yu-ming, they came to thank their rescuer, but John Guvan modestly waived their gratitude. For him, the support of ancient acquaintances was a natural business that does not require special recognition. Suddenly, John Gouvan frozen in place, listening to a sound inaccessible to normal hearing. Instantly rising from the place, he rapidly rushed through the desert at an incredible speed, leaving the surprised satellites far behind. Finally, he felt the presence of the one who so long sought in these endless sands. Without hesitation, he rushed directly into the heart of a sandy storm, ready to meet his purpose face to face. His sword reached the goal, struck the body of a giant snake, which majestically emerged from the sand dunes. The ancient creature appeared in front of him in all his tremendous splendor, ready for a fight. With the seeming courtesy, the Gouvan asked the affairs of the ancient sand dragon. Recognizing his enemy, the snake in fear hid his head behind his tail, which herself angered the hero. He threatened his head and tail if the snake did not stop such cowardly behavior. In his eyes, the snake flashed recognition. He was in front of him, the true king of demons. The ancient creature instantly obeyed, taking the tail and showing obedience to a powerful rival. John Gouvan gladly noted the reasonableness of his long-standing decision to leave the snake one horn. Now this symbol of power has become an unmistakable sign of recognition for ancient creation. The hero, in a harsh tone, ordered the snake to stay in place and demanded explanations about his cowardly escape. His voice sounded like steel, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. John Gouvan spoke about the moon spent on search in the desert and suggested a snake way to soften the punishment. If an ancient dragon wants to avoid a just punishment, he should humbly admit his guilt and bow his head. The unpredictable resistance of the horn was surprised not only by the snake, but also by John himself. Despite the failure, the hero did not give up persistently, realizing that his youth temporarily restricts his strength. When the horn finally succumbed, John Gouvan realized why he made so much effort. He cut off only a small part. It turned out that this task was much more complicated than he thought. Hiding the trophy gained, the hero gave the snake clear instructions for the waiting place. Its warning of the consequences of repeated escape sounded as a relentless sentence, leaving no doubt. Observing the departure of the hero, the ancient snake noticed signs of weakness in his actions. The inability to cut the horn immediately worried him and prompted his opinion about the possible vulnerability of the enemy. Carefully analyzing the situation, the snake noticed a significant decrease in the level of the hero's strength compared to their previous meeting. This observation gave rise to attractive thoughts in his mind about the possibility of winning. After temptation, the snake decided on a desperate attack. He was convinced of his preference and ability to end this confrontation with one bite, anticipating a slight victory. However, his hopes crashed about the hero's lightning reaction. John Gouvan easily evaded a deadly blow, as if in advance of every movement of the enemy. Having realized his fatal mistake, the snake tried to soften the anger of John Gouvan, giving a compassionate expression on his scaly muzzle. But the hero has already determined the inevitability of punishment. The hero noted the irony of the situation. He had already tried to show mercy, but the serpent himself asked for a severe punishment. Now he intended to give an ancient creature an important lesson that she remembers for a long time. The punishment lasted for a day, but John Gouvan in no way regretted about the time spent. Watching the defeated enemy, he noted how much the character of the ancient serpent changed compared to previous meetings. The hero was thinking about how long the snake this time resisted, apparently considering him weakened. If an ancient creature saw him in the whole force after the incident with the horn, she would undoubtedly show more prudence. After the grueling confrontation, resuming forces, John Gouvan demanded that the smice show his body. His purpose was the heart of an ancient creature, and he clearly knew what the refusal means: death. With unwavering determination, the hero pressed the snake to the ground, soothing his promise to save his life. Then he carefully took the difficult operation, methodically made through the scales and flesh to the dreamy heart of an ancient creature. Removing the heart, John Gouvan gave the snakes unambiguous instructions to train and restore this vital organ. His words were like a warning. He intended to return to the next heart in the future. The unexpected thought of the centuries-old exploitation of the old serpent forced the hero to reflect on merciful murder. However, having seen a genuine horror in the eyes of the creature, he agreed to listen to his proposal for an alternative payment. In the end, Ginhani found one Guan and came to him. He said that the unexpected disappearance of the hero has caused serious concern in the whole group, forcing them to organize the search. Their attention was attracted by the huge tail laying next to John Guan. The hero negligently explained to the surprised views that it was just a tail of some lizard, as if it were something quite ordinary. The sizes of the tail impressed the feather gun immediately in the legend of a two-headed sand dragon. The magnitude of this trophy testified to its belonging to the creature of a truly mythical scale. John Gouvan, with adhesive peace, spoke about an agreement with a giant reptile. In exchange for his life, the creature agreed to part with her tail, having nothing more valuable for the proposal. The couple exchanged ambiguous views, without words confirming their suspicions. Before them lay part of the legendary two-headed sandy dragon, a creature from ancient legends. To the general surprise, the hero was generously suggested that they pick up this striking trophy, explaining that he was enough only a small fragment for his needs. The proposal was so struck by the peck of Gin Kvan that he could barely believe her. John Gouvan, not considering his act with something special, calmly said goodbye and left. Let them stay alone with thoughts of incredible generosity. Carefully considering the giant lizard tail, Pek Gin Han felt a brilliant idea in his mind to use this unique trophy. Opportunities seemed truly boundless. Returning to the elders, John Gouvan first asked the state of the great master. Upon learning that he is still holding on the circulation of chi stream, the hero sighed with relief. The stable condition of the patient gave the hero the opportunity to show the obtained horn of the dragon. The others were frozen in reverence. No one could believe that he had gained such a legendary component. John Gouvan said in an equal voice that it was only the beginning of the journey. There should be a complicated soup preparation procedure which required a lot of capacity and time, compared with the long cooking of the ancient bones. The surprise of the attendees reached the top when they learned that the preparation lasted 10 months of continuous boiling. This term seemed incredible even for experienced alchemists. Chengzhong and the elders, considering the scale of the task, expressed anxiety due to a possible shortage of firewood for such a long process. One of the elders tried to reassure colleagues, proposing to organize the duty of students. With his usual determination, John Gouvan approached the fire, and with the help of Inflated began to demonstrate the desired force of the flame. His actions showed that this mysterious process of ordinary fire will not be enough. Having achieved the necessary intensity of the flame, the hero emphasized the critical importance of maintaining such a force of fire for all 10 months. Any deviation could nullify all efforts. After handing over to the management of teacher Cheo Chan, the hero watched how he was tired after a few minutes of hard work. This clearly emphasized how difficult the future task will be. The lively discussion of the huge costs of wood and human resources broke out. Even the use of internal energy could not prevent depletion while maintaining such a powerful flame for a long time. The insightful elder, realizing that this grueling work would lie on the shoulders of the strongest, tried to leave the meeting unnoticed. However, his intention to secretly disappear did not ignore. The hero noticed the elder attempt to slip. He was caught on hot. He tried to justify the care of the students in the mountains, who, they say, need urgent help. With a soft smile, John Gouvan recalled the responsibility of the elders as leaders. Their duty was to preserve the white flame, which symbolized the purity and power of the process. Interested in the number of returned groups, the hero learned the alarming news. No news from the expeditions came. This caused serious concern for the fate of students. Sumi swept the guan in the thoughts of the inability and inexperience of young Taus. Deciding to take the situation in his own hands, he went to their search, set up to personally provide the necessary help. In the valley, he found the first group of students and gave them a useful advice. Instead of tiredly collecting flowers alone, it is better to cut them with bundles. This takes into account the ability of plants to recover quickly. On the banks of the Yellow River, the hero faced the bandits who demanded a fee for the right to hunt in their territory. The arrogant demands met the decisive resistance of an experienced warrior. After a strict punishment of the robbers, John ordered them to fish with the dragon scales. The bandits, without choice, were forced to obey the will of the mighty hero. On snow-covered mountain slopes, he found a group that overcame a dangerous avalanche. The students methodically cleared the snow in search of precious 100 years of ginseng, demonstrating incredible perseverance. After the grueling searches, the group returned with the ingredients obtained. Now that all the necessary components are collected, all you have to do is wait for the completion of a long cooking process. With the arrival of spring, they managed to extinguish the uncomfortable flame. Their efforts were successful. The prepared solution emitted a mysterious white glow, pointing to its powerful properties. After concentrating the energy of QU in his hands, CHNGVAN began the formation of a medical ball. However, in the process, there was an unexpected change. The elixir suddenly darkened. The sudden darkening of the elixir from white to black caused panic among those present. Even experienced Cheojan doubted the correctness of their actions, observing such a dramatic change. The hero felt embarrassed, confessing to the real reason for the change in color. The real reason was that his hands were not clear enough. This banal truth seemed almost comical against the background of general excitement. After reassuring the worried witnesses, John Govan suggested to name the created remedy drugs of partial immortality, because he was appointed to a great master who had already gone half the way to immortality. The solemn moment has come. The valuable medicine was finally delivered to the great master. Everyone present kept breathing, realizing the importance of this event. With sincere concern, John Govan turned to a great master, expressing his condolences to his suffering related to life conservation, and persistently advised to take a healing remedy immediately. The great master was bitterly aware of the difficulty of his situation. Even the miraculous elixir could hardly heal his exhausted body, which suffered from endless practices in keeping vitality on the verge of opportunities. The willpower and care of students supported it all these months. Now that their efforts were successful, he was ready to take medicine and with dignity to complete his earthly path, leaving behind a significant inheritance. The first sip of elixir made the master shrink from disgust. The taste was so terrible that even an experienced old man could not refrain from grimace, comparing this medicine with the most unpleasant substances. Noticing the master's reaction to the taste of medicines, John Govan immediately reacted. He appealed to the new head of the elders for any cost not to allow the master to spit the precious potion on which his life depended. Pouring healing energy into the master, the hero sincerely apologized for the unpleasant taste of the elixir. He explained that this was his first attempt to create such a complex potion and promised to particularly watch this aspect in the future. It was not only a disgusting taste, the whole body of the master engulfed an unbearable burning sensation, as if he was immersed in boiling oil. In agony, he prayed to all the famous gods, begging for mercy and the relief of suffering. At this critical moment, the true coup, John Guan worked in harmony with medicines, gradually softening and transforming the master's energy center. The process was painful, but vital for full healing. John Govan strongly asked everyone to move away. He then gave the great master clear instructions to immediately apply one of the most powerful combat techniques of the highest level without wasting valuable time. The completion of the process was marked by the restoration of the softened chi center. Seeing the progress, John Govan moved to the next stage, cleansing the body of the master of stagnant energy, which has accumulated for decades of practice. With amazing accuracy, the hero directed the streams of true energy, forcing the blocked paired meridians. These important channels were clogged with old energy because of deviations from the true path of martial arts. Sudden unlocking of energy flows under the influence of external power caused unexpected consequences. None of the audience was prepared for what happened for the next moment. The situation became extremely inconvenient. The powerful master lost control of the body and involuntarily found himself in the development of the situation before everyone. This moment was a truly shame for such a respected person. The shame covered the master with a wave of unbearable humiliation. In his dear age and position, such a nuisance seemed unforgivable, especially before the younger brother and beloved student, whose respect he appreciated. Although it was unrealistic to completely restore his former fighting power, the master felt a significant increase in strength. However, even this achievement of Merculo against the backdrop of the shame he experienced. The depth of the shame survived was so unbearable that the master decided on a desperate step, an immediate rise. For him, life and death have lost its meaning against the background of such humiliation. All earthly worries have lost its meaning before the thirst for freeing from unbearable shame. The attendees watched the beginning of the sacred process of ascension without deciding to intervene in what was happening. At this crucial moment, John Gouvan made an interrupted the process of ascension. The witnesses froze in a silent surprise without believing their eyes, because no one considered it possible to stop this sacred ritual. The hero's voice was calm and determined when he explained his decision. After so many efforts and victims brought for the sake of saving the master, he could not allow him to leave this world so simply. The elders, having come from shock, began to reproach John Guan. They could not believe that such cheeky intervention was caused only by the insult due to the lack of consistency of the master's actions. Their hopes for a false interpretation of the situation disappeared when the hero confirmed their fears. He strongly stated the need for the presence of a senior head for further development of the sect. Initially, the master could not understand John Guan's anger because the ascension was considered the highest goal of every Taoist practice. He believed that he had the right to indignant because of the interrupted sacred process. Little by little, the master realized that the actions of the John Guan were not a manifestation of selfishness, but an expression of students' aspirations of the sect, their devotion and hope for the future under his leadership. The illumination struck like lightning. The students fought for his life, considering him the support of the sect, while he selfishly sought to avoid responsibility through death. At the time of illumination, the master thanked the hero for timely intervention. Now he has clearly realized that his earthly path is not yet completed, and there are important accomplishments ahead of him. Many unresolved cases required his attention and wisdom. John Gouvan gladly watched how the master comes to the realization of his true role and purpose. At this moving moment, the teacher and the student hugged as equal. The master, with a deep gratitude, recognized that it was because of the wisdom and determination of John Guan that he finally achieved true enlightenment. The flow of time brought new changes. A year later, the elder received the long-awaited message from the families of the fault. The moment has come for a historical gathering of all participants of the three heaven in the Holy Temple. The message from the Pen family was reminiscent of the ancient promise given 4 years ago. It is time to perform ancient oaths, symbolizing the beginning of a new era. The grandiose project of the Alliance Recovery Moody, designed for at least 3 years, was successfully completed in 4. This result exceeded even the most optimistic expectations of the participants. In memory of the hero, the prophetic words of Penkan Hu on the importance of the presence of the Joan John at the time of joining their sect to the Alliance Murim. Now these words have become of particular importance and content. The new head of elders carefully approached the choice of representatives, understanding the importance of each candidate for the future alliance. This decision was to determine the fate of their sect. Experienced detachment leaders were the first to have the list, among whom were honored Chio, whose wisdom and combat skills were undeniable and were highly appreciated by all members of the sect. The final chord among the selected was the name of John Guan, whose presence gave a special weight of their delegation in the eyes of other clans. The hero, who reached new peaks in martial arts, planned to leave the sect soon. This decision was conditioned by his desire to continue self-improvement and achieve new success. Reflecting on the future, he saw the prospects for increasing their influence in the business sphere. The future meeting with the Alliance Murim seemed to be an ideal opportunity to evaluate the potential. 10 days later, when all the participants gathered together, the head addressed them with important setting. He urged to protect the honor of the great clan and to show dignity in any situation. The words of the clan head were imbued with the concern for the protection of everyone. His heart was overwhelmed by the pride for the confidence that his people radiated before the important journey. The head was particularly worried about John. His unpredictability could cause difficulties. He hoped that the wise Cheon would be able to restrain the hero's youthful impulses and prevent ill-advised actions. During the farewell, Chan firmly promised to ensure the safe return of all participants. His words were heard as an oath, instilling confidence in the hearts of those who stayed. Despite the concern of the possible difficulties, all the warmths said goodbye to those who were serving. The introduction to the Murim clan opened a new section in the history of their sect, and everyone felt the significance of this moment. The days of the path quickly changed each other until the group was steadily heading to their goal. Despite the fast pace of travel, they did not forget the sacred duties by praying and participating in traditional rites in each village on their way. The long-awaited arrival in the prefecture of Shinin was marked by a meeting with Peculus, with Hijingana, and Cheo Yo-ming. Their presence hinted at important events that needed travelers. John Guan's heart trembled from the annoying memories. A woman who took care of him in a distant childhood stood in front of him, his nanny, who raised him 19 years ago. With proper respect, the merchants bowed to the dear Taos from Kunlun. Having introduced themselves as members of the Trade Association of FECs, they radiated a respect and hope for successful cooperation. The history they told was alarming. It took immediate help in the saving of the merchant, who was in a distant Qinghai. The situation was that it required rapid intervention. The choice was not random to turn to them. The key role played a long-standing acquaintance with John Guan, whose reputation has given hope for a successful solution to the situation. With gratitude, Jin Han recalled how a few years ago, with the help of John, they paved the key trading path that connected the Central Plains to the eastern borders. This strategically important path went through the majestic top of Silian Mountain, crossing the expanses of the province of Vichahai and prefectures of Sinan, opening up new opportunities for trade. Innovative technologies, competitive prices, and the optimal route to the eastern borders have created the ideal conditions for merchants. This was the beginning of a new era in trade relations. However, the success of the new trade route has caused the fierce resistance of merchants from the province of Gansa. Seeing this threat to their well-being, they unleashed a real trade war. After listening to the explanation of the chairman of the association, the man expressed an understanding, but firmly emphasized his position in trade strife. It was a fundamental decision based on ancient traditions. The situation gained threatening revolutions when it turned out that the merchants from Gansu had crossed the boundaries of allowed by attracting bandits to force the conflict. Such meanness caused general indignation. The hero instantly shook the psychology of the enemy. Only a deep uncertainty in his own forces could make them resort to such a low act. The senior showed wisdom and suggested that Gin Hamnan to visit the province traders to check the information. Pek Gin Hanna gladly agreed and decided to mobilize his people. The leader, aware of the delicacy of the situation, asked John to use his friendly connections for a more thorough dialogue with the Betu Gin Gan and Chiwa. The meeting with Cheese Ming was especially touching. Her face glowed with genuine joy when she saw her mature pet. The years of separation did not reduce its affection. Noticing the excitement on the face of his former breadwinner, John Juan gently asked her to calm down. He recalled for many years that have been taken care of him as a child. With her mother's care, she received a prepared gift, a large box that kept something special. Her eyes glowed in anticipation of the pet's reaction. Inside there was a real treasure, a unique armor made of yellow scales of sandy dragon. Light played on its surface, creating fascinating patterns. The pride of Cheo Yu-ming spoke about the unsurpassed qualities of armor, which were considered the best in the world due to exceptional durability and incredible durability. John Guvan did not waste time checking the gift. He struck a powerful blow, putting it 30% of his inner energy. This test was to show the true value of the perfect armor. Seeing the armor with effort withstanding such a powerful attack, the hero sincerely thanked Cheo Yu-ming. Her gift was not only beautiful, but also incredibly practical for his level. After watching the armor, John Guvan went to more serious questions. He began a questioning in Cheo Yu-ming about the location of the leader of the group, which prepares an attack on traders. The experienced look of the hero immediately determined that there are not simple robbers behind it. His suspicions focused on the combat sects of the province of Gansu, because only they had a sufficient impact on such an operation. Cheo Yu-min, though not fully confident, expressed her suspicions about the possible connection of the Senten sect with current events. Her intuition rarely raised in such cases. Exposing the betrayal in their benches was an unpleasant shock. The spy penetrated into their group, which explained a sudden meeting with the bandits of the Bloody Storm. The enemy acted cunningly and carefully. Under the pressure of the interrogation, the spy could not stand and revealed important information about the head of the Zhou family, which was a member of the sect Kanton. This has confirmed the worst fears on the extent of conspiracy. The story of the business frauds of the Zhou family in the province of Jinhai suddenly interrupted the appearance of an excited assistant with an urgent message for the deputy manager. The news proved to be alarming. The Zhou group came into an open conflict with a young master who just went shopping. The situation needed immediate intervention. Chou Ming, apologizing to the Chongguan for a forced interruption of their conversation, began to gather with hurry to go. Her eyes glowed anxiety for the fate of the young master. Immediately assessing the seriousness of the threat to the second son, John Guvan strongly suggested his help. His combat skills could be a decisive factor in the future conflict. At this point, a young master, surrounded by opponents, confidently urged them to stop aggressive actions. His voice sounded firmly, despite the obvious numerical advantage of enemies. The opponents just smiled mockingly, pretending that they wanted to just talk. Their mocking tone did not leave doubts about true intentions. With a sense of dignity, the young master reminded them of the territorial affiliation of the place where they were. He tried to remain diplomatic, although he was well aware that he was dealing with ordinary robbers. The robbers laughed at the abusive laughter, deciding to study the arrogant second young master. They were annoyed by his confidence and self-esteem. The faithful helpers tried to warn the master, pointing to the significant numerical advantage of the enemy. Their concern for his safety was obvious. The young master was clearly aware of the danger of the situation, but firmly assured that he would not give his people at unjustified risk. His words sounded as a promise to protect each of them. Even the leader of the attackers was struck by the cold-bloodedness of the young man, but it did not prevent him from giving a signal to the attack. The conflict was inevitably approaching its climax. One of the bandits began to deliberately provoke a young man, making false accusations of humiliation of innocent people. His words were carefully thought out to knock out a young balance. When a young master inevitably pushed the provocateur, he fell to the ground theatrically, performing a carefully planned performance. The purpose was to initiate the new moon, with the initiator of the conflict and the criminal. Finally, the cause of the attack, the leader of the bandits, without spending time, gave the order to attack. His eyes were burning with the expectations of a quick massacre over a cheeky young man. Assessing the critical situation and the numerical advantage of the enemy, the second young master made the only right decision, ordered his people to retreat immediately. His plan was simple and noble: to restrain the onslaught of the enemy for a long time, to give the team the opportunity to retreat safely. He was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of saving others. In a fierce battle, the leader attacked a young man, armed with a horrific tag with sharp thorns. The young master managed to set a sword, defending himself from a deadly blow. "I am sure of his preference," the leader of the bandits said loudly. "The battle is already lost, and any resistance will lead to the death of everyone around." His words were heard as a death sentence. The confusion was reflected on the face of the young master. If the goal was to kill his murder, then why is this cruel game? It would be more logical to end with him immediately, without unnecessary suffering. Without answering the prisoner, the leader decided to do a cruel lesson, to break his shoulders. This punishment had to be a clear example for anyone who dies. Despite the hopeless situation and the obvious advantage of the enemy, the young man retained dignity. No muscle on his face trembles without giving fear or weakness. Suddenly, an unexpected inconvenience has rushed to the leader. He realized that brutal massacre could cause discontent. In order to avoid participating in a dirty business, he handed over to the dubil to his assistant. The assistant, with a sly smile, looked at the helpless prisoner. He advised the young man to put up with his fate, warning that resistance would only exacerbate pain. At the moment when the blow was to fall, nothing happened. Opening his eyes, the prisoner saw his unexpected savior, John Guan, whom the bandits were obviously not recognized. Cheo Yuming finally got to the scene and rushed to her son. With her mother's care, she examined him, rejoicing that it was without serious injuries. The leader of the bandits looked at his defeated people, realizing the bitter irony. If he had not ordered the young man to attack, he would have avoided wounds from an unprecedented defender. The events unfolded so rapidly that he barely had time to realize what was happening. A strange feeling suggested that they were defeated by the second young master. A sudden awareness was stunned by the bandit. In front of him stood a Chon Guvan, known to many as a legendary pearl dragon from Kunlun. This meeting promised serious trouble. Awareness of his own worthlessness to such a powerful opponent made the man reduce his passion. He realized that he faced a force that far exceeds his capabilities. Trying to save the situation, the bandit introduced himself to the head of the agency, but the hero just smiled and called everything in his name. The usual robber remains a robber. In the eyes of the man, fear flashed, but he tried to turn to the conscience of John Guan. He reproached, as a Taos, for being evaluating people only by appearance. The bandit, having a deep image and disappointment, came across a decisive protest of the hero, who reminded that his appearance was the result of his personal choice. Trying to gather with thoughts, the bandit asked if the NGWN was responsible for the wounded. The hero calmly replied that he saw everyone already on Earth when he came. The cheeky lie was angry with the bandit. He demanded a confession in the attack on his people, but John Guvan calmly asked evidence of his involvement. Despair was engulfed by the offender. He could not understand that the religious follower was able to act so unprincipled. The situation seemed absurd to him. At this point, the hero whispered softly with a request for help. She had to play a key role in his plan when the time would come. The bandit tried to focus, realizing the need to defend his position and find the culprit. The situation required decisive action. When John Guvan approached, the fear reigned over the bandit. He instinctively pushed the hero without thinking about the consequences of his act. John Guvan skillfully simulated the fall, giving way. His movements were so natural that no one had doubts about their truth. Although the dragon armor completely saved him from damage, he widowed the wound and cried. The nanny immediately informed all those present that the head of the representative agency attacked the student from the clan. At this point, both bandits and members of the trade association realized that they were trying to defeat them with their methods. The hero quietly stood up and explained that after the attack on him, he could not leave it without consequences. Shortly after this incident, the hero reported everything to his co-clip and Helgin Haman. Both were shocked by the actions of these scoundrels who resorted to such shameless methods. After leaning, Pek John Han again expressed his gratitude to the hero, explaining that he was now in his unpaid debt to his son's rescue. The allies smiled, realizing that the hero also resorted to tricks, though he did not kill anyone. It was a rough but impressive technique that could even be considered a compliment. Everyone knew that John Guvan never killed for no reason. Everyone was interested in what the agency's leaders said. John Guvan told about their intention to destroy the merging of FECs before it became the support of Kunlun. After the surrender of the merchants, they planned to capture their wealth and disappear. Pek Jin Han realized that in this case they would suffer huge losses, and mercenaries would again take advantage of the standard way through shame. Everyone was interested in how the leader plans to resolve the situation with the agency. He explained that it was likely that Clan Kanton could have been involved, so he turned to Kunlun sect, asking if they were ready to help. The members of the Klana calmly explained that before departure, the Grand Chapter ordered not to undermine the reputation of the genus and behave with dignity. Hearing this, he realized they could not overshadow the name of the clan, and therefore do not participate in feudal conflicts and adhere to the city rules of conduct. Since Kunlun is considered one of the 9 large sects, they will not conflict with the clan, even if the situation seems to them winning and their differences will remain unresolved. He did not know how to act in such a situation. The man calmly explained that they are ready to follow the counsel of their leader, not to participate in what can be disgraced Kunlun, and to remain true to his principles in all circumstances. This meant that they were ready to fight to the end. Baek Gin Han sincerely thanked the good people for their invaluable help. Concerned by the safety of travelers, a man shared an alarming experience of past attacks and abductions. To prevent a possible attack this time, he suggested a wise decision: to organize a night duty with the placement of a watchful perimeter. In the thick twilight, Mr. Pek Jin Han and his faithful wife, Chuo Min, have duty on their duty, and his loyal wife, Chud, staring closely at the dark and listening to every rustle. Immersed in deep reflections, the second master was fond of the majestic motto of the Kunlun sect. In his heart, he burned the desire to achieve the same peaks of skill and wisdom, to become a worthy representative of this glorious order. Salty childhood memories rolled up with a powerful wave. He immediately remembered the moving moment when he first held a sword in his hands. The young heart then burned to join one of the 9 large clans and become a real warrior. In mature years, his desire to join the clan only increased, but the harsh reality was interfered. The lack of natural talent and modest family fortune was not enough to pay the necessary membership fees. The return home has brought new changes. The older brother has received a prestigious public office, and it is now that he inherits the trade association of FECs. With pain in the heart, I had to give up a cherished dream, choosing the path of duty. Recent events again awakened in his heart the old passion, the desire to become a noble warrior, a traveler who brings good. But there was a significant obstacle in the way. The Kunlun clan was known for its closeness and categorically did not accept foreigners. Deciding not to give up without a battle, he turned to John for advice, hoping to find a way out of the strict rules. John Guvan, having no accurate knowledge, suggested a smart step: to turn to his uncle, who was nearby. With a modest hope, the boy approached Czech, ready to express his request. However, the restrained mentor, not having let him speak, quickly and categorically rejected any attempts to conduct a dialogue. Such a rough behavior caused righteous anger in Cheo Yu-min. She was outraged by the heartlessness of Czech, who could not show elementary courtesy and patience for the baby, instead demonstrating unjustified callousness. In a maternal indignation, she strongly forbade her son any communication with this false Taos, whose unworthy behavior did not deserve a minute of attention from the young student. The young man watched the scene that unfolded in front of him, trying to grasp the true causes of the violent maternal anger that seemed disproportionate to the situation. Holding a wrath, the woman revealed an ancient secret. 19 years ago, Chek had already shown her misconception, and over time he did not change. Now she was unbearably ashamed to call such a person as older brother. Surprised by the sudden discovery, the gentleman quickly went to the Guan, thinking why he remained so calm from the mention of unexpected family connections, while for him it became a real shock. With his inherent peace, John Guvan only shrugged, changing the topic of conversation. He looked carefully at the young man and asked him a direct question about the seriousness of his intentions to join Kunlun. Seeing the sincere desire of the young man, John Guvan suggested a sophisticated decision. If direct membership is not available, you can choose another way, to become a Taoism first, and later to join the ranks of the elected. The second gentleman expressed concern for harsh prohibitions for Tao sites to eat meat and communicate with girls. John Guvan smiled cunningly and suggested a simple decision. Everything forbidden can be done secretly. Despite the fact that such advice seemed doubtful from a moral point of view, curiosity won, and the young man decided to find out about the possible consequences of violation of the rules. The harsh truth was revealed. If the use of meat could be forgiven by a young student, then alcohol was under the harshest ban. The violators were waiting for a serious punishment, 6 months in prison in the Repentance Cave. John Guvan told the story of his older brother, who was once imprisoned into this ominous cave. After his release, he could not withstand even the weak smell of alcohol, so deeply affected him. In the field of romantic relationships, the hero confessed to his ignorance of specific punishments, but with a tricky smile, suggested that the boy check the consequences on his own, joining the sect. John Guvan suddenly revealed his true motive. His own interest in punishment for relationships with girls prompted him to offer him a second young lord to join their ranks. The guy had a bitter awareness. It was not in the talent, as he thought before. This truth filled his heart with deep sadness. Seeing that the young man had fallen in spirit, John Guvan would hurry to encourage him, sincerely assured that he believes in his true potential. These words inspired hope in the younger heart. He asked if John Guvan believed that he would be beneficial in Kunlun. The hero explained that he was always the youngest in the sect, and, having only 19, needed the ward to feel the main one, and the second young master suited this role. When the morning came, everyone noted that the night was unusually calm. No one knew whether it was good or bad, but Ginhangen said that it was better to avoid fighting in the dark. It turned out that a man from the sect was referring to, in a night battle he would feel confident, because his training was given results. Since the fight did not happen, they decided to have lunch. When they were going to enter the house, the man felt strange energy. Many people gathered from the outside. So he asked the Helgin Heyman to urgently collect students. It turned out that these were girls who came personally to see a bonus dragon who came to them. The members of the sect thanked everyone for the visit, told about their gratitude to the Trade Association of FECs, which gave them the shelter, and asked the guests to adhere to proper behavior. Suddenly appearing, Jan Hin was stuck in amazement, seeing a huge crowd at the gate. When he was explained that they were devoted fans of the Pearl Dragon, his surprise became even greater. The sincere love of these people for John Guan originates in a distant childhood. Over time, their admiration and loyalty developed into the true movement of fans, created with impressive dedication. Due to the continuous support and enthusiasm of these devoted followers, the atmosphere in Kunlun has changed, filled with new energy and joy, making the lives of all its inhabitants brighter and more enjoyable. Realizing that the situation is safe, Jean Han felt a pleasant relief. Finally, there was a reason for joy, not for the usual concern about safety. But the feeling of relief was short-lived. Through the crowd, the ominous figures in black were strongly moving. These were Joe's family members who arrived for a serious conversation with the Trade Association of FECs. There was a majestic gray-haired man, a representative of the clan Kanton. His powerful voice ordered the road to clear, emphasizing the particular importance of their mission. However, a crowd of fans found unexpected stubbornness. The high status of the aliens did not impress them. They resolutely defended their right to see their favorite Changguan first. Even influential members of the Senton clan, who were accustomed to undeniable respect, had to put up with an unusual situation and patiently wait for their turn, along with ordinary supporters. Among the expected people, they unexpectedly noticed another important figure, a representative of the clan Khotan named Yen Chu Jia, whose arrival immediately attracted special attention of the people collected. Seeing this person, Pek Gin Han was amazed. He could not believe that the sect decided on such a risky step, to send it, because it threatened with serious complications. He was confused, but the sect mentor calmly explained that their actions were dictated by the order of leadership. At first, they will simply demonstrate the guests of the sincerity of their intentions. The man promised Gin Haman to help and asked to install a tent so that guests could rest after a long journey. Turning to the student, the man doubted whether it was so long, but realized that it was even for the better. They had a lot of time, especially given that the Kunlun clan was heading to Henan to restore the Alliance Murim, and did not plan to stay here for a long time. It became clear that the man was trying to win time, waiting for the departure of Kunlun. It was a good strategy, but tired, because it would have to wait 2 to 3 hours. The guests had to wait patiently. Although the tents were installed, the process started in the morning ended only at sunset. The negotiations between Joe's family and the BEC Commercial Union began. Initially, Han Sun expressed his indignation due to attack on the clan representatives for no apparent reason. Others complained of long expectations. The trading association leader calmly inspected the arrivals, demonstrating that their attempts would remain unsuccessful. At this point, the one who brought the bandits who attacked the second young owner appeared. Having examined them, the whole scion realized the mistake. He called them representatives, although in reality they were only ordinary bandits, forced to serve his family because of the lack of other opportunities. Thanks to telepathy, Han Sun asked the bandits if they were actually attacked by the Pearl Dragon. At first, they denied, but Han Sun, promising help, ordered them to confess to threats. At this point, the men only mentally apologized, and then they unanimously admitted that they attacked the trade union of FECs and the Pearl Dragon on the order of Han Sun from the family of Joe. The Junction was angry, hearing these words. He grabbed his feet, hit the table, and demanded explanations. Pek Gin Han kept calm and only noted that because he was called the main provocateur, he should be explained. Saint accused the hell of Gin Haman of himself, that he himself brought his people to such a state when they began to speak such nonsense. The bandits persistently claimed that they were telling the truth and that they did not put pressure until they were in custody. John's family intervened in the conversation, whether the Joe's family belonged to the agency. In addition, they already realized that these people were not from the Trade Association of FECs, but directly from their organization. The hero could not believe that their boss Homan's son decided to finally destroy these people, forcing him to feel a real pain from betrayal. The Sun cast a harsh gaze towards the Pearl Dragon and began to claim that he had accurately threatened them. However, John Guvan understood. They are unlikely to have the courage to respond to such accusations. Teacher Han Sion clearly boiled from anger. The Snout was fully confident in his plan, but now the situation became quite difficult, and even the bunny himself was ashamed. With dignity, the teacher tried to limit the extent of the conflict, emphasizing that it was a matter of exclusively their organization and association of FECs. In his opinion, Kunlun's intervention was superfluous. Kunlunya representative kept calm and pointed to the obvious fact. The attack of their agency on a member of the clan automatically made Kunlun as a direct participant in this confrontation. The teacher's distrust quickly dispelled under the pressure of indisputable evidence. The man calmly reminded the recent recognition of their own mercenaries. Having realized the hopelessness of the situation and a dead end in the negotiations, the teacher suggested a prudent decision to complete today's collection and postpone the discussion on another day. However, one of the members of the sect suggested a more radical path. If verbal negotiations came into a dead end, it is worth resolving the conflict with the ancient method of warriors, because of an honest fight. His logic was simple and undeniable. Only direct parties to the conflict have the right to resolve their differences because of an honest match. The choice of participants of the duel was inevitable. The junction of the scion had to meet with John Guan, whose interests were directly affected by the actions of the trade association. Homan's son, seeking to see the seriousness of the intentions, asked for a confirmation. Do they really offer to solve everything between him and the bolt? The man answered in the affirmative, referring to the unbroken rules of the sect. For opponents, this proposal seemed extremely advantageous, and they did not see the point of postpone the decision. The teacher only took a promise from the promise to save the life of John Guan, and left the rest at his discretion. With a confident smile and unwavering faith in his advantage, Han's son accepted a duel, anticipating a slight victory. In preparation for the duel, Han's son designed the evil plans to force John Guan to regret her birthday. Meanwhile, John Guvan remained only the calmly interested abilities of the external member of the clan of Kantan. The battle began with a rapid offensive, but John Guvan was amazing skill, at ease, leaving his indifferent attitude to the rival's effort. Routing the opponent's technique, John Guvan reached a disappointing conclusion. To defeat such a weak enemy, he would have a simple blow to his fist, even without the use of weapons. Only a desperate cry of the mentor, who pleaded to stop the fight, put an end to this unequal duel, which emphasized the great difference in the skill of the fighters. Then he tried to disgrace John Guan, saying that a noble student could not be so cruel. But John Guvan calmly replied that if he were not like that, he could hardly be considered a real man. After that, the senior member of the sect intervened, who took the Guan to the side, hinting that the result of the duel was already clear. He proposed to complete the negotiations. But the teacher was aware that he could not allow it. He had to take advantage of the situation in his favor, so he refused to complete the case after what happened to his students. The sect representative recalled that the battle was honest and ordered him to leave. However, the teacher refused because one of the students of their clan was crippled. It was outraged by a man who believed that events were a fair result of a duel between direct participants in the conflict. Watching the dispute calmly, John Huvan wondered, in a sect, instead of physical training, only stubbornness is raised? Otherwise, he could not understand why people from one of the 9 the greatest sects show such stubbornness. Hearing these words, the man came out of himself and turned to the elder, trying to find out why they eventually taught John Guan once he showed such boldness. The man calmly explained that the youth of John Guan did not reduce his skills and confessed that he was his student. The teacher did not like that the young man was magnified, but the representative of the sect is convinced that it is only necessary to challenge Yong Guan, and everyone will be convinced of the truth of his words. The tension in the air intensified when the representative of the sect made a decisive proposal to resolve the sharpened conflict with the final duel between him and the legendary John Guan, whose reputation had already made a lot of noise. A satisfied smile illuminated the face of a man. The events unfolded exactly behind his carefully planned plan. To give the moment a special solemnity, they made sacred oaths. One swept the name of Kunlunya, the other the name of the Han Qian, that this fight would complete their confrontation. Sincere joy shone on the face of John Guan. The first match left in it a sense of incompleteness, as if a song. But now he was a decent rival, ready to give real pleasure in combat. Having accepted the classic fighting rack, the young warrior suggested that the opponent strike the first blow. Such self-consciousness seemed unprecedented with the boldness of the master of the clan Kanton, who will dare so lightly to treat his experience and status. Seeing the master of the clan captivates his deadly sword, the hero deliberately stayed without weapons. He calmly explained his choice. As long as the situation allows, he prefers to rely only on his own power. The confidence of the young opponent seemed to the master a manifestation of difficult pride, so he decided to teach him modesty, generously allowing the first blow. However, the master did not suspect what surprise he was waiting for. The next moment was incredible. Even before the master managed to blink, his opponent appeared dangerously close, like a ghost. It was only through many years of experience that the man was miraculously avoided by the first two lightning attacks. The striking force of the third attack did not leave the master of the next choice, except to resort to the protection of his faithful katana. The blow was so powerful that it forced to doubt the enemy's human nature. At the heart, the master was convinced of his advantage. It seemed unthinkable that someone would be able to withstand him with perfect strokes with only bare hands. However, this confidence had to turn bitterly disappointment. After completing an impressive series of blows, the master realized with horror that he was fighting only with a skillful illusion. A true enemy had long been behind his back. The next moment shocked him even more. John Guvan broke his katana with his bare hands, leaving the famous master unarmed. John Guan's face was illuminated by a satisfied smile. His premonition was fully justified because the fight promised to be a fascinating test. The master, watching this incredible lightness, was increasingly immersed in anxiety and misunderstanding. With a slight hint of a mockery in his voice, the hero asked the enemy not to lose consciousness, expressing his desire to continue the pleasure of the duel. These words plunged the masters in panic, because he feverishly tried to understand the true intentions of the mysterious pile of dragon. Sincere surprise appeared on the face of the young John when he realized that his words were misinterpreted. Thoughts about the murder of the opponent did not even appear in his head, so the situation turned into a funny misunderstanding. This discovery finally knocked out the ground from under the feet of an experienced master. The realization that the young man had brought him to such a state without any intention to do harm seemed especially humiliating. In the mind of the man, a spooky analogy with the legendary heavenly demon arose, although he himself could not understand why the ancient legend floated in memory when he saw this terrible young warrior whose skill seemed to exceed human capabilities. Having collected all his determination, the master of sect decided to demonstrate all the power of his skill, honed by decades of persistent training. He convinced himself that the fears of a young opponent were not worth his status and experience. John Guvan, while maintaining amazing peace, stood in a careful watching the opponent's preparation. His eyes were burning with genuine interest. He sought to see the whole arsenal of the technician of the legendary master. In a desperate attempt to change the course of the battle, the master decided to use his most powerful technique, the legendary sun in the palms, capable of immersing the world of the opponent in a complete darkness, depriving him of any hope of victory. Despite the formidable reputation of this technique, John Guvan dispelled its effect with amazing ease. He then showed real skills, avoiding attacks with the legendary technique of 8 steps of the great heavenly dragon, introducing the enemy into the complete chaos. The stunned members of the clan were numb from a reverential thrill, unable to believe their eyes. Their younger brother has reached an incredible level of skill, exceeding all their boldest expectations and notion of possible. Fury engulfed the master of Simpton, and he decided to use his most devastating technique, the legendary 102 beats of the sword that cuts the heavenly demons. The air was filled with humming energy when a deadly attack rushed to the enemy. Watching the approach of the attack, John shrugged with his shoulders. The name Cutting Demons seemed funny to him. Even the newest student of the demonic cult would not bow to such pathetic technique. With the majestic grace, stretching his sword, the hero decided to give the enemy a lesson in true skill. He wanted to prove that he was only able to conquer a demon, and forever erase a daring demon from the name of the technique of a self-confident opponent. With one lightning movement, with perfect accuracy, he felt the attack of the enemy, instilling a true horror in him. In a trembling voice, the man tried to remind the guy of the promise to use only hands. Approaching the enemy with unbreakable confidence, John Guvan calmly explained the essence of his promise. He promised to get the sword only for the urgent need, and then intended to return to hand-to-hand combat. A powerful blow knocked the man, and when he got wondered, he was a dignity. However, even at this humiliating moment, he remembered the honor of the sect, emphasizing that his personal failure should not overshadow the reputation of the entire clan. With a barely noticeable smile that hid a lot of values, Kunlun's representative turned to a fallen rival, giving him the opportunity to express what could facilitate his position in such a delicate situation. Having reconciled with defeat and reject the remnants of pride, the defeated warrior solemnly stated that neither Kanton nor the Zhou's family would interfere in their affairs, recognizing the winner's superiority. The triumphant moment was accompanied by a general enthusiasm. Members of the sect and trade guild were surrounded by the winner, enthusiastically honoring the legendary Pearl Dragon whose skill exceeded all expectations. Separately from the general cheerful, deepened in deep reflections, stood a silent joint. At that moment, he made a sacred promise, one day to reach the same heights and become an equally outstanding person. When the evening dusk enveloped the earth, Seppa went to his father. He was deeply immersed in the election hassle, carefully checking every detail of the future trip of the Taus to make everything ready for their tomorrow departure. He showed perseverance. The young man achieved an important conversation with his father and firmly stated his desire to join the Kunlun clan. His voice trembled from excitement when he asked his father's blessing for this significant step. After listening to his son, his father kept amazing peace and patiently explained the famous rule: the sect does not accept strangers. However, the Chon Mu, predicting this answer, revealed his plan: to become a real Taos. The father did not hold laughter, noticing that the son had not yet discussed his plan with his mother. And this is not surprising. If she found out about such a plan, the boy would have to look for a stone around her neck to escape from her anger. Pek Gin Han was well aware that he inspired his son to make a decision. Everyone saw how their brave rescuer Chong Guvan skillfully dealt with unwanted guests, demonstrating incredible skills. Talking to his son, his father revealed a stunning truth. The young man knew only part of the John. Even this striking victory did not reflect the depth of his strength. The Junction could not believe that a warrior who defeated Master Hani Golist hides even more power. Gingan Hanna proudly spoke about the events of a few years ago. During the laying of western routes, their caravan was attacked by the famous group Bloody Sandstorm, and it was Jane Guvan that, using only his own hands, saved everyone from the inevitable death. With his father's wisdom and care, he asked his son the main thing: is it ready to make such sacrifices and pass all the trials to achieve a similar level of skill? After the adventure with Pearl Dragon, the guy lost confidence in his ability to become as great, but despite doubt, he sought to approach his ideal. Hearing the doubts of his son, Pek Jin Gan calmed down, realizing that he was the path that his baby chose. He warned that when there are difficulties, the choice of the right solution will depend on the son himself. Sun Mu, with optimism, promised to follow parental advice, although his father was aware that the guy did not yet understand the burden of this responsibility. The only thing that was worried about Mu was the fate of the trade association after joining the sect. In response, the man noted that this is not a problem. As soon as all the goals are achieved, the association can be dissolved, and he will be able to live quietly with his mother using accumulated wealth. But he recalled that his son needs to get consent from his mother. The next day, Gingin Hana said goodbye to Ihawk, thanking him for everything and promising to never forget their kindness. Ahak calmly replied that they did as they were necessary. Before leaving the Pek, Janhan asked Ihaka to stay and explained that his son was seeking to join Kunlun. The man noted that they did not accept extraneous members. On this hell, Ginhan noted that his son seeks to join officially. Although Ihak considered this a good man, he was aware of the importance of talent in their craft. In addition, time was inappropriate, and the adoption of a new member could only complicate their work. He intended to give up, but Pek Ginhan, bowing, begged him to give him his son at least a chance to express himself. Having received permission, the premises entered the beaten junk. He introduced himself as the son and the second master of the Trade Association of FECs, greeting the master of the Kunlun clan. The man immediately noticed the traces of beating on the boy, but he explained that there were no fights. When the guy came to his mother for permission, she began to beat him, considering a traitor of family and parents. Not wanting to ask unnecessary questions, Ihak just asked the scion of Mu why he wanted to become his student. The guy was aware that everything would be good if he just quotes his father about the desire to achieve enlightenment, to help those who need, and to serve for the good. However, Ahak, feeling insincerity, explained that the guy would show more wisdom if he opened the true cause instead of hiding it. After the internal struggle, the element made a decision that could determine all its further fate. Recognizing that lies would become a difficult sin in front of himself, he decided to complete sincerity. With excitement but confidently, the young man expressed his truth. He considers the Kunlun clan unsurpassed and eagerly seeks to reach the same grandeur as his famous members. His words were pervaded by true sincerity. His honesty was rewarded. The entry ceremony was soon held, where the Sonu Mu solemnly presented the sacred outfit, the symbol of his new path and belonging to the Great Order. The mother's heart was difficult to see the choice of her son, but love overcame doubts. She gently asked him to be careful and, in case of difficulty, to seek help from their savior, the legendary Pearl Dragon. This was still amazing. It seemed incredible that he was accepted to the famous clan after such, in his opinion, a simple and straightforward recognition of his intentions. The older brothers, John Guan, already aware of the elders about the unusual recognition of a newcomer, approached the boy. They were cheered by his simpleness and honesty, because he confessed that he joined the clan because of their steepness and power. With sincere enthusiasm, John Guvan approached his new younger brother, and in his eyes burned the anticipation of future cooperation and joint achievements on his chosen way. Suddenly, realizing the excessive formality of his first greeting, John Guvan sincerely suggested that he call him his older brother. He urged together to work honestly for the welfare of the clan and the whole world. Pek Jinhan gathered his team to report the departure of Tauz and ordered to open the massive gate, preparing for a solemn farewell to honorary guests. But the fate prepared a new turn of events. When the heavy shutters of the gate began to expand, the head of Vikaya, accompanied by a huge procession with luxurious gifts, appeared before the assembled. In the gravity of sincere feelings, the head tried to embrace John, calling him his favorite nephew and expressing incredible joy from the meeting. However, the young man, with his balanced equilibrium, noted that they had divorced only for 2.5 years. This scene caused genuine surprise at Jin Hangen. He, like many others, knew that the guy was an orphan, and the appearance of such a high-ranking relative seemed incomprehensible. During a sincere conversation, John Guvan asked the health of his wife's wife and learned the joyous news. Thanks to the efforts of the young hero, she completely recovered and could now walk freely. The memory of the attendees came to life with the long-standing rumors of the severe wife of the head of Tkihai and their desperate prayers for help on the top of Kunlun. Now it became clear that it was the sheepdog that made this amazing healing. The insightful look of the head of Vikaya noted a barely noticeable tension. Other Tausis seemed not to share his admiration from an unexpected meeting. Their restraint did not slip away from his attentive eyes. At this moment, Ihawk approached, greeting a tall guest with proper respect. However, in his voice there was a touch of dissatisfaction when he noted the importance of preserving his dignity, because the path from Shinin was far. With his diplomatic courtesy, the head told about the true purpose of his visit. It turned out that the thanks to the Taus for the salvation of his wife was only part of a large official task that needed their attention. He proudly spoke about the great exploits of John, amazing landscaping of the valley, a heroic victory over the pirates of the Yellow River, and the rescue help during the devastating east of the avalanche at the foot of the mountain. As a sign of deep gratitude, the residents gave the hero a magnificent new outfit, skillfully embroidered with gold, a gift worthy of his outstanding merits to the people. Other members of the order also received new outfits, surprised to mark their unmatched lightness. It seemed that these sophisticated clothes would not weigh at all. In addition to generous gifts, the head of Vishaya solemnly presented the hero with a special bag filled with valuable scrolls from the local treasury. The observant leader immediately noticed the confusion in the eyes of John Guan. The young hero, of course, first met with such scrolls and did not realize their true value. This ignorance was explained simply. In his past life, all his needs were met by others, and now he led a modest and undemanding existence. On the slight annoyance of the head, the young man sincerely suggested that one bag of scrolls seems to be a little gift, without realizing the great value of the gift received. With dignity, he reminded of his status as the ruler of the province and a considerable wealth, emphasizing the importance of his position. But he left the most valuable. In gratitude for the healing of his wife, he decided to give a little more expensive than all cash scrolls. When he removed the ring, confidence disappeared. He sincerely admitted that his hands were trembling from the very thought of separating with this precious relic. Passing the ring, the head revealed its true value. In any bank for this ring would be offered an amount 10 to 20 times higher than the cost of all previous gifts. The joy illuminated the faces of the hero. Finally, freeing himself from financial worries, he could act freely in the central plain, following his own plans and desires. A sad smile appeared on his lips when the ruler confessed that such generosity would make him save him in the near future, temporarily limiting costs. He shared his anxiety. The time of personnel changes was approaching, and the main headquarters persistently demanded his return to the central administration, which he tried in every possible way. The main reason why he did not want to leave the province was the concern for his poor health. He was afraid that without him, she could become easy prey for fraudsters and deceiver. The irony was that while others spent huge sums trying to get to the central administration, he avoided this purpose. This was interested in John. The situation was complicated by the fact that the ambitious head of Gansu also sought to obtain this position, although his summary was quite humble and unconvincing. The main task of the province of Gansa was to contain Mongol attacks. Every battle became a real test for local troops. In the mind of John Guan, a clear plan appeared when he grasped the essence of the problem. The head lacked military force. If you can strengthen the position of the head of the province of Gansu, it will automatically free him from unwanted purpose. It was illuminated by a brilliant idea. If the province of Gansu suffers from a lack of military force, you need to find a way to compensate for this drawback, enhancing their fighting power. Finding unexpected mercy, he released the captive bandits, explaining to them that they were waiting for a new job and a chance to redeem his guilt, accompanying him in an important mission. With the practicality of an experienced strategist, he decided to turn this futile junk into something useful, giving them the opportunity to redemption and new life. The chairman of the Tchaya expressed his sincere gratitude to Ihawk for his help, and he, in turn, showed pleasure in the ability to promote the rehabilitation of former criminals. The moving moment of farewell came. Ginhangen warmly said goodbye to his son, and the head of Vichaha once again expressed his gratitude to John Guan, solemnly promising full support from government agencies. After all the farewell ceremonies, the group finally reached the 7th area, where there was a firmly fortified base of a terrible snake clan. Despite numerous warnings from the accompanying person about the cruelty of local residents and calls to be careful, John Galvan showed his characteristic courage. He knocked out a massive gate with one powerful blow, completely ignoring the danger. A few minutes before they arrived, a terrible picture opened. The hero stood in the middle of the land that was covered with corpses. The Snake Clan, the Iron Sect, the Organization of Dark Souls, and the Class of the Right Blood. 4 large clans of Jinin, supporters of the Orthodox direction, were destroyed in just one morning. After he saw, he was very concerned about John. He was aware of the need to destroy criminals, but feared that the rumors of the fall of 4 large clans would attract people from other factions to Shinin. They will capture the free territories under their control, and their struggle for power will bring even more suffering to the peaceful population. John Gouvan explained to his new younger brother that weeds would grow rapidly if they do not bow. The junction of MU believed that these people should be gradually eradicated, wondering whether their spread could not be stopped. John Gouvan calmly explained that it makes no sense to dig such weeds. It is enough to hold back their unauthorized growth. He gathered those who survived the defeated bandits for the educational conversation. After a convincing conversation, they promised to take only 1/5 of former taxes from the inhabitants, stop anyone who invades the shadows, and punish those who trade people and forbidden substances. The hero announced that he leaves 10 people to protect the territory, warning for severe punishment for disobedience. Saint Mu realized the wisdom of this decision, to leave enough people to protect, but not enough for rebellion. However, he could not believe that a person from a noble clan was capable of such. Approaching, Chen Zhan noted that the methods of John Guan seemed to be too cruel. However, he assured that his actions were never harmful to ordinary people. Cheng Zhong shared the science that their clan gained in the battle with a demonic cult. Evil people do not neglect anything, and sometimes have to take it. The junction was concerned with the reputation of a large sect of justice. However, Chehan explained that they did not fight for the sake of glory. When you seek glory, we are weaker. After the guidance, he asked the boy to remember his words, because they could be useful in the future. During the movement of the clan to the province of Gansu, they were pursued by about 500 people, representatives of unorthodox factions, mountain bandits, and pirates. John Gouvan was aware of their weakness to the Mongols and even doubted their ability to become a living shield. He asked his younger brother about the more dangerous bandit enemies. The younger brother told about an elite gang, one of 72 forest bandits, headed by a well-known warrior. John Gouvan decided to go to his uncle and his group with new intentions. Cyanmu could not understand whether the hero really intends to withstand all 72 gangs. But from this news, he seemed to be glad to face more enemies. At the same time, the head of the elite group, the whole of the UK, quarreled his assistant for a scanty trophy. Only a few robbed merchants in so many days. The assistant explained that the trade association of FECs changed its route. The angry whole of the UC ordered everyone to attack the trade union. The excited assistant tried to warn that they are under the protection of the Kunlun clan, but this was only added by a fierce snout of UCU. He stated that he should not be compared to fools, because he was able to destroy everyone at a time. The assistant seemed to be a true madness. He pleaded with the leader to stop. He fell to his knees, grabbed him by his leg, trying to keep. However, the UK's Hun was even more angry and stated that one was able to destroy the entire clan. When he was about to go out, the door opened themselves, and a figure of John Guan appeared in front of him. The assistant immediately recognized in this young man a member of the Kunlun clan. The UK's Bun was even glad that such an outstanding person came to them. The hero calmly explained that he decided to visit them when he found out where their gang was. At that moment, a smug man lifted his sword, trying to cut his head immediately to demonstrate something with his subordinates. But when it seemed to the man that he had already hit the boy, it turned out that it was only a mirage. It scared him, because he still heard the sound of the sword. When he came to his senses, he realized that the hero had time to cut his beard. He also noted that Kavan UK now looks more humanly, and no one could think that he was fighting with a fierce bear. In fact, the hero was glad that the skills of this man as a sword were so valuable. The idea of making him the leader of the new group seemed wonderful, so he suggested that the man join him. But he considered such a proposal arrogant from the new moon and continued to attack further. The hero was struck by the fact that the enemy, despite all efforts, remained energy for battle. The UK's fire was annoyed, ordering the opponent to stop shattering his blows and start fighting seriously. The hero did not deny, so he hit the enemy so that he flew out of the building, breaking the wall with his body. Looking at how he lies on the earth, the hero was upset. He hoped that the opponent would be stronger. But the UK's fire began to argue, denying his weakness, and unexpectedly climbing his feet, managed to impress the guy. The hero realized that the man is ready to apply a new technique, and this time he would have to fight much more. It was even more angry with the fan of UCA, and he explained to the guy that no matter how much he tried to hit him with his soft-like-a-plush fists, it is absolutely useless. After that, John Govan began a new wave of attack. He beat the man so much that he could barely move and breathe. However, the hero was proud of the man for standing such attacks, and still remained in the face. After another blow, when the man finally could escape from the raidy chaos, he absolutely did not understand what a special opponent was dealing with. Realizing that if it continues, he will soon die, the hero noted the resistance of the opponent and suggested using his most powerful technique to make the fight more exciting. At this point, UCU's whole immediately realized that John Govan had just gone crazy. However, if you do not use the technique, its chances of survival will be significantly reduced. Therefore, he has no choice. He apologized to his mentor for going to use this technique, explaining that it was an exceptional situation and accepted a fighting posture. As soon as the attack was directed at the hero, he immediately recognized this technique. He did not understand why the UK's Hun was using it in general. In his performance, she looked silly like a parody. But when the black fog completely absorbed his body, he realized that this technique was not a joke. It seemed to him that no smart person would dare to use something so dangerous. To repel the attack and release, the hero used his inner strength. The UK's gas was immediately realized that this force had something demonic, and from the shock, he lost consciousness. He remembered his teacher who warned, "Never use a new technique in the eyes of others. After all, knowledge of this can be threatened." Therefore, the teacher asked to use this technique only when there was no other choice, because it was for his own good. When he came to his senses, he saw his assistant, but could not understand why he was in that condition. It turned out that the hero deliberately stunned him, pressing on certain points. Going threateningly closer to the UCA's fever, he explained that his subjects would not be able to come to the rescue because his people probably dealt with them. The hero decided to ask directly from a man who showed him this technique. He awkwardly explained that it was the family art of their family, but the hero did not believe him. He asked if a man knew that this technique was called a black blade of death, and that only 7 large families owned it in a demonic cult. Therefore, it was hard to believe that this man could be of them. At this point, the whole of the UK was frightened, and from his expression, the face of the hero realized that he did not know about the origin of the technique. The man explained that he only guessed her connection with the demonic cult, but did not even suspect that she had such a statement. Hearing these words, the hero realized that this type could be expected to be beneficial, so he strongly asked to tell everything he knew. Soon, during the conversation, he learned that as a child, this man saved the old man, and he taught him this technique as a reward. However, the man did not remember who the old man was, with his appearance only memories of scars on the whole face. Therefore, he apologized to the hero for failing to provide useful information. Having collected all the facts, the hero came to the conclusion that the man met that old after his death. He wondered, Did not some other family capture the dynasty? Desert storms were erupted under the control of a demonic cult, but then raised the uprising. Obviously, changes were ripe. The hero decided to carefully monitor the development of events, not wanting to get involved in a conflict with a demonic cult in this life. However, he promised that if the cult continues to interfere, it would destroy it. After that, he paid attention to the UCA Hun and realized that therefore the skills were needed to protect their lands and to be honored. Obviously, he was right, but explained that he could teach it, but not for free. In return, Homan UCA will have to suffer a little. Finally, when they got the provinces of Gansa, they were happy to meet the manager. He also expressed warm hello to all volunteers. On behalf of the whole clan, Ihawk made a gratitude that the gentleman personally decided to congratulate them. As it turned out, the man received a message in advance from the head of Vikaya and for a long time expected the guests. Therefore, he immediately ordered the feast in honor of their arrival. Soon, the leader joyfully admitted that he was known to the glorious reputation of Kanlun, although he did not expect such great achievements. He added that the emperor was very satisfied with the work done. Ihawk felt awkward from such compliments, but the leader considered them a trifle, because without their help, hardly anyone else would be able to gather such a powerful army. Meanwhile, the whole of the UK Rob, because the purpose of his teaching of martial arts was different. He could not imagine that when John Guvan recalled the suffering, he meant war because the volunteers had to fight the Mongols. After that, everyone began to drink and eat to die full in the event of a meeting with the Mongols. Those who guarded the gate noted that these people did not look like preachers at all. Rather, they were dropping on the bandits, but it is unlikely that the guards could do something with it. At this point, the men who enjoyed the booze heard the voice of John Guan. He said they can drink as much as they need to feel better, but should not forget about punishment for bad behavior. After that, everyone immediately became polite, sharing food and drinks that clearly entertained John Guan. The head of Hans watched everyone. He remembered the words of the head of Zinchi, who advised to treat Yan Guan respectfully and make efforts not to disappoint him. Therefore, the head asked his assistant to bring him a young warrior and waited for him in the room. As soon as the hero entered, he was introduced to his younger brother, who was well understood by everything related to market prices. Before the man had to inform why he summoned Guan, he held out to him a book and suggested to review the records. It was a cost book. As soon as the head opened it, he could not believe that they spent so much on rope handcuffs. He tried to find out if they could really be used. The cloth of MU explained that handcuffs can be reused, but it is important to tighten the rope firmly so that it cannot be cut. Civil compensation was also taken into account. He explained that it was paying to all civilians affected by bandits. Although compensation covered the loss of property, it could not heal the soulful wounds. This was done to ease the pain caused by funerals and singing. Further, the hero explained that they excluded wages from the cost of expenses, because that's how Taui had to act. The book took into account only payments and donations. Even for this, the head of Hans had already felt gratitude, but he was disturbed by the mystery of the origin of such an amount. He suspected that they robbed the bandits after victory over them. However, this man calmly explained that such a high price is caused by different factors. Then, he began to clarify each aspect of the situation with confidence and talent. After listening to all the explanations, the manager tried to negotiate with the Pearl Dragon. However, he clearly stated that if they did not want new problems, he would have to pay exactly the amount that was indicated. Under the further problems, he understood that although they were called volunteers, they were in fact bandits, who were not difficult. Therefore, the leader had to agree to this amount to avoid misunderstandings. The leader believed that the one who brought them here should have been doing this. But the hero was not going to listen to him at all, and, turning around, decided to go to another province. In the end, the manager stopped the guy and promised to pay as much as John Guvan would be called if he assured that there would be no problems with these people. Soon, the young man gathered all the bandits, pirates, and warriors, suspecting that they were already fainting immediately after his departure. When no one denied his assumption, he realized that he was right. But it was insignificant because the hero warned, in the event of escape, he will find and punish everyone. Some considered it only empty chats because the world is great, and it is unlikely that he will be able to find absolutely everyone. The hero announced that he would now call all these people volunteers. Now they were united. He decided to explain to them what they would do. The leader of this association of volunteers was elected Huns of the UK, and his deputies were appointed, responsible for the strategy. He then addressed everyone, calling their names. The hero could still tell about their origin, but it would take too long, so he decided to finish it. After the conversation, it became clear, if the guy knows even about their origin, then finding them will be really easy. The hero explained that now, when they are all in service, even if they are temporarily, all their actions are under control. If they escape or cause problems, they will meet it personally. After that, with tears in their eyes, they began to assure the hero, who deserve his trust and not let down. When the leader himself appeared, there was no limits his surprise. There was an army of warriors with exquisite manners. Handling the documents to the man, he asked to immediately inform the Alliance Murim if there were any problems. He would come right to solve everything. Finally, after the head of the clan paid for the accounts, everyone dispersed. And the next day, Kunlun's clan solemnly left Gansu, celebrating it with a festive farewell ceremony. 2 days later, they reached the provinces of Shanxi. The hero with delight noted how beautiful it is here, and even regretted that he never visited the place in his past life. Looking around, Czech realized that thanks to the owner of Hans, who provided them with horses, they quickly got here. But for the first Kak, who was riding for the first time, the journey turned out to be tedious. He felt a great fatigue throughout the body. They unexpectedly saw that they were met by the leaders of the Hua Mountain and the South Clan. These sects have been rivals for many years, so their joint appearance was surprised. The heads of both clans came to Ai Hakka, greeted it, and offered to drink tea together. When he explained that they had just arrived in Shanxi and first looking for a place for the night, they were persistently invited to a local hotel. He belonged to the Alid sect, so order and peace prevailed there. The head of the South Clan insisted that they were not left in the hotel. They could ruin their reputation. After all, people will probably not think the best if they just pass and do not take advantage of the hospitality offered. Ihak felt that something was wrong here. He suspected that their unification may have been associated with the Alliance Mur. They either sought to strengthen their positions by securing support or wanted to demonstrate their power. Their intentions were too obvious, but it didn't matter. Ihak decided to accept their help, realizing that he would still not leave them unpunished, regardless of the consequences. Jan Mu and John Guvan were in their room. The Junction noted that the students of the Hua Mountains and the South Clan were rolled around the hotel as if watching them. He was aware that they would probably think something, and could not understand why the hero was not worried at all, and where he was going to leave all this time. However, he, calmly collecting his things, explained that once they had already reached Shanxi, they should rest and enjoy it. Finally, he found a spare set of clothes and, stretching his Junction, suggested to dress. Was the moon of Mu? How can this guy entertain, and where does it go in such a dangerous situation at all? He again reminded that the clans are closely watching them. However, smiling calmly, the hero simply suggested that he finally dress and go so that they were not caught. After that, they finally got the snack. On the way, the hero carried the man, but still the young man got worse because of the fast pace at which they were moving. Finally, they got to the place. The Junction was happy that they had not yet been grabbed, although he understood that he had to be extremely careful. They were met by the owner of the diner. John Guvan has already heard that the most exotic dishes of Shadzi were served here. The chef explained that although their prices may seem high, he can assure guests of the highest quality and taste of dishes. Then the hero stretched out a scroll with such a sum of money that he rounded his eyes with surprise. The frightened junk immediately removed his older brother's hand, explaining that the amount here is too big. He decided to take the financial expenses for himself, because if they continue to waste money, as the Chongguvan wants, he will soon be left without money. The man led them to the third floor. Since it was too early, there were few visitors, so they could enjoy food in a cozy atmosphere. When they sat down at the table, the boys fascinated with beautiful landscapes, which even struck John Guan. But a close look of John, he quickly found a young man who stood nearby and followed them closely. Although the guy stood himself in his appearance, John Guvan suggested that he probably belonged to the unorthodox sect. John Guvan felt so uncomfortable under his gaze that he even thought of approaching and asking to look differently. At this point, the chef came up, and the junction already wanted to order some of the most exquisite vegetable dishes. Instead, NGV Guan ordered stewed carp, fried chicken, mushroom soup, and many other forbidden dishes, as well as alcohol. As soon as the chef went to fulfill this order, Jan did not restrain his emotions. It was difficult for him to understand how the guy could order meat and alcohol so easy. But John Guvan only asked a friend to speak quieter and explained that they were already in Chinese. They were simply obliged to try well-known local dishes. So this can also enjoy the meat and alcohol, because there is nothing wrong with that if he even tasted them. The junction could not understand how Chon Guvan could behave so much, and where his good manners inherent in one of the four large ones disappeared. However, the hero only asked to reject unnecessary thoughts. Finally served food and alcohol. Trying to the drink, the guy immediately felt his sophisticated taste and realized that they honestly chose a restaurant. Watching the guy drinking alcohol, Seonmu asked his older brother not to overdo it with booze. It turned out that John Govan could not be drunk. Then Seonmu began to worry about the smell, but John Govan had a way to avoid it. He explained that evaporation helps to turn alcohol into steam, deprive it of smell and negative effects. John Guvan decided to share this technique with the scion. He could not lose the chance to learn from the elder. Soon, John Guvan explained how to transfer energy to alcohol, and the Seonmu, being a capable student, immediately began to understand and put everything into life. At this point, 4 young men entered the pavilion, who immediately noticed the Seonmu and John, who was sitting at the table. Going closer, they stated that the eatery Zenan has not changed at all, and now even let the poor on the 3rd floor. They were very angered, especially when they saw meat and alcohol, because they believed that it did not seem real Taos. Turning to the owner, they demanded to expel these beggars away, claiming that their appetite disappeared from only one look of these people. However, the chef tried to explain that he could not do that and asked them to choose another place. 4 men began to beat the owner, reminding that they were the richest inhabitants of Zenan, and could not understand how people from the lower layers of society dare to go against their will. Meanwhile, the hero, despite what was happening, asked another bottle of Western Phoenix. It was a great deal of one of the guys, and he immediately released the poor owner of the eater. The junction did not understand what his older brother was doing. However, he calmly explained they still wanted to drink, so he decided to order more. When the boys appeared, who also decided to study John, everyone saw them flying from the 3rd floor and glowing to the ground. Everyone around the main abomination in this 4, the boys always behaved because of their influential parents. But now they were in a terrible state, and residents believed that it was fair because they were caught up with karma. There was only one thing interested in: why their mouths stuffed with peas. It was also interested in Sun Mu, and John Guvan explained that their clan could not afford just to throw away food. He did not eat peas just because he doesn't like him. The chorus was curious that Chon Guvan was planning now, but he did not understand what it was about. After all, he only helped teach a few unpleasant villains. At this point, the owner of the eater came to his knees. He said that the families of these young men would raise a considerable noise for such bullying against their children, and begged for help. The hero fell to his knees in front of a man, explaining that if someone complains, they can be directed to him. In addition, he gave the medicine that the man could heal his wounds. When the man asked who he really was, the hero kept calm and asked if he heard about 9 large sects. At this point, it became clear that he was a member of one of them. The fair-haired guy watched closely at everything that happened. He realized that the hero was a truly exciting character capable of attracting his attention. Around the same time, Ihak discussed the situation with the clan representatives. They explained that the Feng family was in a desperate position, and if their clan did not support them, the consequences would be obvious. Ihak realized that they began to discuss their goals openly. This happened even before the death of a true demon, when the Alliance Marima acted without obstacles. It turns out that these two even then had a deal, but now they have become just small people who rely on empty promises and threats, so he did not fear them. Rising, he stated that he would keep his promise to his family of Feng and had nothing to talk about. It became clear that their clan would not support them. Men believed that Ihak, along with the whole sect, regret their decision and look forward to when they would encounter its consequences. Suddenly, the assistant of the heads of the clans broke into and reported that 4 Xenon magnates had been seriously injured. They were immediately alert, hearing of serious injuries of the 4 most influential persons who were the sons of the elite of Xenon. It was clear that they could definitely not be broken. The man said that 2 Taus were rumored in the fight, and when he looked carefully at Anicap, he became clear who could be involved in it. Although he could not believe that it was a tank dragon. At this point, the 2 heads of the clan were glad because such a vicious act was carried out by the students of Kunlun. They sought to watch Ihak suffering through these fools. After that, both made a statement that, regardless of the cause of the conflict, they could not understand how these people could do so with those who could not defend themselves. Shinzi endures extremes, and if these people consider themselves higher than others, they should be responsible for their actions. They demanded to name their names. At this point, the man from the clan noted that according to the rumors he had to hear, this case belongs to the students of their southern clan. Shortly thereafter, Ihak went to his room, realizing that the restaurant owner and witnesses had already made a statement about the students of the Hua Mount Hua and the South Clan on 4 influential people. However, he was aware that they would never have done this in common sense. Because of this, he still suspected that there was a Chon Guvan. However, if he is really guilty, then he probably fled and disgraced the honor of the whole sect. When he entered the room, he saw that he was in his place. John Guvan asked that the next time Ihak was knocking before going. He calmed down significantly when they saw that they were in their room. Having apologized for the unexpected appearance, he explained that he had hurried and mistakenly went into other door. When he came out, he began to think about why he doubted the Guan. Even if it would hardly leave any traces. In the end, Ihak doubted again, and deciding that John Guvan could be involved, resolutely broke into the room. He asked directly from the Guan whether he really was not guilty of anything. Looking at their surprised faces, he told about the beating of 4 influential persons. But as soon as he saw this face, he had a bad anticipation that they were involved in it. Even the hero became unfortunate that the deception of this was so obvious. John Guvan calmly explained that they were definitely not them, and he did not even know who these 4 influential persons were and what they were. These words clearly reassured the man. As a mentor, he could not afford doubts about his students, so he decided to believe them and left. Shortly thereafter, the Sion began to ask the guy whispering whether to deceive his uncle. John Guvan explained that he did not deceive anyone. He did not really know who these 4 great people were because he heard only 4 scoundrels. The guy denied that they were truly deceived about the Hua Mountain and the South clan, but the hero couldn't remember when he was lying. The owner of the restaurant himself realized everything. He did not argue only because he was indifferent. After that, he began to think about where they would find food. It was scared of the junction, because they could not just leave when his uncle had already suspected them. But the hero laughed. He explained that his uncle did not belong to those who give up his words. If he trusted them, there will be no more suspicion. When the night came, the junction was already asleep, and the hero was still meditation. Suddenly he felt nearby an unfamiliar source of aura. Because of this, he rose to the roof, where he saw an already familiar guy from the restaurant. John Gouvan immediately reproached him for his lack of hiding, to appear to be asleep for sleeping. However, he reminded with a smile that he gave a testimony to the attackers from the Hua Mountain and the South clan, and did not want the guy to treat him negatively. John Gouvan calmly explained that he did not order these services. After these words, the guy became interested. Did he really Pearl Dragon before him? He also called himself. It turned out to be Vidzin, a representative of an unorthodox demonic association. Hearing this alliance, the hero remembered the union that gathered the forces of the unorthodox fraction of the demonic cult in the Central Plain. Kidijin explained that their alliance has recently become official, and the hero asked why Kidijin was looking for him. As it turned out, the guy sought to offer to join the unorthodox demonic association, not to some worthless sect. However, the hero rejected the proposal, considering their clan embodiment of the worst evil. Although it sounded cruel enough, Kanajin did not understand why John Gouvan considers them a suspicious organization. After all, it was orthodox people who seemed noble outside, but in fact they were ordinary hypocrisy, which were only interested in wealth and power. The hero understood what was being said, and even the guy himself was surprised that the hero recognized his opinion, except for the Kunlun sect. He explained this by the fact that they were indeed extremely poor. They did not have external membership and branches. They did not own business, did not arrange fees, and did not even have starting capital. Hearing about it, Khidizin realized that he had found the perfect person. The guy boldly and cunningly chose them as the perfect goal. Therefore, Vidzin explained John Guan that they were on one side, and it is not too late to join them. However, John Gouvan noted that their intentions remain unclear to him, and he does not want the guy to waste his time. It has already seriously affected Kijin, which usually did not make suggestions twice. He decided to give a lesson to instruct the guy on the right way. The hero did not give up the fight, but suggested that they both move to a quiet place. If they wake up someone, it can lead to unpleasant consequences. When they were in the forest, Kijin suggested that the opponent get a sword. He himself stated that as a real man, he would only fight fists. John Gouvan only unexpectedly noted that his opponent was struck by the severe form of narcissism, which he called the disease. After that, he immediately reduced the distance between them, stating that he also intends to fight his bare hands. Immediately after that, the battle began. To be surprised by John, Kun Vidijin was able to skillfully repel his attacks. John Gouvan realized that his opponent was really noteworthy. Khidizin was in a panic. He had to be distracted for a moment, as the opponent had already taken a mountain over him. It seemed as if his adult opponent turned into a naughty child. He tried to attack, but the hero easily repelled all the attacks, noticing how suddenly the guy pulled out. John Gouvan reminded him that the battle had to happen only to his fists. Khidijin just smiled and explained that men could use daggers as needed. However, the hero effortlessly avoided these attacks. Having analyzed Huvjin's combat equipment, he realized that his movements are extremely confident and that he is much stronger than all his previous opponents. Smiling, he commented that Huidvidjin would be better born in a celestial demonic cult than to join some less orthodox faction. But it only caused the laughter of the opponent. He doubted that he could live among such cruel people. However, John Gouvan, who was born there in his previous life, knew that in fact the people who lived there were not as evil as others thought. After that, he struck the widow in the face. When he rose to his feet after the attack, he realized that John Gouvan had hidden his true strength all this time. However, looking around, he could not find the enemy. As it turned out, the hero was already over his head and rapidly worn to strike. For a while, Vidzin came to his senses and realized that he had lost consciousness. Noticing John Guan, who was sitting next to his things, he hesitated whether he really intended to roll them, as if not a Taoist. The hero asked how the guy felt, but he took care of his things that the hero took away from him. Calmly explaining, the hero noted that there was nothing valuable among the removed. When Kijin invited him to the unorthodox union, it seemed as if he had a high status, but it turned out to be an ordinary member. The rival smiled, noting that the elite representatives usually do not carry anything with them. Zhongvan decided to ask directly if he occupied a high position. The guy calmly explained that he is the best student of an unorthodox demonic association, known as a Pearlings named after Kijin. The hero was genuinely surprised that the guy calls himself a pearl cylinder because his nose was all in the blood. He decided it was the top of the manifestation of narcissism. However, trying not to give true intentions, he decided to find out why the student of their association was in Xenon. Khadijin lied, saying that he was just accidentally passing. The hero decided to no longer ceremony and just sell him. He knew that in the demonic association, which is part of the unorthodox faction, the struggle for the place of the heir was a common matter. These battles usually last until the last breath, ending the death of one of the participants. He was even wondering what amount he could be able to regain if he puts the heir for auction. The frightened Kijin asked the guy not to rush to the conclusions and decided to tell the truth about his arrival. The herd arrived on the order of the master to establish a branch in Shanis. The hero knew that Shanxi was located near the Henain, where the main headquarters of the Alliance Murim was located. They probably seek to establish a compartment close to expand the influence of unorthodox association and threaten students with an orthodox fraction. And it turned out that he was completely right. The hero was aware that sending a student to such an important task from the very beginning was doomed to failure. However, Vidajin tried to argue, assuring that he was the right hand of the master and it would not fail. Looking at the guy, John Guvan realized that the demonic association probably had another candidate for the heir. Otherwise, they would have significant problems with such an heir. Looking at the pathetic Vidajin, he decided to leave, realizing that he was not worth a penny. However, the frightened Vidajin tried to stop him, explaining that he was threatened with a rapid death. The hero suggested that he do something to save his life. After all, he testified against the clan of Manhwa and the South clan. This can be used. In other words, families of those scoundrels have an impact in the state, so they can destabilize both clans. Using new circumstances, they will try to reduce their impact, as they need some compensation that will help close their eyes to this incident. However, the leaders of the clans were not naive. They were not going to give money for an incident that had nothing to do with. Moreover, there is a law that prohibits the interference in the affairs of the Alliance Moor. There will be no direct conflict, but they will spend a lot of time to find out the circumstances. At this time, an unorthodox demonic association may appear. Hearing this, Veshin realized that when these people will not be able to openly demand compensation from the clans and influential families will begin to compensate, they will be able to extend their influence. Both parties have nothing left to allow them to prevail and increase the interest from the profit of orthodox sects. Thus, their branch will be able to increase their significance without spilling a single drop of blood. If successful, Huzin will also be able to strengthen his position in the eyes of the master. When he came to this conclusion, the hero reached out and ordered to pay for showing a way to solve all his problems. Kijin, dissatisfied with John Guan, that he had already pulled out all his money and emptied his pockets. However, the guy calmly replied that he found nothing useful there. Katajin was aware that John Guvan sees no value in his things. However, when the hero looked at his prey once again, he realized that the most valuable subject among others is a jade sign. It turned out that this jade sign was a symbol of the Pearlings, that is, the very symbol of Kujin. After these words, the hero was going to throw away the jade sign, but Kijin did not understand why to get rid of such valuable things. he asked the guy if he was aware of the Iron Blood family. The hero knew that this genus was considered a great masters of the blacksmith craft. If he heard of them before, it testifies to their significant glory. Kidijin explained that these are his relatives on the mother line, and his grandfather is now their leader. All you have to do is show this sign and declare friendship to get valuable weapons. The hero did not want to deceive, calling Kujin his friend, but he would have to say so if he seeks to receive weapons. The young man understood that if it is true and really related to the family of Iron Blood, he would definitely be worth finding time to visit them. Finally, the moment of farewell has come. Considering the hero, Kidijin realized that he failed to lure that person, but admitted he was a true master of his business. It was even to imagine that he could do such a guy in his head and how he would go in the future. When they were going to say goodbye, Hu Vidijin asked the hero what he planned to do. The hero replied that he was now attached to the ground, but one day seeks to gain freedom that would have no limits. Finally, it's time to go home when the sun has already come down. In his room, next to Sanmu, he also noticed Aikok, who was interested in where our hero was. He confidently explained that he was in the morning training, and asked Aikok whether he did not want to join him from the next day. Hawk was worried, explaining that he could only distract John Guan from training, because he could take care of himself. He only noted his finger that after lunch they went on the road and asked to prepare things. After an unsuccessful attempt to escape Aikok, John Guan noted that he had a lot of energy and suggested to train the road. Soon the surprised Sun Mu decided to find out why their uncle reacted so strange to the training. However, John Guvan understood that there was nothing surprising, because no one wanted to train for a complicated program. After all, 2 days later, when Kunlunya's students left Zenon. As promised by John Guvan, they trained while traveling, and these activities were not easy for everyone. At this time, under the vigilant eye of the teacher, the Junction mastered the art of Qi of the lower sky. It was decided that he should master all the basic techniques before it becomes too late. Soon, this event was over, and they got the places where the alliance was Mur. Ihawk was aware that although the ultimate goal was not yet achieved, they decided to stop to rest. He suggested that his comrades look at the city and enjoy it. While walking with friends, Sonu noticed a few new buildings that appeared here recently. This testified to renovation, probably related to the reorganization of the alliance. He was aware that the land also increased in price, but suddenly stopped itself, reminding that he was now a student of Kunluni, not the heir to the trade union, and he has no point in thinking about it. In addition, he worried that he began to study martial arts quite late, so mastering the art of the lower heaven was difficult, and there was no time for distraction. He has now had to focus on observing his older brother to improve his skills. It was at this point that John Guvan called the guy and said he planned to spend a little money. He asked him to help him with investment. He explained a little discorded that he was no longer a merchant, but became a student of a large clan. However, John Guvan knew about it and still asked, what is more profitable, to invest in real estate or in trade? At this point, the guy realized that hardly the hero really considers him a younger brother, because their conversations were always reduced to money. Suddenly, trying to bribe the guy, John Guvan remembered the art of Qi lower sky. He explained that the method of his teacher was already obsolete, but there is a way to master the lower sky much faster. Obviously, Sonu immediately caught fire at the desire to master this art. Therefore, he suggested that the Guanjan first invest in different industries to achieve stability. In particular, he recommended to invest in the ground and buy inexpensive areas. Tot listened carefully to all these tips, after which the group continued their journey and was observed with interest by the girl interested in their conversation. Finally, when it started to be darkened, everyone decided to go home, because many Taus were hungry and wanted to relax after such a saturated excursion. At this point, a stranger was approached by the hero, interested to find out more about him and ask a few questions. According to the girl, he was Taus, but she became interesting to know why he decided to buy the land here. Instead of answering, the hero asked the girl to introduce himself. She took off her hat that hid her face and said, "I am a Jungin from the Ginch family." After that, the guy also named his name. The girl asked once again why the boy needed the earth, to which he calmly answered that he wanted to buy it to get rich, live in abundance, and eat well. However, having answered, he also became interested in why she suddenly appeared with these questions, and now she was silent, as if her behavior was unpredictable, as with bipolar disorder. In his past life, he would simply pass or have gone far away, but now had a different situation, because he belonged to the religious sect. Smiling, John Yunjin noted that John Guvan was a rather interesting interlocutor. At that moment, the guy decided to limit himself to a compliment to the girl and say goodbye. He noticed that it was something more attractive than the face. His gaze lingered on the corns on her hands, and he noted that they were looking quite worthy. He believed that her hands were so powerful that she could split the stone in half. She thanked again for his compliment and was about to leave. The hero could not understand what caused her indignation and why she seemed as if his words were too sharp. Here appeared this, which was increasingly surprised by the hero every day. He could not understand how this new moon could say so much a fist, Janjina, one of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. But the hero explained that it was a compliment. The fighters are proud of being fighting bare hands. However, in fact, only a small part of them fought with his bare hands. Most used special gloves or horns, and when the situation became critical, they turned to their secret arsenal. Many warriors knew that this girl fought exclusively with her hands. After explaining John Guan, it became a real compliment. If her fingers look like this, then the palms should be impressive, which deserved praise. The Junction agreed, noticing that, as John Guvan noted, her hands testify to persistent training and really deserve praise, but John Guvan did not express it as it should be. At first, he should praise her appearance, then he would notice that such a beauty should not spoil her hands through the martial arts. The hero realized that it really made sense, and he was interested in how many girls had already raised this. After that, the guy was upset, and John Guan seemed so much that it was difficult to count them. Soon everyone realized that he did not meet any girl. Therefore, they gathered around Mu's scion to support the young guy. So it went all night. The next day, everyone gathered for breakfast, but the owner of the restaurant asked them to go outside, as the guests were waiting for an unexpected visitor. It surprised the boys because they knew that the elders went to the meeting, so they asked whom the visitor was looking for. As it turned out, he was looking for Chongguan. When he came out, he came across a man who greeted a young warrior with a smile. The hero was obviously embarrassed and did not understand what was happening. The guest suggested that he turn to him by his name, and, shaking his hand, the man introduced himself. He noted that it belongs to the sect of the poor, although it does not sound prestigious, but also known as a righteous dragon. Hearing this name, the hero realized that he was faced with a significant figure from the alliance. Yu Jinpun, though he realized that it could be a little bold, he still opened and confessed that he had a request for the hero. The hero immediately thought that the man needed money. He pulled him a check and asked him to spend money wisely, investing them in investment. But Yu Jinpun explained that he had not come for money. Then the hero guessed that his acquaintance had not eaten for a long time and decided to pay him lunch so that he would be saturated. After all, after half an hour, when the table was filled with empty plates, the man explained that he had not come here to be begged, but expressed his gratitude, saying that he felt much alive in the afternoon. The hero could not understand how Jinpun could say it after such a hearty dinner. However, Yu Jinpun explained that he would not have been a real beggar if he gave up free food. He asked the hero of the opportunity to talk alone, because his brothers were watching him with unburdened interest. The hero then suggested going to the backyard. When they were in the gazebo, John Guvan asked Jinpun to tell what he wanted to ask him. The man immediately asked the hero how he was so calm and peaceful to communicate. The hero did not understand what he was talking about, and explained that he was often accused of rudeness, but he was always so, and nothing could do it. It turned out that Jinpun sought to learn how to talk to a beauty like Miss Jin, as if he was a common thing. Then the hero realized that this man clearly had serious problems with women, because he could not say a word before the beauties. For the hero, this remained a mystery. If a man lives quietly as a crime, then he is absolutely afraid. But with his eyes full of tears, he explained that everything was wrong. He did not understand how his pathetic origin was associated with the ability to communicate with girls. He learned that Junjin was interested in Daos, who discussed the purchase of land. Therefore, her attention was not attracted by the appearance of John. The hero was surprised that this man had already had a whole investigation, but it is not surprising, because they were from the sect of the poor. Watching the hero, the man noted that charm affects his words, and decided to learn this art. The hero understood that the man clearly perceived something wrong, but Jinpun was convinced that a person did not always know himself fully. He confessed that he heard about the Guan from his acquaintance. He knew a boy named Pen Canvi, who was very praised by John Guan at their last meeting. Therefore, Jinpun asked for help as Pen Canvi's brother. The hero calmly asked why Jinpun suddenly decided to learn how to say if he had done well before. It turned out that everything was good before, but now in his life, the one he loves. He became happier with the very thought of her, so putting his forehead on the table begged for help. Watching his husband calmly, the hero tried to understand whether he would get something useful if he would help him. He reflected how to turn this situation into a benefit for himself. Suddenly he realized that he could use the skill of the poor in the information. He suggested that Jinpun is mutual aid, his in exchange for him. Yu Jinpun immediately agreed unless it goes contrary to their principles. The hero only smiled insidiously and assured that he would not demand anything excessive in response, because he was a member of the religious sect. Soon, when the hero made his demands, Jinpun was struck by his shocked facial expression. He could not believe that he really needed help. However, this seemed quite natural to him, because they did not violate their arrangements and was not something bad. Finally, the owner of the restaurant came, who brought with him the most famous merchants, whom he recently told John Guan. Then, the hero explained to the gentleman that he plans to buy inexpensive land in the surrounding area and hopes for their help in this business. At the same time, he warned that the consequences would be inevitable if the cost is overstated. He made it clear that in the case of fraud, he would always be able to return the stolen tenfold. However, he promised that if everything went smoothly, he would continue to make transactions through them, so he asked to make every effort. They bowed immediately and promised to help John Guan. In the end, the task of Jinpun was to find out and talk about the best merchants. Therefore, he decided to leave, reminding John's Nagin not to forget about the execution of his part of the arrangement. As a result, John decided not to rely solely on traders. Although he has already demonstrated his power, he understood that people could change their behavior when it comes to money. For this reason, he sought the help of the Jinpun from the poor sect to make sure that the merchants were acting honestly. It was only the beginning. When he came to Sunmu, John Guvan explained that he should go outside and ask people about the cost of the chosen areas, although the guy just ate and clearly did not want to do it. But John Guvan promised that as soon as this completed his task, he would teach him to master the art of lower breathing faster. Without hesitation, this man rushed to execute his part of the agreement. Everything developed rapidly. Thanks to the chance of the job, Huvan was able to buy significant land. After that, Jinpun appeared, reminding John Guan that his turn to help. The hero replied that he first wanted to introduce him to his younger brother. After meeting Jinpun with this man, the latter was puzzled and did not understand what was happening. John Guvan calmly explained that Jinpun decided to learn more about communicating with the girls, and it would be to teach him this. According to John Guan, his younger brother understands how to attract attention. During yesterday's conversation with Yen Zhanggin, he expressed very wise thoughts that he accidentally heard Jinpun. Seonmu perfectly understood that at first it is necessary to praise the face of a woman and then her hands. She is beautiful, but sacrifices the beauty of her hands for the sake of martial arts, like a real warrior. After such a statement from the Seon, it became incredibly inconvenient. Yu Jinpun wanted to know the guy he considers the most important problem. Seon Mu felt very inconvenient because he was not an expert and said it quite by accident. He hinted to the man that his greatest obstacle was low. At the same moment, I-Hawk suddenly appeared. Everyone greeted their heads, and John Guvan asked his uncle why he returned so early. As it turned out, I-Hawk came to find out at the John, who had done, and suggested that he go outside, where a crowd of young people who was looking for him gathered. When John Govan came out, one of the young guys greeted him immediately. He came because he heard the rumors that the hero fucked the Phoenix level. John Guvan calmly explained the guy that he literally made a compliment, but he insisted not lying, claiming that independent witnesses described how everything really happened. John Guvan asked what relationships they were with Yun Zhanggin, but when they could not answer, it became obvious that they came to understand without even knowing the girl in person. The abominable guy said it did not matter, and ordered John Guan to apologize to Yun Zhanggin. However, John Guvan was convinced that he did nothing wrong and refused to apologize. In this case, there was only one exit. The young man called Guan from Kunlun to a duel. John Guvan looked at I-Hawk as if looking for his approval. I-Hawk hesitated. He understood the guy's feelings for his beloved, but to demand the duel, not paying attention to the head of the clan, was a frank nonsense. At this point, Yu Jinpun intervened, who reproached the guy for unacceptable behavior in front of the head of the clan. He was ashamed of this young man, so he ordered him to apologize. When the guy tried to justify himself, Jinpun did not pay attention to it and continued to reproach him. He ordered to go away, otherwise he threatened to turn to their clans and families to report the incident. Yu Jinpun himself was well aware that these children were the future of their faction and could not understand how they could trust the war with an unorthodox demonic association. After that, he personally bowed to his head and apologized for the behavior of young people. I-Hawk calmly explained to Jinpoun that it was not necessary to apologize so much, because everything was fine. The head of the clan was well aware that this man, known as the Right Dragon, was quite cunning. If they just expel young men, it can be perceived as an insult for their entire clan, so it was wiser to agree to the proposed duel. At that moment, John Huvan leaned to I-Hawk, and whispers suggested teaching these self-confident guys such a lesson so that they no longer dare to appear again. Although I-Hawk seemed that these words sounded too sharply, he still agreed, asking him to bring them out of at least a month. John Guvan, inspired by the obtained permission, was already planning to bury these guys underground, but I-Hawk said that it would be enough to send them directly to the hospital. Considering the wishes of the head, John Guvan promised to act restrained. Going to a brazen guy, he agreed to call a duel. The rival, full of pride, announced that he would apply the 13th Sword of Thunder and Lightning along with endless heavenly technique, preventing the hero from being careful. As soon as the duel began, the self-confident young man rushed into the attack. However, the result was lightning. John Guvan caused such a powerful slap that the enemy immediately fell to the ground. Without stopping there, John Guvan dealt with the same efficiency with other applicants. They did not even have time to greet him as an opponent before they were on Earth. Watching this impressive manifestation of strength, Jinpun was full of shock. Although the skills of the defeated were quite weak, the ability of the John Guan to deal with several opponents without the slightest signs of fatigue caused true admiration. It was hard to even imagine the true power of the Harvest Dragon. At this point, he mentioned a conversation with Pen Kanvi, who told how 4 years ago, John Guvan, being even young, struck him with his skill. Yujinpun was well aware that in these 4 years this monster could have become even more scary. He was encouraged by the desire to test this fighting power on himself. He worshipped with respect and asked John Guan for a duel. However, the hero, having dealt with the enemies, was already in a hurry for his uncle because it was time to return. Yujinpun, having realized the situation, suggested meeting early on the morning of the next day. However, the hero realized his intention to beat himself, noted that their task was to solve the problem of communication. If you spend time on battle, they will not have time to decide this case. After thinking about the situation, Prosheka decided to first master the art of charm and then to take up the fight. After this incident, Ihak seriously reproached John Guan for excessive strokes. The young man was aware, claiming that only once hit every opponent and was not guilty of their weakness. However, Ihak strongly explained what he needs to learn to control the force he applies to the enemy. When John Guvan tried to argue, Ihak threatened with 4-day lectures with Taoist texts, hoping that it would teach him to listen to the elders. Fearing the many hours of reading ancient texts, the hero tried to distract Ihak, suggested that focus on more important matters. Fortunately, it worked, and it was released. Watching everything, the Scion of Mu asked about the cause of the reproach, but John Guvan, feeling relieved from the release of Taoist texts, did not want to discuss it. At that time, Jane Mu reminded him of Guan about his promise to help with the art of the lower sky. He planted the guy opposite that John Guvan explained that he would try to pass part of his QU to open the forced flow of energy. He warned Sonu about future pain and advised to prepare for this stream. When the process started, the junction felt the true flow of qi for the first time, which filled his body with energy. At this moment, the John Guvan realized that in his past life he could not even imagine such a reality, where he was caught by the head of the righteous sect and he teaches his younger brother himself. To his surprise, he realized that this new life was really to his liking. When the morning came, Seppa finally completed his meditation aimed at the lower sky. His body was crowded with accumulated energy. He sincerely thanked John Guan for his help, realizing that without her, this process would have been dragged on for eternity. John Guvan, having listened to the gratitude of Sun Mu, noted that if he really wants to thank, then it is worth considering seriously about further plans for the acquired land. He stressed that the purchase of land is only a start, and now it is worth choosing, to expect a natural increase in its value or to act to increase its value. Initially, Chon intended to focus on training. However, when John Guvan promised to teach his technique of dragons in exchange for help, the young man immediately felt inspiration and hurried to perform the task, not wanting to spend time on empty conversations. Left alone, John Guvan plunged into reflections. As a member of the Alliance, he was aware of the need to study the martial arts of other Orthodox sects. He was especially interested in the presence of experienced craftsmen who were different from weak beginners. Considering his level of power, he realized that the situation could become unmanageable if he challenged a recognized master. So he decided that it would be wiser to look for an opponent of his age. At that moment, Jinpun appeared and congratulated the young warrior with respect. Looking at him, he immediately realized that therefore one of the circles of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes was needed. Yu Jinpun reminded John Guan about his promise to help with studying in the art of communication. John Guvan, who really forgot about it, explained that his younger brother, unfortunately, had recently left. However, Yu Jinpun reassured that it was not necessary to worry. He confessed that he realized this was not as skilled as it seemed. The biggest problem was begging, although it was part of his work. In addition, the man remembered that his beloved is somewhere nearby. John Guvan quickly realized that she could be one of 4 phoenixes, and his assumption was confirmed. Yu Jinpun suggested that John Govan watched their conversation and then pointed out the mistakes and gave advice on their correction. This plan was fully satisfied by John because he sought to meet with one of Phoenix's. He already knew that 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes were considered the best masters of the martial arts of their generation. He was wondering what place among them was Jinpun. Jinpun explained that the status of a dragon or phoenix does not always mean an absolute advantage. The reputation of sect or family has a great impact on information. He noted that not only they have a lot of weight in the central plane. For example, no student from Kunlun, Dianakan, Kanton, or other remote sects received the status of a dragon or phoenix. As for his situation, he acknowledged that he had not surpassed everyone, but already bypassed about half of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. The hero fully satisfied the result, so he suggested that he go to a meeting with his beloved Jinpun as soon as possible. They went to the spring tea house, where Jinpun asked John Guan to stay at a distance and only to follow the events unnoticed. When the hero saw Jinpun's beloved, he was immediately covered by the feeling of icy energy emitted from her. Jinpun approached the girl, greeted her, but not finding what to say further, he said goodbye. Returning to the table of John Guan, Jinpun asked about his mistakes. John Guan was surprised. Is this all their communication? The problem of Jinpun was that he could not continue the conversation, looking in her eyes, because his heart was ready to break from excitement. Reflecting on the situation of a man who could not cope with the problem of the girl's presence, John Guvan suggested that if the words are powerless, then you can try to communicate in the language of the body. The concerned Jinpun denied that their relationship had not yet reached that level. Then John Guvan advised to call a girl on a duel, thinking that during tactile contact in battle they would be able to feel each other better and find the right words. However, Jinpun explained why such a plan was impossible. During a duel, any touch means a danger to his life. It turned out that she was a poisonous phoenix from the Sichuan Tan family, and her main weapon was poison. Hearing this, John Guvan finally understood the cause of Jinpun's concern about his health. For Jane Guan, these circumstances were very profitable. At the moment when he was looking for a way to increase his endurance, he had a great opportunity. With the decisive intention of John Guvan, he approached the girl and confidently expressed his desire to compete with her. His straightforwardness caused the impression not only of the girl, but also in Jinpun. She quickly explained that in their family Chulan duels are only the last and did not include ordinary duels, and asked him to leave. However, John Guvan knew their rules well. In battle, one of the participants had the risk of life. The girl watched closely at his voice and gestures, realizing the seriousness of his intentions. She wondered, only an arrogant young man or a true master of martial arts who is not a terrible death. When she decided to refuse, the excited Jinpun intervened, trying to refuse whom he called her younger brother. He persistently explained that it was impossible to negotiate so lightly about the battle with Poisonous Phoenix. The girl was interested in the reason from which Jinpun is so strongly trying to stop the fight. At this point, Jinpun wanted to confess to her that she considers her cruel because she has not paid attention to his feelings for several months. But, not even able to speak to her, he could only say that he did not want it to be injured during the battle. These words touched the girl. She perceived them as a hint of her own weakness. Angry, the girl promised that he would once challenge the Jinpun himself to check if he would dare to repeat the same after the duel. Returning to John, she called Tan Yogi. In response, he also introduced himself, and his name turned out to be familiar to Poisonous Phoenix. The hero understood that a girl with colossal hands, probably, had already told him something not very pleasant about him, although he sincerely tried to make her a compliment. Looking at John Guan, it seemed like a poisonous phoenix that she was standing crazy, but she decided to try it. Tang, pouring a cup of tea, began to describe various types of poison and poisoning methods. Poisons that destroy the lungs when inhaled, damage the skin on contact, coagulate blood, as well as those that destroy the organs in combination with alcohol. The most effective way was the direct entry of poison into the body through swallowing. Submitting a grade cup with poisoned tea, she put forward a condition. It will only be challenged if the poison does not affect it. When the hero took a cup, Tani, swept by the name of his family, explained that this poison is not deadly. It is used only to check the dignity of the contender for a duel. John Guvan calmly drank tea without blinking her eye and asked if she had something stronger. Surprised by such a reaction, she offered him several other types of poison. The hero gratefully accepted and drank poisoned tea, marking it for the refreshing taste. Tansy was in amazement. She could not catch any part of the poisoned chi, as if the body of the hero had completely absorbed the poison. She was concerned about possible symptoms, weakness in the extremities, or difficulty breathing. In response, she heard that the only inconvenience is a slight nausea because of missing breakfast. Taking his call, the girl began to tell in detail about the peculiarities of working with poisons. She stressed that it is important not only to know the level of poisons, but also to be able to control their impact, especially when working with them. The poison should be such that it cannot be protected, and its composition should not be easily detected. Families had to give up many poisons that did not meet these requirements. Tang He also noted the financial aspect. Poisonous substances are extremely expensive, and if their effect does not justify costs, such poisons also refuse. Although the Sichuan Tan family was wealthy, they had little personal money. Being a poisonous phoenix in the clan, where the most appreciated skill, she had only one student. At the end of the conversation, she handed over to the Guan ampoule, explaining that it was the best poison she now owns. Tanya, passing the Guan ampoule, called it a grammish cumulative eating. She explained in detail that this tool is radically different from the previous one due to its unique effect. Without hesitation of a single second, the hero immediately swallowed the poison. After focusing, he realized that this substance really exceeded all its expectations. It was a classic synthetic poison that gradually accumulated toxins in the body, significantly affecting the eardrum. Because of this, the poison was named. Thanks to his experience, the Guvan was able to identify the main ingredients: a cellular licorice, a shining Kamchatsky trillium, as well as several unknown components that are clearly appropriate to the secret recipes of the Sichuan Tan family. Watching the deep meditation of the guy, Tanuzi tried to persuade him, emphasizing that even for a strong master, this poison may be too powerful. The frightened Yu Jinpun also intervened, emphasizing the untimely such trials, and suggested to pass part of his QU to help cope with the poison. However, John Guvan remained calm, but strongly asked everyone to retreat so that they would not interfere with his concentration. The attendees were astonished with surprise, realizing that despite the action of a powerful poison, the guy could still speak during regeneration. Moreover, there were no deviations in its streams. In fact, John Guvan has achieved this due to his unique in the ability to remove alcohol from the body. Although John Guvan said Sion Mu, who revealed this skill during ordinary intoxication, he actually received it from his past life, where he developed immunity to 10,000 different poisons. Initially, this technique was used to cleanse the body of deadly toxins. He completed the neutralization process. John Guvan decided to discuss several aspects of the poison used with Tan. He determined that the formula was developed so that the victim was in a painful state between life and death. Although it was difficult for the girl to admit this, fearing the condemnation of religious sects who considered such methods cruel, John Guvan, on the contrary, was delighted with her skill. He noted the extraordinary efficiency of the poison, explaining that direct murder inevitably causes blood revenge on the part of the deceased. At the same time, the use of such a mixture creates an opportunity to negotiate and helps to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Tanjoji was amazed at how quickly he understood the strategic importance of developing it in preventing escalation of conflicts before a full-scale war. While they discussed the intricacies of making poisons, Jinpun listened to friends carefully, not understanding the specific terms and being in full surprise from their professional dialogue. John Guvan carefully cut his finger to get rid of the remains of a gram-core poison and planned to mix it with other formulations that had previously received from Tani for experimentation. When a few drops of his poisoned blood got into the container, the girl watched the reaction with interest, seeking to understand how the efficiency of poison will change after mixing. However, John Guvan suggested that the hybrid composition would probably be weaker than its initial formulations. Observing the actions of the boy, Tanji was amazed at his deep knowledge in the field of poisons, although he did not belong to the Sichuan Tan family. She asked to postpone their match, explaining that she wanted to improve other poisonous mixtures for his help. Zhang Guvan willingly agreed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearing of Yen Jun-gin, who frozen at surprise, seeing Chan Guan next to her girlfriend. When the hero tried to say hello to her, she turned away, clearly demonstrating the unwillingness to communicate. At this point, another young man approached them who recognized Zhang Guan as the famous demon from Kunlun. The hero, aware that although he really from Kunlun, he cannot agree with such a part of the nickname and does not understand who he was so baptized. It turned out that this nickname appeared through the still offended Zhan Jan-gin after a failed compliment. The young man introduced himself as the West of the River, also known under the name Dragon Blade, and asked whether Chong Guan had heard about him. Obviously, Zhang Guvan did not understand why he had to know this person. At that moment, they approached Tani. Not paying attention to the presence of Ryok's assumption, she asked Chong Guan to go with her to another place. Such disregard clearly affected the Navan Ryok, and he decided to find out the causes of her cold attitude. Tang, feeling awkward, justified her behavior with excessive employment and apologized for his disrespect. Yen Jun-jin asked where her girlfriend plans to go, because they agreed to drink tea together. Instead, Ryok's assumption was more concerned than Tan Joji and John Kwan alone and what relationships associated with them. The river looked at Namjoon with dissatisfaction, while Tan Joji explained that she had discussed with a dear friend of poison. This idea of John Guan clearly affected both John Jina and Namjoon Ryok. The latter could not believe that John Guvan really had knowledge of poison. His surprise only increased when it turned out that the hero not only knows about poisons, but also knows how to use them. John Guvan shared with inspiration how Tanuji recently handed him an extremely strong and unexpectedly delicious poison. Without trusting the words of Joan, June appealed to us to confirm the tan. When she confirmed, and Yu Jinpun added that John Kwan could even determine the composition of the poison, we were struck and confused by June. He could not believe that someone was able not only to drink the poison of the Sichuan Tan family, but also to determine its components. Assuming that the Tan Yui deliberately gave a weak composition to the Guan, he was annoyed. The suspicions grew. Did the girl like this bold if she ignored him so frankly? The assembly of the river, seeking to prove his skills, asked for the same poison. She explained that the warehouse was unique and one of a kind. Then he turned to Nana Guan, demanding the poison of his own preparation. Having received the refusal and learning that the collected poison is too valuable, the Navar River, seeking to impress, offered gold ingots in exchange. John Guvan, when considering the proposal, regretted that there was no thing nearby, which was better understood at market prices. Outraged by indecision, the assembled Ryok outlined all his money. Satisfied with the amount received, John Huvan decided that he could now afford small losses. Measuring 3 drops of poison into a cup, Chn Guvan warned that this would be enough for a fatal outcome. June perceived his words as a manifestation of self-confidence, even when Tanuji tried to refuse him, explaining that John Guvan was particularly resistant to poisons. We were just more angry, considering ourselves no less unique. After drinking the poison, June immediately felt her action. Blood rushed from her throat. He kneeled, slowly losing his life. Yu Jinpun understood that the Tan Yui needed to neutralize the effect of the poison, but it did not have antidote. Even Yon Junjin started panic. Tan Yuji explained that the poison is a mixture of 3 substances derived from the body of the NTA guan, so ordinary antidotes will not help. The surrounding people could not believe that the son of the head of the family was so may die. Eugene Pun appealed to the John for the help of creating an antidote, because he was the author of this composition. John Guvan explained with cold-bloodedness that the guy could die at any moment, and there was almost no chance of recovery. Despite the fact that the guy was dying, John Guvan still approached him. He asked that forced us to do so recklessly, despite the warning of Tani. The hero, leaning to the dying, asked if he really needs help, and that he was ready to give for his salvation. Returning to the events that preceded the conversation with the Jun dying, the state of the young master was constantly deteriorating. It seemed that his chest was squeezed with iron hoops, and the lungs fought convincingly with the poison, trying to cope through hyperventilation. Despite trying to protect the lungs with the help of QU, the abdomen permeated acute pain, and the limbs began to refuse. The hands were shaking, and the feeling of them became weaker. It was at this point that the Nazan River began to regret his ill-advised act, made through envy. The realization that he will have to die with such a pathetic death, especially after the news about the absence of antidote in Tan Yogi, brought him to despair. The proposal of help from John was similar to the whisper of a treacherous demon, but the dying did not have another choice. Having collected the remnants of strength, the assembly of Ryok prepared to accurately follow the instructions of the Joan Guan. Tangji and Jinpun, watching the events, understood that recently mixed poison would be extremely difficult to bring out, even for a master such as John Guvan. However, the anxiety of Tanuji was futile. The hero was not so much rescued by June as the opportunity to master the secret respiratory technique of the family for us. John Huvan explained that he would start transferring part of his Kui in the body of the rock, and he should not resist but humbly accept that energy. The hero promised to protect his vital organs, the lungs and the heart, so that he could focus on the restoration of the rest of the organs. When John Guvan began to direct his energy into the body of the rock's weapon, it became clear that he was using an advanced method of external cultivation of qi, which can be compared with the art of the highest sky. The attempt of the hero to clone this art did not go unnoticed. The assembled river realized that someone was applying the true art of Qi Azure Sky, the secret technique of their family. Seeing the guy the fear of fear, John Govan urged him to focus and reject unnecessary thoughts. It was a wise advice. All issues can be discussed after healing. Declaring the attendees of the reference of 3, the hero prepared to remove the poisonous Qi from the body of June. When the count ended, Jun Ryok understood the true intention of John Guan, to remove all the damage at a time. He realized what humiliating consequences were waiting for him. As a result of the procedure, the West began to get rid of harmful substances in the most shameful way, releasing gases from his body. From unbearable shame, he fainted, mentally cursing a demonic scum of John Guan. After this case, John Guan was waiting for a serious dialogue with the head I-Hawk, who asked in surprise why it was to turn a dragon into a dragon person. The hero frankly explained the situation. The Navur River himself insisted on drinking the poison prepared by Tan Yogi, but could not cope with it. Nevertheless, I-Hawk expressed gratitude to John Guan for his excellent work, emphasizing his ability to overcome hostility through kindness and praise for patience. The only thing that worried the head is the complete healing of the dragon sketch. John Guvan assured that although some side effects are possible, they will not cause serious harm. When asked about the nature of these effects, the hero calmly explained that the intestine of the Navun Ryoka may respond strangely while trying to collect qi. But this is much better than die from poison. The next morning, John Guvan launched a workout with her. After exhausting classes, he barely kept on his feet, but the lessons he obtained undoubtedly gave great results. Seon Mu was grateful, because he began to understand the essence of technicians thanks to the advanced methods of teaching the NGO Guan. Suddenly, their occupation was interrupted by the hotel owner, notifying the arrival of guests. Not knowing who arrived, John Guvan sent Sunmu to his room so that he could be reinforced after training. Going to the guests, he saw Ponsuai, who gladly congratulated the Pearl Dragon, which did not appear so long. Ponsui asked about the place of Hachio Chona, and the hero suggested that the guest go inside while he went in search of his teacher. Together with Ponsuinmus, his friend Pankanun came, who showed a great interest in the young man, who he heard so much from his brother Suvoya. He immediately paid attention to the attractive appearance of John Guan, which confirmed the stories of Cheo Chan. He suggested that his fighting skills are not inferior to appearance, especially given his assistance by Pen Canvi. Pen suffered that Pen Cancun seeking to personally test the power of the Pearl Dragon. The man confessed that, although he already wants to rush into battle, his mind restrains him from ill-advised actions. Many terrible rumors about John Guan make him be careful. Understanding the complexity of the situation, Pena gave his eldest brother an important advice. Under no circumstances to do Natus Guan by his enemy, emphasizing his danger. The brother showed wisdom and accepted advice without objections. At this moment, Chehon came down the stairs, happily greeting his longtime friend. He wondered why Piensuli arrived so late, because he expected him much earlier. In response to greeting, he explained his delay by trying to perfection all the details concerning the alliance. Having noted that he has done everything, he now plans only to observe the development of events and reap the fruits of his work. Friends spent all evening in a lively conversation, discussing many important issues until it was time to disperse. After everyone left the assembly, Cheo Chong decided to seriously talk to John Guan. It declared important news. The internal formation of the alliance was at the final stage. Tomorrow, they had to go to where Chong Guvan had to meet with representatives of different families and clans. Chung Kon, knowing the character of his student well, hoped that John Guvan would be able to get something useful from these meetings. The protagonist enthusiastically perceived this opportunity, seeing in it a wonderful chance to master the combat techniques of all orthodox schools. The teacher also emphasized that the question of the future head of the alliance remains the subject of fervent disputes, and advised John Guan not to respond to provocations if someone dared to wave the sword. Cheo Zhang emphasized the exceptional importance of the future election of the alliance leader. He explained that the now selected leader would have real power, unlike the past, when this title was mostly symbolic. It was the absence of a single powerful leadership that complicated the rapid response to a sudden invasion of a demonic cult. Interested in this topic, Zhang Guvan asked the teacher to tell more. Chung Zhong, with a heavy heart, shared the story of the cruelty of a true heavenly demon, which used a cunning strategy to destroy the inhabitants of the Central Plain. The demonic cult did not resort to massive attacks, but organized sudden raids on the first occasion. Even after a while, these memories caught Chess's pain, although he felt relieved from the death of a true heavenly demon. These words painfully struck John Guan, because he never resorted to such a crap. He suspected that someone could act on behalf of a demonic cult, deliberately spoiling his reputation. In an effort to understand the case, he appealed to Cheo Chon to name the names of the main culprits of attacks. The teacher spoke about 3 key figures: a demon in a bloody mask, whom John Guvan remembered as a young man who could not stand even light punishments and always cried; De Standers, known hero as a simple-minded strongman whose greatest achievement was the ability to write his own name; and some witches of pleasure, which Chong Guvan considered a pretty good girl despite her difficult character, and believed that the nickname witch is too rigid. Cheo Zhang argued that all 3 were influential and ruthless leaders of elite demonal demon cult detachments that left a bloody mark on the Central Plain. John Guvan, realizing that these people rebelled against him, wondered their choice of the path of violence instead of an honest fight if they sought battle. He was especially embarrassed that all their crimes were dug on him. Seeing the emotional reaction of his student, Cheo-chan decided to change the topic of conversation, assuming that his indignation was directed to a demonic cult. He emphasized the importance of the future election of the alliance leader, despite past events. John Gouvan asked about their preferences and personality of the Pan family head. According to Cheo-chan, the head of the Pan family, similar to the raccoon, was the embodiment of nobility. His only defect was considered excessively high ambitions. However, John Gouvan rightly noted that the combination of nobility and ambition can be very useful for the alliance leader. Chen Zhan agreed, emphasizing that this person always adhered to these promises. It became clear why the head of the Pen family, promising to send masters and sons to Xinkai to prepare for a possible attack of a demonic cult, caused so much trust. Cheo Zhang believed that for the welfare of their clan and Jinhai residents, it was necessary to support his candidacy in every possible way. John Gouvan also understood that he should support the head of the Pan family, especially if he was going to travel the world, because it was this person who was the most suitable candidate for a leadership position. The next morning, the Kunlun clan, along with Pen family, went to the Alliance Moor. During the trip, they met many ordinary people who turned to them for help. They asked to pray for sick relatives and hold several ceremonies. They all bow politely, explaining that they arrived for a short time and have no time. However, they assured that their God appreciates sincerity and will certainly hear prayers. Pensivan quietly watched the events, realizing that the members of the Kunlun clan showed their true nature. Even his friend impressed with his incredible restraint. There was no drop of vanity or arrogance in it. He decided to pay attention to the harvest dragon because he heard of his contradictory nature. It seemed that he did not have the heart that was usually inherent in Taoos. Recalling the words of Pen Canvas, the guy argued that he was the only true righteous. The young warrior believed, when John Gouvan came into the world, his name will be remembered by everyone. It annoyed the man because he had to glorify his name for the whole continent. John Gouvan noticed the views of this stranger, but realized that he could not do anything. The guy was on their side, so it was impossible to take and beat it. In addition, he noted that the boy's aura was undoubtedly different from others, even from Pen Canvas and the rest of the martyrs of the martial arts of the family. This difference was so thin that only people with sharp senses, such as Taosis, could notice it. John Gouvan thought that over time he would have to learn about the insides of this person, just as it was recently with the West. Finally, they arrived at the Alliance Moor, where they were warmly met by Jegal Muk from the Jegal family. He was incredibly pleased to receive a large clan and the Pen family, so he invited them to enter them with sincere hospitality. Ihak responded to this invitation, who knew the warrior Jegal. He was pleased to meet with such a prominent person after a long journey. John Gouvan looked around carefully, realizing that the building was probably built for defense. Not surprisingly, everything in the alliance has such a scale. It is time to distribute the guests into the rooms, so they were responsible for their placement. They suggested that visitors take a walk to get acquainted with the Alliance Moor. The hero, walking with his friends and brothers, felt confidence that they had a great place to live. When he arrived, he had a feeling that he was in Kunlun again. Even accompanying the reaction of John Guan realized that the building looked a little ancient. This was incredibly angry with Guan, but the Chun, like a true Gaza, refrained from the remarks and instead thanked for the roof and walls given. They were approached by a dark-haired guy and suggested that the dragon's sheepdog came into the building, assuring that after that he would inevitably change his mind. After that, the man said goodbye to Taos and Chun, noting that they went to their predator with the team. When the man was walking, he thought that the harvesting dragon seemed disappointed, as if his hopes were not justified, and was clearly not delighted with their home. Since he was aware of the aspirations of this world, he understood that it would be easy to deal with this person. When Chon Gouvan and Sonu went inside, they were surprised because, despite the appearance, it was quite cozy and spacious. Both realized that it was probably deliberate to think that the house was bad. John Guan really annoyed that these orthodox sects built houses in their own way. They looked indistinct outside, but there was a completely different picture inside. At this time, a beggar approached. After learning about the arrival of Kunlun, he decided to visit them. The beggar was wondering why they got to the alliance for so long, and he offered to take a walk once they arrived. The hero did not understand why he needed a jinno, but the man explained that he considers this walk excursion with his gratitude. The guy thought that he was finally happening to the Jinnoni, because Yu Jinpun was extremely glad when Tanuji asked him to bring him Chongguan. The young man could not understand why it was important, but Yu Jinpun believed that if Tong Jagi considers him reliable, he deserves trust. However, John Guvan understood that it was a mistake, and Mu shared his opinion. It was not important because Yu Jinpun suggested them to take a walk while Tanja completed the preparation. They had a little free time. John Guvan explained that there was no place where he would like to visit, to which Jinpun suggested to visit the Tower of the Rise of the Spirit, a place that every member of the Orthodox faction had to visit at least once in his life. From the name, the hero realized that the Tower of the Rise of the Spirit was designed to raise the spirit to heaven. Hearing this, he immediately realized how important it is to visit this place. When they arrived, historical artifacts, which belonged to the great leader of the alliance, were opened by 3 generations ago. His clothing was imbued with blood, spilled during defense against a demonic cult attack. Nearby, as Jinpun pointed out, lay a sword that belonged to the leader of the demonic cult, a demon in a bloody mask. Thoroughly inspecting the weapon, the hero made sure that she really belonged to his cowardly ward, and to the right was the weapon of that girl, the old caste. Looking at all of this, he thought that it was worth killing these abominations before they began to be fired. He also thought in surprise why they began to act after his death. Moreover, he was interested in the fate of his own weapons from his past life. He was aware that many probably fought for the right to own it. Suddenly, during his story, Jinpun was distracted, noticing that John Guvan was clearly different from other visitors. He drew attention to a woman who was crying near the exhibits, but the hero did not understand why he should follow her example. Yu Jinpun explained that in the alliance, it is clear to all how a warrior or any other representative of the Orthodox faction should behave. He advised John, although it may seem complicated, to behave as everyone around. However, the hero frankly confessed that he did not understand the logic of the actions of the Orthodox faction, considering them strange as the exhibition itself. He acknowledged the importance of honoring those who fought for the right thing, but asked the Jinpun if he understood the one they actually died for. Yu Jinpun seemed obvious that they sacrificed for the alliance, and assured that he would have done the same if the enemy was stronger to protect the alliance. But John Guvan considered otherwise. He did not understand what the meaning of attacking the one you could not overcome. In his opinion, it was necessary to either unite with someone or retreat, because life was the most expensive treasure. They had to save him to support the alliance, otherwise he would just fall. Yu Jinpun sincerely confessed that he had never considered the issue at such an angle, and similar thoughts were new and unusual for him. Chon Guvan understood the feelings of Jinpun, realizing that everyone may have different opinions. He suggested that the man imagine the possibility that others may also have a similar point of view. Yu Jinpun acknowledged that the hero really gave him a wonderful food for reflection. Moreover, he explained that he did not intend to blame or offend anyone at all, which was already well understood. Finally, they decided to go to Tan. When they arrived, the girl gladly met them. John Guvan appeared just when all the preparations were completed. At this point, a stranger appeared who turned out to be the older brother of Tanjagi. He immediately congratulated Jinpun and, realizing who before him, a bunny dragon, revealed a reverence, bowing. He introduced himself as the deputy chairman of Sichuan Tan in the name of Tan U-hun. Watching their greetings, Tanuji felt a slight embarrassment. She first saw her older brother so talkative. At this point, Tan Ao-hun decided to test the knowledge of John's poison, asking his general opinion about them. he frankly replied that he both hated and loved them. Interesting Tan Uhun noted that with hatred everything was clear, and asked what the poison likes the poisons. John Guvan explained his point of view. There is no better means to kill or save a person. It depends only on the person who has the poison. Those who do not know the poison often talk about it negatively, not realizing that it can be in favor. Tanu Gun could not disagree with that. John Guvan added that everyone should be poisoned at least once to feel the grandeur of the power of poison. But spending it on people with a limited mind is only for the sake of demonstrating efficiency. Hearing this, the old man realized that the young sheepdog, which he had already heard, has a true understanding of poisons. He has only increased his interest in the young man. Finally, when the hero entered the gazebo, many poisons appeared before his eyes. Tang He explained that some of them belonged to her brothers, others were from her own collection, and some received from the students of the Tan family. The hero studied with genuine interest various types of poisons, calculating their value. He was going to taste them. Suddenly, Tanu Hun spoke, proudly presenting one of his best poisons called 3 Repeated Soul Destroyer. However, Tanioji quickly stopped her brother, surprised whether he really wants a poison to try poisons. Tan U Gun, untouched, tried to justify his sister, explaining that he just wanted to present his masterpiece. After that, Tan Jeji asked her brother to silence and turned to John Guan, explaining that the poison was really many, and it could be difficult to try them all. However, she was urgently asked to try as much as possible if possible. Listening to her advice, John Guvan began to systematically tasting the poisons. He tested their action, then neutralized in his body and evaluated each poison. A little time passed, and he sorted the poisons. On the right, he placed those that, in his opinion, could still be improved. Smiling, Tanu Hun noticed that almost all the poisons of Tanji were on this side, and to the left, where the best were, most were from the Tangu Hun, and only 2 belonged to Tani, which significantly upset the girl. However, the hero recalled that she had as many as 3 good poisons, including the thundering poison she had already given him before. After these words, the mood of the girl improved significantly, especially given that John Guvan considered a thunderous poison the best among all presented. The brother with his sister, inspired, praised each other. When John Guvan was about to leave, he advised to call him when the work on improving the poisons would be completed. He planned to take with him Jinpun, but he was excited first to leave the hero himself, because he wanted to discuss something with Tan. After that, they remained alone, and Yu Jinpun began to ask the girl about her preferences, and John Guvan was embarrassed. On his way, he came across the same old man who asked to devote a little time to him. The hero refused that he was very surprised and dissatisfied with the old man. I caught up with a guy who introduced myself as the most outstanding master of poison named Tan Ji Ji. He believed that when he heard his title, John Huvan would instantly change his decision. The hero, looking at the man, realized that if he is really the greatest master of poisons, then he is among the dozens of the strongest masters of martial arts in the entire Orthodox faction. However, when he looked at this man, nothing was reminiscent of his high title. He understood perfectly. If someone in the heavenly demonic cult dared to assign a false title, he would have been killed for a long time to death. So the hero came to the conclusion that the inhabitants of the Central Plain were extremely friendly, because this man was still freely moving here. From the scornful look of John, Guan Tanjan Hungan felt embarrassed. The expression of the boy's face clearly demonstrated that he was looking at him from above. But it didn't matter, he just wanted the guy to listen to him. When John Guvan refused and gathered to go, the man considered it extremely uneducated. He became wondering why the elders did not teach the guy good manners. However, John Guvan noted that even the great elder never made him comments about behavior. At that moment, Tanjay Hamvan realized that if the guy remembers the great elder, then it is the charity of the charitable sage. This meant that the rumors of the Pearl Dragon were true. He realized that if this guy was not protected by a charitable sage, such a rough teenager would not have been. Tanjao's Hasana became sad that the elder is so carelessly treated with a rare title that not everyone can get, and did not understand why he had someone like a John. The hero could not understand what this man had against him. Instead, he decided to find out how things were going on the elder because he heard that his sea center was destroyed. John Guvan calmly explained that he was much better because he was able to restore him. Tan Juan couldn't believe it. He never heard someone to recover the center of Qi, but it did not seem that Chong Guvan was lying about the Grand Elder. In this case, Tan Jehlivan thought, if this young man was indeed a specialist in poisons and his medical abilities as impressive as he claimed, he may have been the perfect candidate. So the old man revealed his ideas. He sought to make Chong Guan the best master of poisons in the world, inviting him to become his student. John Guvan, not answering anything, turned and went home. The hero did not understand why the old man continued to chase him, but the man insisted on a clear decision. The young man explained that he could not agree to his conditions because he is a student of Kunlun. At that moment, Ihawk with his satellites approached, and Tanji Jin immediately honored him with his friendliness. After a brief acquaintance, he spoke about the purpose of his visit, but his intention to become a mentor of John Guan did not find approval among those present. The man tried to clarify the situation, explaining that he did not intend to take a young man with him, he just wanted to share his knowledge. In his opinion, to call himself a master, and the student would be wrong with the student, he sought to establish relationships similar to the mentor's connection with the ward. Ihawk hoped that Tan Ji-han did not intend to establish a traditional relationship between the mentor and the student, but only sought to convey his skills. He insisted that this knowledge would be extremely useful for the Guanzhan, so he appealed to AI Kak with a request, explaining why he chose him. As it turned out, Tan Ji-han understood that a real genius was needed to master his knowledge, and saw that John Guvan had all the basic qualities for this. The young man even resembled his man in his youth, which was an additional motivation. However, the hero did not understand what it was about, because he never had such an expression as an old man. His disdain was seriously angry with Tanjan Khanan because the guy literally hinted that he perceives the appearance of the old man as something unworthy. Others even had to calm the indignant man. However, having escaped from the grip of the head of the sect, he promised that after expressing his request, he would inevitably return for the answer, anything. After that, John Guvan looked at him with dissatisfaction, not understanding why he was again in such a confused situation. Even Ihawk did not know what to do next, so he decided to listen to all the explanations at first. As a result, John said that he visited the Phoenix to test the poison and assured that he did not abuse them. Ihawk was glad that John Guan managed to safely remove the poison. However, the young man confessed that he deliberately left a little poison in the body to strengthen the immune system. Ihawk expressed his hope that John Guvan was really aware of his actions and decided to listen to his thoughts regarding the proposal of the majestic master of Patan, because not every day there is an opportunity to learn from the master of this level. However, the hero calmly stated that he is enough for one teacher, Cheo-chan. Hearing this, the man happily hugged his student and said that he also had only John Guan. However, he immediately mentioned this and two other children, which made himself feel an extraordinary shame. He also supported the choice of Chan Guan, but warned that he should remain true to his decision. The majestic master of Judas is known for his perseverance and, without a doubt, will try to return. The hero was aware of this and even suggested an ambush to end with this persistent man. However, Ihawk assured that before traveling to the Alliance Murim, he will report the whole head of the Tan family. Since Tanzi Hano honored the son of his son, there were no reasons for excitement. However, he asked if the master began to insist, it is better to remove him, but ordered John Guan not to fight. The boy seemed to be a great opportunity to improve his skills. However, Ihawk warned that Nguan would have to listen to his reproaches for a long time in case of disobedience. The next morning, Tanjijin Hanvan appeared with a mail and again asked the hero to become his ward. John Guvan was amazed at his boldness, because he came despite the absence of elders. After these words, everyone saw the majestic Master Yadov fell into a rage again, demanding answers from John. When the answers did not sound again, the man decided that the boy should first give a lesson of good manners. At this time, Chunwu tried to reassure the respectable master, urging him to continue using the words, not his fists. The hero was aware that he had a great desire to fight this man, but remembered the advice of Cheo Choni to avoid fights. Disobedience would lead to endless notations from both the head and from Cheo. Now he had no choice but to resort to the secret method. He hid himself into his chest, then began to cough heavily, stating that he had poisoned. Everyone was amazed, seeing the pearl dragon, and thought that the majestic master secretly attacked the student Kunlun. Around this time, the head of Sichuantan, Tan Yunchon, apologized to Ai Hako for his father's behavior. Ai Hak calmly explained that their visit was not associated with apologies. Tan Yunjon was well aware of this, but considered his duty to apologize for his father's actions. Looking at him, Ai Kak understood that his father's actions became well known, and his son had to apologize for him without stopping. In the end, he decided to say goodbye, because they had time to go. He asked Tan Yunchon whether he plans to attend the Alliance Moor. Tan Yunjon promised to come after talking with his father. Suddenly, they heard the cries. Someone brought the urgent news and insisted on meeting with the elders. Although he was forbidden to enter, because it was impossible to break into the Hall of the Head, Ai Hak had already recognized the voice of one of his students. They soon reported the problem between the Grand Master of Poison and one of the students of the sect. The problem was that there was an unexpected attack. Without the opportunity to explain the situation in detail, they insisted on the fast departure of the envoy to the elders. Ah Hak and Chen Chan was already worried, realizing that John Guvan had done something again. After learning the details, they heard the guy told about the secret attack of the majestic master of poisons on one of the students of the sect. At this point, Ai Hak and Chehan sighed, but realized that they would definitely need to hurry up. They decided to find out how the victim feels. The messenger explained that when the guy was carried into his room, he only saw how he used chi regeneration, going in search of elders, so he could not appreciate the boy's current condition. There was nothing known about the location of the great poison master. He guessed that he was still opposed to other students. Ai Hak realized the seriousness of the situation, and without spending time for discussion, immediately went on the road. Together with Ai Hak, he decided to move, and Tan Jun Chon, apologizing for his father. He intended to join them to discuss all the details. As they walked, they were rumored that Kunlunya's student saved the Master Yadov from shame. However, instead of gratitude, he decided to humiliate him. Ai Hak could not understand why rumors spread that contradict his student's words, but realized that it was probably a consequence of misinformation among people. When they approached, Tanji Han opposed the Chun and ordered him to free his way. But when he refused, he realized that without bloodshed, it is the only way to make them obey. Immediately intervened Tan Yun Chon, not allowing his father to finally destroy the authority of their clan. While Tanjon Khan and Tanju Han decided their issues, Ai Hak, along with Chio, headed to the wounded room. There they were surprised to find that he had already recovered. Soon, John Guvan himself said that he activated the poison that remained in his body to substitute the Master of Poisons. Although he explained that he did not intend to substitute him directly, the only thing he said was what he was poisoned, never claiming that Tanjan Khan had attacked him. Ai Hak realized that the witnesses seemed to misunderstand the situation. Soon, Chun Wu approached, who reported that the Grand Master of Poison escaped from the head of the Tan family and disappeared, so the head followed him. Ai Hak thought about how to do in this situation, because the conversation between them is inevitable. It became clear to everyone that the master would insist on his innocence, but few would believe him. although the son, the head of the clan, can trust the father, even if he was ready to attack him at the meeting. Chunwoo was the first to suggest that the situation was resolved, and Igok understood that he insisted on apology to the Sichuan Tan family to relieve tension in society. After all, it was Jane Guvan who actually caused misunderstanding. Ihok turned out to be right, reading the desire of the Chun, but eventually reproached him for his excessive straightness in thoughts, emphasizing that sometimes it should be done wiser. John Guvan himself did not understand why everyone was concerned, because he considered this issue much easier. He decided to share his vision of the situation and explain how everything should be solved. There were two options. The first, to do nothing, because only they knew the truth. In other words, follow the circumstances, avoiding conflicts. If the first method was to observe integrity, then the second, in the introduction of it into the mind. Ihok realized that the guy was offering to take revenge on the great master of poisons. At this point, an accompanying person suddenly appeared, who reported the arrival of the head of Sichuan Tan, who wanted to meet with Taus Zhangguan. The boy realized that it was time to act. Soon Tanjun Kon said that his father had discovered him the essence of the case and assured that it was Jane Guvan who had substituted him. He trusted his father because, though he sometimes behaved like a madman, never lied to him before. He had no reason not to believe his words. At this point, the hero realized that he had miscalculated, and all his deep reflections and plans were futile. He decided to ask the stranger why he came, because it did not look as if he were here for a dispute or a fight. In fact, Tanjun Khan just wanted to talk to John Guan, believing that he had done something incredible, that he was grateful for him. The hero wondered what he was thanked, but it turned out that John Guvan helped him to splash his emotions. The hero was surprised, believing that Tan Yun Chong would come angry because of the damaged reputation of his family. However, he explained that for decades, his father had spoiled the reputation, and he only tried to raise and support it, but it would not be more. The hero became awkward, realizing how difficult life had fallen into the fate of this man, although he believed that a difficult part was waiting for John Guan. He also heard that the guy helped his children improve poisons and was interested in whether he would continue to do it. John Huvan honestly admitted that if he was asked for help, he is unlikely to refuse. Then Tan Yunjon recognized that because his family is engaged in poisons, the exceptional ability of John Guan could cause possible problems for them. The hero impressed the straightness of this man, but he asked me interested in Tan Yun Chong react to a possible blow. The young man himself suggested getting rid of him in this case, considering it the simplest way out. Tan Yun Jong felt that it would greatly facilitate the task, but by weighing all the pros and cons, he came to the conclusion that the benefit prevails. Therefore, he suggested that the boy become allies. When it was time to say goodbye, John Guvan still did not understand the purpose of a personal conversation. However, Tan Yun Khan explained that he sought to thank the boy and find out what kind of person he was. However, the hero was aware that such a short dialogue would hardly satisfy his curiosity. This was confirmed by Tan Jun Khan, recognizing that he still cannot fully understand this guy. In the evening, Tan Jut Homan approached his son to find out if he was convinced that John Guvan really substituted him. Tan Yun Chong confessed that this boy had not attracted the attention of their father. Tan Juhan himself recognized the uniqueness of the guy, so he needed him. My father understood that Tan Yun Chong, too, would probably like to make contact with him. However, Tan Jun Kon warned that if there were problems again, this time he would not forgive him. Tan Jihan could not believe that the son was seriously intending to watch him, and wondered why he was looking at him as if he wanted to beat. The son explained, dissatisfied, that if he did not stop after a normal beating, he will now act differently. After these words, he entered his room, not paying attention to his father's words. Tan Jan Han was extremely dissatisfied with his nearby son, who began to look at him from above only because he was old. Deciding to drink to calm down, he sat in a gazebo with alcohol. Suddenly he began to cough, not understanding why the drink became so bitter in taste. At this point, he noticed old friends who only mocked his pathetic appearance, not understanding why, being so old, he has not died yet. One of the friends asked the other not to be too rude, especially given that Tanjut Hungan was so upset. The angry Danjaus Jan shouted at his friends, claiming that they did not look better. None of them are young, but they have become even more annoying. One of the men, apparently in poor clothes, laughed and explained that it was really a year younger, so he was not so old. It was a lot of angry Tanji Hryan, and he called both to fight, ready to cope with two opponents. One of the attackers smiled and asked about the rumors that reached him, about Tanzi's conflict with someone, wondering where he still had the strength in this duel. As a result, Tanzi Han realized that there was no point in arguing, so they sat down at the table to drink and discuss the news of his alleged attack on Kunlunya student. His friends realized that it was a slander. Although the news spread lightning, everyone just laughed at how skillfully the tuning dragon was squeezed by Tanzi Hryan. The old master knew that this guy is not only perfect, there will be no one who would be equal in the world. Friends immediately became clear that Tanjan Hungan said as if he intended to pick up a boy from Kunlun. They were surprised why the old man was talking about something unrealistic, because there were no such obstacles for him before. But he understood that everything would become clear when they meet with this guy. He never saw a person who would be so boldly desired in his life. He was even stranger that he was still not kicked out of such a harsh sect as Kunlun. Friends suggested that the guy may have been extremely committed to his clan, and that's what created a problem. It was true. Tan Zihan was aware that he would not be able to take away this young man by force, did not even dare to imagine what anger he would cause it. One of the men even suggested Tanaji Haman just surrender, because in his clan, and so there were enough talented children. However, he explained that he had already considered this opportunity. His son will not agree to accept his skills, and his grandchildren are simply not ready. It was disturbed because the unknown about how long was left. It did not allow you to sit. He honestly confessed that he even reflected on the guy's abduction or attempts to lure him to his side, but even so, John Guvan did not want to deal with him. Watching the man flooded with alcohol, friends realized that this proud old man really seeks to take possession of a boy. They became interested in what kind of special about this young election. It is time to say goodbye. They advised the old to relax, and they decided to go in search of a place for the night. In the morning, the hero woke up with the only desire to eat meat. He quickly started dressing to go and devastate the Alliance restaurant. Going outside, he heard a dispute between two men who could not agree on the dwelling. One preferred to stay outside, while the other was clearly not accustomed to living in such conditions. The hero, looking at the first man, wondered how he could be so dirty. One look at the old man was enough for him to disappear. The second old man, though looked much decent, spoke as a real robber, and his words were also extinguished by the hero's appetite. Both elders, seeing the pearl dragon, immediately surrounded him with questions, and then introduced themselves. The first is the Manchul Yue from the Shandun Yue clan, known as the Reverend Master of the List. The second is Yunhui Gui, the big head of the poor sect, also known as the Reverend Master of Begging. Hearing them, the hero asked what brought these men to him. They confessed that they knew Tanje Khan, who wanted to take the hero to the students, and they were interested in finding out about the reason for his refusal. John Gavan calmly explained that the current mentor is quite suitable for him. Yunhui Gui recalled that the masters were called Chio John, and confessed that he had heard about his authority. Then he decided to demonstrate the hero of the title of 10 Reverend. Yunhui Gui demonstrated 3 techniques: dog, awakening dog technology, and the greatest of all, sending dogs to heaven. Looking at these techniques, the hero realized that compared to other martial arts which are treacherously beating in the back, it was the most honest technique. He noticed that Junhei Gui was not only using his power, his legs were fast and accurate. Fascinated by martial arts, the hero advised the man to make certain adjustments, namely, to reduce the battle stable slightly. Recalling one poor man who once showed him the way to the truth, John Guvan turned to Yunhui. Did he not seem to him that the so-called dog beating was conceived from the very beginning to detain criminals? But later, the goal was changed to make the process interesting for future generations, and movements became more energetic and bright. It was then that John Guvan suggested that Yunhui Gao to imagine in the enemy's place not a man, but a dog. These guidelines moved the man many years ago when his mentor, teaching the young Yunhui Gui, noted his excessive tension in his shoulders. However, then Yunhui Gui arrogantly replied that the teacher was falling behind life and continued to hone the technique at his own discretion. An angry teacher gave a slap to the teacher, ordered to watch in his own words, and reminded that he was once a beggar, and he should not forget it. He drew attention to how Junhui Gui performed the dog's beating technique. He tightened his shoulders too much, trying to look impressive. Yunhui Gao tried to justify himself, claiming that this skill was taught only to the leaders of the sect, and he had to feel all his power. However, the teacher strictly reminded that the guy was only a poor man and had to perform the technique according to his level. "You are not a hero fighting with evil," the teacher said. "So perform the technique as if you are really trying to hit the dog." He believed that by choosing such a simple goal, the student would be able to apply the skill without unnecessary theatricality and pity. Then, Yunhui Gui did not attach great importance to these words, but now, thanks to the note of John Guan, he finally realized, declining in size and choosing a lower position, you can get closer to the enemy. Once a beggar, like him, just thought of making an impression, completely forgetting such a simple principle. Yue Manchul, watching the young man enlightened Yunhui Gui, noticed that his approach to his own art began to change. It became clear that this guy was not just a wonderful but a true master of military art. It was so struck by the Songjul that he also wanted to attract him to his side. He asked the John if he liked the martial school of the sect of beggars. To this, John Guvan replied with positive that he considers her quite exciting. However, Yue Manjul immediately advised the boy not too close to Junhui Gu, explaining that he was difficult, because of which even in the sect of beggars he was not very respected. He shared that Yunhui Gu always claimed that his loneliness was a manifestation of a free spirit, but it was obvious deception. Hearing this slander, Yunhui Gao evilly replied that Yue Manchul even expelled his own wives, considering the crazy who had fun, training his grandchildren by beating. Because of this, everyone hated him. Yue Manjul denied, claiming that his wife was only advised to rest, and he just listened to their advice. The dispute flared up with a new force. Yunhui Gu blamed Yue Manchul of the fact that he did not need the old man, and he was in response to him with a lonely beggar. The situation came to a critical limit. They took up weapons, intending to find out who is right and who is guilty of them once and for all. This finally brought the hero from himself. He sharply ordered the men to silence, because their duty was too loud. If you already intend to find out the relationship, then do it somewhere. He was aware that if the dispute continues, he would not be able to enjoy the meat calmly. Yue Manchul and Yunhui Gui were stunned by such arrogance. It was difficult to get involved in how this guy dared to talk to them. Deciding to study him, they have been televisioned that it is not time for internal disputes now, and it is better to satisfy their blood desire on the brow. However, they did not agree who should attack the first. At that moment, AI Hack with the rest of the Taus was eaten for help, from the very morning feeling the fighting passion. John Guvan realized that he would definitely not be able to eat meat now. Soon a whole crowd, attracted by the ominous energy of the elders, gathered. It became clear to everyone that a fight was rising, and everyone sought to become a witness. Both elders were embarrassed, finding themselves in the center of general attention. John Guvan, realizing that he would not come to a fight between them, decided to return to his room. He explained Ikak that everything would remain at the level of empty threats and would not continue. Others also understood that despite their vows about the intentions to kill each other, the elders were only standing still. They may not have been acting because of the desire to maintain their reputation. Suddenly, the hero urged everyone to disperse, explaining that neither Yunhui-gu or Yue Manchul would take any steps. At that moment, when they clearly heard every word, both men realized, if they start acting, they will be shameful, and there was no other choice. In the end, Yunhui-gu demonstrated the dog-beating reception, and Yue Manchul showed hundreds of waves. While all were engaged in observations of events, John Guvan decided to take his way to training. The young man wondered why they could not stay and look at such a fascinating battle. However, the hero explained that it is unlikely to help this to achieve enlightenment, given that he is only a beginner. He explained that without the level of the elder, this battle would not benefit, so he suggested focusing on training. The first thing that was done by John Guvan was asked to demonstrate his skill in his own sword. He noted that the guy really improved the techniques. It was still clear that in comparison with other students, the scion of MU remains quite weak. He frankly told him that he still had to train a lot because his movements lack accuracy and sophistication. However, he asked the guy not to be upset because it could be changed with his own efforts. John Guvan noted that this man lacked confidence. He constantly sought the thought of the mentor after each demonstration of martial arts. His face was afraid that he was afraid to get punishment. So he explained that it is important to act more confident during training, and then you will start learning the lessons more successfully. The Cloth of Mon insisted that he could not decide on it, but the hero noticed, the main thing is to believe more in himself. Even if someone points to his mistakes, he should take it as an opportunity to become better, and then convince the person who corrected him. In the end, the Scion believed in his words, especially in the promise of John Guan that confidence will greatly help in his training. The hero suggested that he invent a battle cry and asked him to proclaim something like, "The lion is the greatest student in the whole world." The young man was very embarrassed because it was Chan Guvan that was rightly considered the greatest student in the world. The cloth became even more awkward because there was no one to pay attention to, who would be better suited for this title when it was about martial arts. However, he was mentioned as he told his father that he wanted to follow the footsteps of John Guan. If he does not believe in the level he wants, he is unlikely to succeed. Therefore, he exclaimed what he asked for John. After that, the mentor asked him to proclaim himself the first and only gold master of the sword. He invented this nickname, taking into account the trade abilities of Sun Mu, deciding to successfully combine two qualities. Finally, the guy exclaimed this phrase and confessed that he was feeling much better. He felt relief, and John Guvan advised him to continue to keep this opinion in his head. When the hero looked around, he saw that many Tauses, local residents, as well as Yue Manchul and Yunhui-gu, gathered behind, who stopped the battle to laugh at the title of Mu. The boy became extremely inconvenient, and he immediately ran away. John Guvan realized that the young man belongs to those who still need to learn and gain experience and knowledge for a long time. He realized that he may have been too accustomed to the orthodox faction, which was why he neglected practical training, although he believed that there was nothing more effective than practice. Therefore, he decided to develop a new training plan not only for his younger brother, but for all Taoists. In addition, he will need a lot of elixir, which he decided to ask the Tan family. In the end, when he shouting the teams, he asked Yue Manchul and Yunhui-gu to bring the battle to completion, and the rest to watch them. After that, he quietly departed. Attention again moved to two elders who, having heard the charismatic phrase, "Golden Master of the Sword," forgot for a moment about their battle. Meanwhile, Tan Juan came to the rage, learning that the master of the poor man and the spear wizard were fighting right in front of Kunlun's gates. He believed that they had seized envy and they lost their common sense. He even cut the table with his bare hands, but his son noticed his father that this table belongs to the Museth Alliance. Therefore, we had to compensate for the losses at their own expense. Despite this, the anger of Tanzi Khana did not subscribe. He understood that this fucking lazy and a cunning man Manjul decided to take away his future student and fight for him. The son calmly explained that the tank dragon did not become a student of Tanje Kwan. However, he believes that he still has the right to Guan because he was the first to notice his talent. The old man decided to leave for a moment to see the young man, but Tan Yunjon forbade him and asked him to hide for a short time. Even the promise of Tanje Khan that he would not talk to Ji Guan did not change the situation. In the end, having locked his father, Tan Yunjon went to a meeting with the Pearl Dragon. He understood that the personality of this young man was becoming more problematic, even more than the education of the Alliance Moor. So I decided that it was worth getting acquainted with this mysterious guy. When he came, he saw a huge crowd. He was surprised. Did all these people come together only to see the members of the Kunlun sect? At some point, he realized that the Tausis had left this place. He even rejoiced that he did not bring his father with him because he was ready to leave. Suddenly, peering beyond the walls of the Kunlun shelter, he felt some kind of creepy, ominous energy that resembled destructive power. Tan Yunjon immediately realized that this energy was leaking from the tournament arena. He immediately went there to find out what was happening. Not so long ago, John Guvan gathered everyone in the tournament arena to announce that their workouts will now be quite different than usual. Now they will have to fight one-on-one with an opponent of about the same level. John Guvan asked them to prepare as if they intended to kill each other. No one left the place. Tausis did not understand how to act with the intention of murder. The hero explained that he meant not a real murder, and was surprised how Taus could have assumed. He only suggested to train, confronted with the true intention of killing, believing that such a practice for the control of strength would be in favor. Ihawk realized that it really made sense. They should be ready for real battles. Even Cheo Zhong supported the need for such training. When it all started, the hero realized that the expected result was not too comforting. The Tausis were stupidly waving with swords. He decided to intervene, rushing into the battle and first attacked Chek. The latter immediately suspected that John Guvan intended to kill his uncle. After the man fell to the ground, the hero rushed into battle against his teacher, explaining his actions by they both participated in a ruthless battle. Understanding Cheese, he noticed how Chek finally got up, ready to give the hero a good lesson. Then the guy realized that he could move to the complication of workouts. Immediately afterwards, he was swept by a powerful destructive force, and he explained that he was now intending to fight seriously. He urged Taus not to worry, promising to adjust his strength to their level, so that the battle was on equal terms. Watching Chon Guan with an open mouth, Tan Yunjon was aware that this may be a true power of a bickering dragon. He could not understand how a young man could restrain such a huge amount of deadly energy during a simple workout. In the end, the only conclusion to which the head of the Sichuan Tan clan came to, this young man was much more dangerous than he imagined. Soon the workout came to the end. The beaten Tausis turned to Njivan by the Guan for permission to undergo acade of academic therapy and get painkillers to relieve common body pain. In a moment, the hero found himself next to Tanjan Chum to find out if you can contact the head of the family with a little request. He asked him to give him some really effective medicines to help his brothers and uncles. Tan Yunchon was amazed at how a wonderful man was John Guvan. Despite his age, he was able to release a huge amount of energy while keeping it under full control, although he was not yet 20. In the end, he agreed to give the medicine, but instead asked the hero to perform a certain service. Before opening the details, he suggested that he continue the discussion in his family estate. They barely entered. Tan Yun Chong ordered the treatment of all Taoists, spending as many medicines on it as it would be needed without sparing resources. They, along with John Guan, entered the room where it was sitting and drank Tanje Hamvan. John Guvan was obviously dissatisfied with what he saw and asked the head of the family to explain. But Tanjan Konis suggested that he sit down while asking his father to remove the alcohol for a while, which he tried to silence his thoughts in despair. It was soon revealed that the request was that John Guvan agreed to his father's mentoring and conveyed his wisdom further. The hero and Dan Guns were stunned. John Guvan decided to find out the possible motives, realizing that Tan Yun-jon hardly simply wanted to please his father with this decision. He was wondering that he could still manage the head of the family. Tan Yun-chong explained that it had nothing extraordinary. It was only necessary to inform Jian that the hero inherited all his father's knowledge. John Guvan immediately realized that it was only a reason to establish a relationship. In addition, Tanjun Khanum explained that his father has made many enemies, which had a lot of trouble. Therefore, he sought to find a strong ally, not a powerful enemy. As a result, the hero agreed, "I am glad to master new art." The only thing that annoyed was the continuous grunt of Tan Zizi, although he assured that he was the most ripped person. When the hero explained that he was even more annoyed with lies and shortcomings, Tan Zigan promised to hold himself in his hands. The hero himself suggested that it would be quite interesting to absorb his wisdom, and Tan Zigan promised that the journey would certainly enjoy. But John Guvan understood that he had to put forward his conditions in response. He realized that the Tan family received a lot of benefits for one-time treatment. Therefore, the hero asked that they provide constant free treatment for Kunluni students. Tan Yun-jon agreed to cooperate within the alliance, but the hero decided to put forward his demands beyond, because meetings in the alliance will be infrequent. Therefore, he proposed to send several healers of the Tang family to Kunlun for the practice of treatment. Tan Junjong agreed, but noted that in exchange they should obtain permission to collect medicinal poisonous plants that grow in the Kunluni mountains. The hero could not resolve this issue on his own, so he promised to contact the elders for permission. The negotiations were completed because Tan Junjong knew that the guy should also ask his father's permission to continue his studies. Soon, John Guvan met with Hakka, who still believed that such an opportunity was only once in his life. He saw a great personality in John and understood that their sect was not enough for his development, so he urged the boy to continue acquiring new skills and enriched with knowledge. Chehan himself was proud of his student received such a chance, but emphasized the importance of always remembering his first and only mentor. The hero was surprised to reminded why he decided to use television, and it turned out that Tan Ji, who was watching them all the time, was nearby. John Guvan realized that the old man, as always, acted in his style. In the end, from that moment on, the great Master Poison began to teach the Pearl Dragon. Rumors spread instantly, and Yue Manchul and Yunhui Gui quickly learned about it, unable to believe what could happen. They even visited Tanajan Kavan to find out if it was true, because his joy was so great that he was ready to go to another world after he became a mentor of such a valuable student. Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, the hero turned to the senior head of the Tan family. Tan Jan Hanvan could not accept the fact that John Guvan had not yet called him a master, so having come up with his justification, he decided to leave. In the end, he suggested for his old acquaintance to go and do his unnecessary business, while he would continue to pass on his knowledge to the student. After that, he left, and both men came to the rage because they did not feel such humiliation for a long time, and it was just disgusting. Finally, both of them were illuminated by the same thought. They decided to disrupt the plans of Tanjan Hryan and cause him trouble. In the end, both men turned to their followers, arguing that they were intended to convey their knowledge of the bike. Their followers denied, explaining that although some knowledge gained through their own experience, the main element of their learning is a sect, so it is simply impossible to convey this art by outsiders. The dispute broke out, and Yunhui Gu with Yue Manchul was aware that they would try to refuse them. The Yue Manchul, who once offered to transfer his techniques, was especially outraged, but all successors refused. He could not understand how he could blame him for finding a new student. A bold guy came out of the beggar's sect, who realized that Yunhui Gu would not give way and decided to meet the harvest dragon personally. Also, a student who had already acquainted with a sheepdog has also decided to go from the Yue song. At this time, John Guvan continued to train with the teacher in the art of throwing weapons. He could not understand how much more he would have to repeat the same actions because he believed that he had already achieved a sufficient level of skill. Tanjuan could not understand what the hero was saying because he expected that he would use all the prepared stocks to master the art of throwing. But John Guvan explained that he saw all possible shells yesterday and learned everything. Tan Jan Han couldn't argue. John Guvan was throwing shells as if he had been engaged in his entire life, like a real specialist. In the end, he decided to ask the guy what shells he wanted to master. The hero calmly explained that he would be able to cope with any projectile that will be at hand. He is enough for several throws to learn how to use it. The main thing is that the projectile does not take up much space. After that, the hero asked Tanjae Kanan to start his workout. However, before the start of class, the old man explained that Nkon Guvan should first find out one important thing. Although they claim that their family specializes in poisons and weapons, there was also a third element known as the art of agility. The hero immediately realized that the key is the ability to run quickly after using poison or weapons. Although Tanji Jvan considered this understanding somewhat primitive, John Guvan was right. To use poison or metal weapons, the warrior must freely control his movements and evaluate the distance to the enemy. He heard a John Guvan advised his grandchildren about poisons, and already formed the idea that he was perfectly possessing this art. Secondly, the sect Guan Kunlun is famous for its skill. Although the sect had a different approach, Tanjan Hungan assumes that John Guan does not need to study. Moreover, he has perfectly learned the characteristics and technique of using metal weapons. Thanks to this, he fulfilled all three necessary conditions. Now the man was ready to share with the young man his understanding of enlightenment, based on three principles: heaven, earth, and man. He believed that their method consisted of these three elements, and perfection can only be achieved through harmony between them. He placed the elements in reverse order and comprehended their true meaning. If a person conquered the sky and the earth, no enemy will be able to intimidate it. This logic was quite clear, but the hero clearly did not seek to assume that the whole essence of insight was in the constant wearing of poisons and shells. He was going to go, not wanting to waste time, but Tan Zi Han explained that the secret was that the person became the center. But only when a person directs the yad into the earth and simultaneously throws a weapon into the sky, becoming a harmony between these elements. After hearing the old man, John Guvan realized that his words were hidden really deep. Taking the needles and a handful of earth, he decided to show his understanding of this art. He scattered the earth to overshadow the visibility. He threw the shells into the air, preventing his chosen enemy to avoid his attack. Initially, Tanji Han did not realize why the guy was so unexpectedly attacked, but eventually noticed how Chong Guvan was mastering shells and terrain using his inner strength. He used it to change the relief while throwing shells to control the sky. It was a perfect demonstration that he sought to show John Guan. The old man was amazed at success and decided to check the young man to understand how deeply he could master this art. He decided to find out what would happen if he excludes heaven from this circle. Thus, John Guvan began to use poisonous forces, continuing to attack, relying only on earthly energy. However, the man, using his internal energy, dared to exclude the land from the equation and stayed alone with the confrontation. At that moment, Tanjan Hamvan realized that a person embodies the unity of heaven and earth, being at the same time to those who are grasping and whom they are. However, unexpectedly, John Guvan stopped the training duel, noting that the mentor was trying to use poisonous techniques against him. The young warrior did not intend to risk his own health. Tang Jan, realizing his mistake, sincerely apologized, paying homage to the student whose actions were awakening a new gust of strength. Having gained considerable experience, the mentor decided to share an important revelation. Born into a family where poisons and metal weapons were part of a daily life, He believed that his fate was limited to these skills. However, the main thing, he always remained human. Subsequently, it became clear that a person could survive without relying on the strength of heaven and earth. Weapons, the continuation of your hand, the old master said wisely. Her strength is that we people have learned to use it as part of our body, but it is not necessary to become a slave to these weapons. John Guvan listened carefully, gradually realizing that Tanjan Khan not only equated poison to metal shells. The mentor was interested in hearing the opinion of a person who questioned the undeniable efficiency of traditional martial arts. Thank you to Tanaji Hamnan for the invaluable lessons, and feeling that he had grasped the essence of his wisdom, John Guvan decided to return home. The old master understood. To grasp even a small part of his teachings, the new moon took much more time. However, this was not due to the lack of student abilities. When John Guvan followed the exit, the man hurried after him, inviting him to stay for lunch. All the preparations were completed, but the hero, knowing that in the house of the mentor he was waiting for only vegetarian food, politely refused and said goodbye. Wandering through the crowded streets, John Guvan considered where you can taste meat dishes outside Murim. He thought of the need to change his clothes and file an official statement if he decides to leave the alliance immediately. He was annoyed by the very idea that for the sake of a piece of meat we have to withstand all these formalities. An unexpected meeting with Yu Jinpan and his companion, a student of Junhugig, suddenly interrupted his reflections. Greetings to them, John Guvan asked about the purpose of their visit. It turned out that Jinpun brought his mentor who sought to get acquainted with him. The man announced his status as the head of the sect of beggars, and without delay, he asked the John Guan to ask if he did not want to study under the guidance of his mentor. Having quickly realized that he was talking about the famous Yun Hui Gu, whose reputation was quite controversial, John Guvan categorically refused. The man was not surprised, because he seemed to expect such a reaction, but asked about the reason for refusing to study one of the 10 reverices. John Guvan calmly explained that he did not see this. At that moment, the interlocutor realized that the rumors of the young warrior's self-confidence were true. Suddenly, John Guvan wondered if there was a good restaurant nearby, preferably with separate booths for a solitary meal. He was recommended an institution called Special Taste. Without hesitation, he invited Yu Jinpun and his mentor to join him for lunch. Taikoma Jong GWV hoped to use this meeting to enjoy the meat dishes, but his companions sincerely perceive it as a true act of kindness on his part. Upon arrival at the restaurant of John, he had to convince her guests of the seriousness of intentions to pay for lunch. He assured them, securing his word with the principles of military honor. After that, the poverty immediately began to order all kinds of meat dishes and alcoholic beverages. Then, Yu Jinpun took advantage of the moment to ask his younger friend about studying from the Reverend Master of Tanji. When John Guvan informed that he had already completed his studies, the beggar could not hide his distrust. He seemed incredible to master all the skills in only 2 days. He was disappointed, considering Jane Guan in a boasting, and wondered why the master undertook to teach such a self-confident young man. However, Yu Jinpun, addressing his mentor, defended John Guan, explaining that, despite his somewhat arrogant behavior, his younger brother never lies, so his words should be taken seriously. After this support, Jinpun confessed John Guan, who believes in his words, although they seem incredible, and expressed his desire to learn more about the art he has acquired. However, the opinions of John's John were busy with much more important affairs. He hinted that he would like to share with Jinpun and his mentor an important secret that could not be disclosed under no circumstances, and wondered if they could keep the secret. After that mysterious statement, they took up the meal. John Guvan enjoyed the meat dishes with a clear pleasure, while the mentor of growing interest reflected the nature of the mystery of the young warrior and the reasons for his sudden silence after such an intriguing beginning. With a casual smile, John Guvan revealed his big secret. He just enjoyed meat and alcohol. The fact that he presented as a great secret was so ordinary that it caused genuine laughter in all present. Yujin-pun, laughing, solemnly promised to keep this secret. However, staying seriously John, he admitted that although he trusted Jin-pun unconditionally, he has no confidence in the head of the sect. This candid confession significantly affected the head of the sect of beggars. Yujin-pun was in a hurry to resolve the situation, explaining to his mentor that although the words of John Guan may seem offensive, the young warrior did not really intend to inflict personal insult. The man, thinking, acknowledged that if John the Guvan really wanted to offend him, he would have expressed much sharper. However, he was surprised in his long life, he did not meet such a cheeky and straight-line young man, and could not understand how this man got into the dear Kunlun clan. Suddenly, remembering his own mentor, the head of the sect realized that he had already met such a person. He was aware that he was here precisely because he could not convince his stubborn mentor known as his determination. He was unexpectedly illuminated. Instead of trying to influence the Guan John, it is worth asking the young man himself to help manage the situation with his comrades in a sect. The man decided that if the John Guvan declares the ability to master their doctrine in just a few days, it would impress his mentor so much that he would refuse to teach such a self-confident student. John Guvan, having acute intuition, noted that the interlocutor conceived something. However, he decided not to give this value, realizing that if a man starts to annoy him, the consequences could be quite unpleasant. After finishing dinner in a fairly calm atmosphere, John Guvan returned home, where he saw the junction of Mu, who was still training hard, improving endurance under the weight of heavy cargoes. The excited junction reported that he was looking for a Guan, because an important guest had come to him. Coming to the meeting place, John Guvan suddenly faced Cheho-chan, who was in the company of his longtime associate, the leader of the clan from the eastern mountain. The meeting with the hero of the city legends was a great honor for the guest, so he was respectfully welcomed with the sheet. The man explained the reason for his visit. His mentor constantly mentioned John Guan, and he wanted to meet this young man himself. Knowing about the passionate desire of the Manchul Yuezhul to take a Guan to the students, he came, waiting for a refusal. But now his intentions have changed. He sincerely sought the young warrior to accept the proposal of his mentor. He explained that this was a special request because there was no other way to influence the decision of his unwavering mentor. The best way out, in his opinion, would be to agree to study and then share the knowledge gained with other members of the clan. However, John Guvan clearly stated that he was not interested in this proposal. Having realized the position of the young man, the man decided to change the terms of the agreement. He suggested that the Penn family support in the future election of the alliance leader. In addition, they promised to send martial arts masters to Vichaha and provide significant resources for this purpose. The second paragraph was the obligation to invest in the development of trade with the Western region. By transferring their main goods to the Trade Association of FECs, they could significantly improve the economy, and the residents of Tichai would have access to various goods. John Guvan acknowledged that the proposals were attractive, but insightfully noted that perhaps their sect was already doing something similar. Embarrassed by the fact that the young man solved his intentions, the man decided to raise the rates. When John Guvan hinted that he wanted to get something for himself, his interlocutor realized that this unusual young man was really worth serious negotiations. The man smiled happy and noted that he did not know the exact desires of John Guan, but he will have enough time to think about his requirements while studying with a mentor. After some reflections, the John agreed. The next day, rumors began to spread in the city that the Bolt Dragon became a student at once two dear masters, the head of the beggar and the spear master. The public was amazed by the fact that he started his studies immediately after the end of the classroom. This news caused such a resonance that even had to postpone the solemn reception of influential families Nazun and Hibai Pen in the Alliance Muri. The head of the family Nazun, trying to understand the situation, wondered why the election of the alliance leader were postponed and what role the representatives of the Kunlun clan played in this. One of the assistants hurriedly explained. Although public outrage provoked by the actions of John Guan had to die quickly to avoid the difficulties with the election of the alliance leader, it was decided to ask all the factions temporarily postponing this process. However, the head of the family Nazun was dissatisfied with the alliance's participants of the Marita are unlikely to give a clear answer, so such delay does not make sense. The assumption of Ryok, noticing that his father was losing his self-control, tried to reassure him, but this only exacerbated the anger of the head of the family. He has already been reported on recent events, including how, instead of the former honorary title of Sword Dragon, his son is now called Dragon Smart. The man was already boiling from anger. Having released his schedule exclusively for this case, he arrived, and now had a second to untangle the situation with the Pen family and all the surprises they threw. The situation was complicated, because everyone was aware of the close friendship between Kunlun's clan and Pen family. This could significantly affect the choice of other members of the alliance. Since the family was to control the situation, they could not allow Kunlun to strengthen their influence. In order to counteract this, the head of the family Nazun decided to arrange a grand banquet, seeking to demonstrate the strength and grandeur of his kind. At the same time, the head of the Pen family arrived, who immediately summoned the talk of Suvoi's penalty to discuss the latest events. He was confused, not knowing whether to rejoice or to worry about rumors. Pen Sumi shared the encouraging news. His friend Hay Prices confirmed that another influential family decided to support Pen family. The family still had several trumps in the sleeve, so Pen Suvoi suggested a meeting to discuss topical news. Recognizing that there is very little time left before the elections, men agreed to the need for personal conversation. The head of the family, heard a lot about the Pearl Dragon, was aware of the importance of this personality. The Suvoi Strum emphasized the importance of establishing a friendly relationship with this exceptional young man. Returning to the young man sitting opposite, the head asked his impression of meeting with John Guan. The young man noted that, although John Guvan may seem rude and arbitrary, he has no evil intent. This observation was interested in the head of the Hibai Pen clan, pushing him even more to a personal meeting with this unusual young man. Meanwhile, John Guvan completed his studies at the Manchul Yue, receiving the guidance to accurately apply the technique of possession of the spear according to the acquired knowledge, if you need this skill. Yue Manchul still could not recover from the thought that he taught such an incredibly capable student who mastered his art in a matter of days. The sudden appearance of Tan Jae Kwan and Yun Haigu Ji caused a hot dispute over the one who should continue to teach John's John. The dispute quickly reached when John Hue Guan recalled, which did not give his consent to his studies. After that, Tan Juan and Yue Manchul began to reproach the man for proposing his studies without the consent of the student himself. In response, Yun Haigu accused them of compelled a guy for training that he did not really love. Watching this quarrel, John Guvan judged not to interfere, aware of all the absurdity of the situation. Returning home, he caught Ihoka with his accompaniment, who were going to go. It turned out that they were heading for a banquet organized by the family. When John Guvan asked why he was not warned, Ihok became recognized that he did not want to bother him during his studies. John Guvan calmly informed that he had already mastered the art of the list of Yue Manchul, and again, he had only had 2 days to master all the techniques of the revered master. Ihok was forced to invite a young man to join them. John Guvan was delighted with this occasion, knowing the high status of the Nazuns and hoping for exquisite treats. Arriving, they immediately saw an impressive sight, gorgeously covered tables. Although the decision about the banquet was spontaneous, the family was effortless to make everything organized perfectly. One of the chefs, honoredly bowing, suggested that the guests out of the Kunlun sect to their places. However, when they reached their table, John Gouvan was surprised to find that it was exclusively on vegetable dishes. He felt sadness, looking at the tables of neighbors who were breaking from meat dishes and alcohol. As Yong did not try, he could not understand such a clear injustice by the Nazun family. At that moment, the master appeared, announcing the arrival of the banquet and the head of the Nazun family. The man who appeared was satisfied with the guests, noting that he chose the perfect place to greet, from where all those present were perfectly visible. Suddenly the look of the leader of the family Nazun stopped on the sheet dragon, and he was struck by the expression of the young man's face. John Gouvan had so dissatisfied and angry that even an experienced leader of the clan felt it a cold from this piercing look. However, the man quickly mentioned the difference in their position and got rid of anxiety. Turning to the guests, the head of the family Nazun began his carefully prepared speech. He described in detail the huge efforts made in the organization of the banquet and expressed his hope that the treats liked all the guests. He particularly emphasized the presence in the hall of many famous masters, who for decades shed sweat and blood for the sake of peace in Murim. Despite his respectable age, he expressed deep respect for everyone, bowing low. With special solemnity, he gave praise to the great soldiers of Jan, who always came to the rescue in the most difficult times. This banquet, he said, aimed to express boundless gratitude to all present. Chon Gouvan, listening to the speech, noted classical tactics, an attempt to enlist support through eloquence and flattery words. However, he was forced to admit that the head of the family was a great manner. At this point, Chehan drew the attention of John, pointing to one of the men present. It was the head of the Pen family, and Chehan asked the opinion of John Guan about him. The young man sincerely confessed that a man looks like the one who has deprived the lives of many people. Even for him, Pen family seemed to be an extremely dangerous person. The election of the alliance leader Murimi were extremely important for the prestige of the clans, so the leaders of the families Nazun and Pen actively joined the political game. Zhong Gouvan realized that they were ready to use any means to win. Cheo Zhong noted that their methods will be significantly different, as these are completely different people, and the functioning of the alliance will depend on who wins the election. After this conversation, Chan suggested that John Guan move to lunch. Noticing the dissatisfaction with the young man with vegetarian dishes and realizing his disappointment, he expressed compassion. John Gouvan had already planned to visit a regular restaurant after the banquet to finally taste real food. But suddenly the head of the Pan family came to their table to congratulate the elder Kunlunya Ihak. After the exchange of official greetings and ceremonial slopes, the man approached the Pearl Dragon. He warmly shook his hand, noting that he had heard a lot about the young man from Pen Canva, and sincerely glad. The head of the family was particularly interested in why John Gouvan had not yet visited their clan. He noted that Pen Canvas is looking forward to meeting him. John Gouvan was embarrassed, remembering that she did not give Pen Canv an accurate answer. However, the head of the family was determined and invited the young man for a short time to visit their residence for an important conversation. He did not have time to finish his offer, as Tan Ziji appeared, welcoming to the leader of the Pen family. The man, turning, was surprised to see 3 of the 10 dear masters at once. Asking their health and responding to greetings, Tan Ji, with a slight suspicion in his voice, asked if the Pen family was planning to take his student in his assistance. The man hurried to explain that the reason for the invitation is simple. The Pearl Dragon is familiar with his younger son, and he just wanted to talk to the young man. Watching the conversation, John Gouvan realized that all the Reverend Masters with their respected factions gathered in the hall. Wanting to leave this place, he began to look for the right reason to exit. His attention was attracted by ordinary warriors who also came to the Alliance Moor. Chung Jong noted that although they were considered part of the alliance, they were not invited to the banquet because the invitations were only the most influential fractions. The hero strongly stated that he seeks to feed the hungry soldiers, whom the family did not take care of the family. Initially, Chung Chong thought that John Guvan was guided by noble intentions, but doubts made him look closely at the student's face, trying to recognize his true motives. The man even began to ask heaven to give whether to trust this young man. In the end, he released John, strictly forbidding him to participate in any fights. At this time, the younger brother was struck by the news of an invitation to a prestigious event. He had already dreamed of getting acquainted among young masters of martial arts. However, instead of maintaining these ambitions, John Guvan pulled his way. This caused him tears of disappointment, because all his hopes for future acquaintances in the martial arts world have destroyed. Bringing the upset, the group of ordinary warriors who was not invited to the banquet, John Guvan, noticing their hungry looks, suggested that everyone go to dinner at the restaurant, treating at their own expense. The warriors exchanged their views, not believing that the Pearl Dragon itself is ready to spend money to treat ordinary fighters such as they are. Without spending time for reflection, but John Guvan practically forced them to agree, and the whole company went in search of the right institution. When they got to the already familiar John of the Guan restaurant, it turned out that there were no free tables. They were already going to leave, but one of the local knights offered an alternative, the other restaurant. It may not be so refined, but it is famous for inexpensive, delicious dishes and excellent service. It seemed to Khan's Guan that the guy was receiving a percentage for the customers presented. However, they had no other choice, so they agreed to his proposal. Arriving at the place, John Guvan was so disappointed with what he saw that he had barely resisted the desire to beat the one who persistently advised them. The restaurant did not meet the passionate description they heard. Returning to the young man, John Guvan asked directly whether the commission was receiving for the involvement of new visitors. The guy was excitedly frozen, assuring the sincerity of his recommendations and pleading to trust his choice. It was then that a woman, a local cook, came out of the kitchen. Seeing the young man, she smiled sincerely, recognizing in him her son, who brought new guests. Suddenly, everything happened to John Guan in his head. The young man brought them here not for nothing, because he is the son of the mistress and apparently always eats here for free. However, he was in a hurry to explain that it is not about free food, but in sincere conviction that his mother's culinary talent is unattainable. Looking at the room, the guy proudly told about the success of the establishment. It was now unobtrusive because most of the locals worked, but at lunchtime, the restaurant was so overwhelmed that it was a real test to find a free place. John Guvan, deciding that he would not lose anything, approached the woman and asked her to prepare everything that was in her culinary arsenal. He suggested that they choose any place they liked. Sitting at the table, John Guvan plunged into the memories of mentors and elders left in Kunlun. Although he hoped that the mentors and elders were all right, and they continue training hard, his thoughts have shifted to the celestial demonic cult. This cult, though squeezed but not for long, especially given the future changes, Mr. Penn had to become the alliance leader soon. However, he was aware that when the Murima sent warriors to the province of Vichahai, he would be able to travel the world without interruption. Suddenly, a warrior approached and proudly presented a corporate dish of the establishment, a vegetable salad, wished a dashed. However, the hero, clearly dissatisfied with the appearance of the dish, asked to bring something else. The waiter began to say that specifically for the sheet dragon was prepared a special dish, but Chongguan interrupted it, persistently demanding meat dishes. This request was embarrassed by the warrior, because he knew about the guests belonging to the Taoist tradition. He turned his gaze to the junction, assuming that he, judging by simple clothes, is probably an external student. Using the moment, he asked to bring more food, having jokingly notifying the relentless appetite of his brother. The waiter smiled and promised to cover the table so that he would break from a variety of dishes. When the waiter came out, the shot of Mo was indignant, emphasizing that he is not just a beginner and definitely not eat like a pig. John Gouvan calmly noted that the young man had not yet received shaped clothes, and asked why he was so affected by comparison, because it all depends on perception. The lion did not remain in debt, sarcastically advising Guan to perceive vegetables as meat, which caused him only a skeptical smile. When the tables were filled with food, other soldiers could not hide the joy of unexpected opportunity. They sincerely thanked their friend, who made a chance to dinner so tasty. He modestly pointed to the sheet dragon as a real benefactor who was to thank. Turning to Nana Guan, the warriors noticed his relentless appetite. He absorbed food at such a stunning speed that his hands were moving so rapidly that they could not be tracked. The soldiers were delighted, concluding that John Gouvan, obviously, not only a sword master, but also virtuoso in the ability to use food sticks. They joked that such abilities could not be obtained from birth, so it is probably training even during a meal. Some tried to follow his technique, absorbing food at the same speed. Only this was aware of the true cause of such a hurry. John Gouvan tried to hide the meat in his hands, and from this awareness, he was incredibly ashamed. After calming down, the warriors began to discuss recent clashes between the Hua Mountain and the southern slope, trying to understand the reasons for the unexpected statement of the head of the family. Listening to their conversation, Cholamu realized that every sect and family have accumulated many internal problems. Feeling a chance to get valuable information, John Gouvan approached the table with a bottle of alcohol and invited the soldiers to drink together. The warriors, grateful for the attention from the Pearl Dragon, easily agreed. Sitting at their table, John Gouvan said that he spent his entire life in Pichai, and now, having been in the Central Plains, faces many unfamiliar things. He asked to explain how life was arranged in the region, especially interested in the future elections of the Alliance. He was interested in this connected clans, public opinion, and preferences of different families. The warriors were concerned about such direct questions about the election of a new head, fearing the possible consequences of spreading such information. However, John Gouvan, showing a polite smile, assured them that he did not expect help without reciprocity. If they share information with him, he will also reveal some interesting data to them. Watching the Guan, the warrior realized that he was much smarter than 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Moreover, as a student of 3 of the 10 monitors, he had a great opportunity to learn something extremely valuable. The inspired interlocutors began to share the information. The Shi clan from Taijan supported the family of Nazun, and although the sect of values declared neutrality, in fact, she was also favorably treated. In gratitude for important information, the NGV Gouvan suggested teaching them the main techniques and skills they can use immediately after the workout. The meeting was decided to hold the next morning. In the early morning, one of the soldiers left home, heading for training. The mother was surprised to see that the son woke up so early. He was also surprised to see his mother at home so early and asked her to rest more. The woman assured that she was all right with her, but she was worried that her son could not fall asleep all night. The guy smiled, embarrassed, and noted that they were given the opportunity to study from the Pearl Dragon himself. Saying goodbye to his mother, he heard her request to be careful and not overstretched. At that moment, he was embarrassed by a sense of shame, because he should have worn, not his mother. She worked without stopping, barely finding time to rest, while he was chasing the dream of becoming a master of martial arts instead of supporting it. However, the opportunity to learn from such an experienced warrior could no longer appear. Having embraced his mother, he asked her to withstand a little. He decided, if today's training with NGO Guan fails, he will return to his mother and give up the dream to become a warrior. Finally, John went to the audience. He apologized to the fact that yesterday he could not communicate normally with everyone. He emphasized that all those present feel too tight because of their status of ordinary soldiers, their origin and absence of a noble kind of serious obstacles to them. John Gouvan sought to break this wall due to their courage and strength. He focused on his younger brother, reminding him of their recent conversation about himself. He explained that they would develop the courage and combat spirit through training and offered everyone to attack it at the same time. A day before the training festival, John Govan asked Jinpun to teach him something wise students, to give them basic knowledge and recommendations. Yu Jinpun did not object to the help, but he worried as his master would react. When John Govan suggested treating him with food as last time, he finally gave his consent. John Govan also sought help from the poisonous Phoenix and Tan O Hun. At first, they refused, wishing to focus on working on the poisons that the hero tested earlier. But when he offered his tips on poisons, realizing that it would speed up their work, brother and sister Tan managed to change his decision. Accidentally, there was Yanjan Gin, who could not understand why the training of ordinary people was needed. John Govan promised to explain everything if she joined and invited to participate. In the end, Janjan Gin also decided to join the end of John Guan. Returning to the present moment, the head of the Preg family presented a head coach and other instructors who will teach newcomers. Ordinary warriors were amazed. There were 3 masters of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, as well as young masters of Tan, and they all came to teach them. Under such guidance, they could really reach great heights. John Govan launched the first workout, announcing that today they will study a stable horse. Since it was only the beginning, the lesson should not exceed an hour. When the crowd heard about a stable horse, the frustration was obvious. Many could not understand why organizing a large-scale training festival to study such a simple element. John Govan calmly explained that no one is forcibly being held here if they do not want to perform the lessons offered. In the end, many still decided to remain and follow instructions, even if they did not understand the meaning of studying such a basic element. John Govan, overflowing with disappointment, watched the training. He could not understand who taught them so carelessly to treat the basics of preparation. Seeing one of the students who accurately performed the exercise, he pointed to him and explained to others what this should look like a real stable rider. He ordered everyone to follow this example. As soon as the students began to perform the technique properly, they immediately realized how much the value of the basic elements was underestimated. John Govan told the collected that although many understand the importance of the basics, they rarely practice them. He wondered whether the reason is that the basic exercises seem boring or complex. Most likely, the problem was that others also neglected the basics, preferring immediately difficult techniques. Beginners who did not have time for them remained behind. Therefore, John Govan decided that it would be best to practice together over working out basic elements so that no one is afraid to look less experienced. He also invited Pen Sulya with his assistants and explained that the students would train in duels with students of Pen family. As the Pen family undertook to organize a training festival, they made every effort to make it the most useful for young students. The followers fought with the young martial arts masters at full capacity, without missing the opportunity to give useful tips. Thanks to this, participants were able to notice their mistakes and understand how to correct them. Soon, the head of the family was learned about it. Seeing the frightened expression of his assistant face, he decided to find out what happened, suspecting that the case was somehow related to the Pan Family Training Festival. The assistant was excitedly reported that even those who were against the festival were now decided to join. Angry in this news, the head of the family Nazun went outside to find out in person. Arriving in place, he saw a huge crowd that was gone in the goal. I heard the participants of the training camp shared their impressions. At first they doubted, but now they were glad to join their decision. Finally, they realized their weaknesses and realized that they would have regretted if they did not join. Warda at the gate announced the end of the break and warned about the quick closing of the entrance. The students hurried to the training camp. The head became wondering why the gate was closed, and guards explained that only those who really seek it could participate. When the head noticed that it could interfere with those who were late, the guard explained that 2 workouts take place every day, and everyone has the opportunity to join tomorrow. Interested in what was happening, the head of the family, Nazun, decided to look at training and demanded to open the gates. Receiving the refusal, he became angry, not believing that someone dared to deny his will. However, restraining because of the number of witnesses, he widow, as if recognizing the unity of the rules for all, apologized for his behavior and went out with the assistant. Meanwhile, they announced the beginning of the second training, which was conducted by Tan Aju and her brother Tan U-hun. They began to fire students with poisonous arrows. John Guvan quickly reassured the frightened students, explaining that the poison used was not deadly. However, it can cause temporary paralysis and nausea. Young masters had to teach students how to act in such situations and provide first aid. John Guvan advised to listen carefully to Tanji if they want to get rid of unpleasant feelings quickly. At the final stage of training, 2 of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes joined them. Before the beginning of the John, Guvan asked the participants an important question. What will they do if their weapons break during the battle? Everyone was aware that it would be absurd to die from confusion. John Guvan spoke about the importance of having the skills of hand-to-hand combat and the ability to use arms fragments, focusing on the need to master the melee techniques. During the training of the Job Gvan, he explained to the students that there would be no second chance in the real fight, so every exercise should be treated very seriously. Before completing the class, they had to make sure that they had mastered the studied techniques. When the workout was completed, the head of the Stump family appeared in the hall and prepared a pleasant surprise for participants: medicinal herbs and special tea. Having made a sip of healing drink, everyone was pleasantly impressed with the care of the family, which provided even such little things. The leader turned to everyone with an inspired speech, explaining that not everyone is defined by the great martial arts master, but the more they will work, the more they can achieve. He stressed that the training festival should lay a solid foundation for their subsequent warrior path and facilitate this road. His sincere belief that they will all become stronger than the good of the world deeply moved young soldiers. After the first day of the festival, the city was filled with joyful exclamations of grateful participants, although no one noticed that John Guvan had actually taught them anything special. A few more days have passed in the same rhythm. Finally, the assistant conveyed the head of the family the alarming news. The number of participants of the festival was growing rapidly, and allies of the Pen family, the Tang family, the Poor sect, and the Ye clan, they also decided to join the training. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the head of the family, Nazun, realized that he could no longer stay away. He decided to act decisively, not limited to the methods, because he could not allow Pan family to win in this political race. At night, Chan came to Ned Guan for a serious conversation. Seeing that this was sleeping, he suggested going outside to discuss everything alone. The heavy sigh of the teacher immediately made John Guan to realize that they were waiting for a difficult conversation. Cheo Zhong reported the important news. The Nazun family had already gone to them. Although the election of the alliance was still time, they insisted on voting for a week. John Guvan understood that the head of the Pan family was probably against such a hurry. However, the assumption raised the issue of Hua Mountain and the Southern Clan, arguing that the heretical demonic union was using the situation in its favor, quickly displacing the orthodox faction in trade. The hero instantly realized that he was a matter of hooligans' hands, and realized the seriousness of the situation. Hua Mountain and the South Clan, no doubt, had to come to rage because of such actions. Chengjiang noted that other factions were concerned about developments. They were worried about the sudden attack of an unorthodox demonic union on their trading enterprises. John Guvan thought they were lucky that they were not engaged in trade. Chengjiang agreed, but noted that the decision to choose the leader during the week was already made. He asked John Guan to think seriously after completing the training festival. Staying alone, John acknowledged that accelerating the elections was a reasonable step. He would take the same on the site of the head of the family. Now he was only interested in how the events will develop in the next 7 days. An unexpected monthly walk on the night woke up a passionate desire to drink, because the last time in the restaurant could not be done. he came to the conclusion that the perfect time to visit the Alliance's restaurant's Murim. Jumping on the roofs, he suddenly saw the head of the family. He did not even manage to put on a mask, as if he were fully convinced of his impunity. The attention of the Guan was attracted by his assistants, who carried vessels with mysterious contents. Intrigued, he decided to follow them. It turned out that the Nazun was heading to the head of the sect of Veshin, who prepared tea for this late guest. Asking about the reason for such a late visit, he heard an apology for concern and a request for support in the election of the Alliance chairman. The elder of the sect immediately realized that this situation opened the opportunity to gain benefits. Despite the decision to support the Nazun family, the elder, as an experienced leader, decided to clarify what benefit it would receive. In response, the elder Nazun ordered assistants to bring mysterious vessels. He explained that they stored specially prepared hunger pills. The elder initially took it for a joke, but the head of Nazun kept a serious facial expression. He described the pills as a special remedy that enhances internal energy and improves health, and suggested that the elder personally be convinced of their effectiveness. The elder realized that the Nazuden probably added liquid elixirs and valuable ingredients to the tablets. Smiling, he promised to always support Namjoon's family. Considering the issue of resolved, he suggested holding his dear guest, especially given that he soon had to become a great leader of the Alliance Moor. However, when the elder, in the anticipation of the study of miraculous pills, returned to the vessel, he found it empty. He was engulfed by anger, as he dared the Nazuniv leader so cruel to him. In fact, the pills have already stolen Chon Guvan. Trying one, he defined the composition: ginseng, wild herbs, and many rare elixirs. Deciding that he would definitely need these pills, Chon Guvan, watching the chief Namjoon, followed to empty the second dishes. In the morning, not suspecting anything, Chon not noticed that Chon Guvan had been busy in the morning. Guvan explained that he was preparing a medicinal herbal broth and asked the seal to help blow the fire. The junction began to complain of fatigue after the workout, but it was necessary to offer to share medicinal herbs as he immediately came to work. After the decoction is prepared, Chon Huvan began to form pills, concentrating his internal energy to give them the desired shape. When everything was ready, the inquisitive Chon asked how to name these pills. Without answering, Chon Guvan decided to check their action on his younger brother. When the junction was already chewing the pill, Chon Guvan allegedly noted that the medicine would first cleanse his stomach, and he soon feels a signal in all channels, a clear call to the toilet. The impact was so powerful that Sun was barely on his feet. Chon Guvan had to help him get to the toilet. Running the guy inside, he heard the characteristic sounds of true relief, which caused a sense of fulfillment. Amazed by the result, Chon Huvan decided to name his creation Tablets of True Heavenly Energy. Leaving some of the pills for himself and several for Kunlun's students, he found that there were only 8 pieces left. After going to the training camp, he chose 4 soldiers and gave everyone on the pill, advising to take them in the morning on an empty stomach, preferably near the toilet. The warriors were surprised why the Harvest Dragon shared with them such a valuable means, but Chon Guvan calmly explained that he considers it a successful investment. All 4 bowed deeply, promising to always remember his kindness. Chon Guvan actually strengthened their devotion, combining martial arts and charming pills, turning them into loyal informants in the Alliance Moor. 2 remaining pills he handed over the Tan Gun and Tan, who also identified ginseng and wild herbs in their composition. 1 pill was also received by Jan Geen. Everyone was amazed when her question about the origin of the drug from the Chon Guvan answered that he had created them on their own. Although everyone knew about his skills in creating poisons, it was difficult to believe that he could make the healing pills on his own. Tan Ao Gun, Tan Yangi, and John Jangin sincerely thanked Chon Guan, promising to thank him. Meanwhile, Chon Guvan, satisfied, thought about how successful the investment was in these promising people. He gave the last pill to Jinpoun, and he was so impressed with the generosity of the sheepdog that he lost the gift of speech for a moment. A few days later, they gathered a meeting to discuss the organizational issues of each faction and the general principles of elections. The head of the family Nazun, looking at bribery people, noted strange expressions on their faces. He contacted the elderly to find out the cause and was amazed at his reaction. The elder, almost without holding back anger, pointed out to the head of Nabyun that his pills to quench hunger were absolutely ineffective. He was going to return them and pretend that there was never their conversation. The head of Nazun could not believe that such valuable pills could not fit. He tried to find out the details, but the elder only asked him to stop this humiliation. Realizing that there was a serious misunderstanding between them, the Nazun, as a leader, tried to clarify the situation. However, the elder categorically refused to continue the discussion and clearly stated that his sect would not support Namjoon's family. The head was angry that the elder was so easy to get out of the game despite all the proposals made. But he only aggravated the situation, calling the pills a bush of garbage and demanding that they be taken back. The attendees immediately felt the tense atmosphere. The head of Nazun, realizing that he could not afford to show anger in the public, tried to calm down and understand what was happening. Meanwhile, at the training ground, the Changguvan asked one of his mother's health and planned to visit her after class. Then he approached Yu Jinpun and asked if he was free that evening. Although the man first planned to refuse, explaining it fatigue, the mention of delicious food immediately changed his intentions. The beggar could not resist the temptation of a free lunch, so he took with him a dissatisfied consignment, without even asking him with his plans, and went to the restaurant of the warrior's mother. When the table was covered, Jinpun did not spare praise for the hostess' culinary arts, wondering how such a wonderful establishment could exist in such a distant place. Unexpectedly for everyone, John Guvan invited a woman to join their table, noting that he would like to ask her some questions. At first he wondered why she chose this place for the location of the restaurant. The worst fears have come true. Lack of funds was the main reason for choosing this place. If the family had more money, they would open a restaurant in a brighter part of the city. Having received confirmation of his assumptions, John Guvan addressed to this question whether there was a free area that could be purchased for the restaurant. After that, he made an unexpected offer to the woman, to give the land to open a new restaurant with all the cost of the land plot. Yu Jinpun is also obliged to help disseminate information about this institution. Aware of the scope of the plan, the man was almost ready to give up. But when the hero said that, in exchange, they would receive the remains of food from the restaurant, his opinion changed instantly. When the hero asked about the reasons for such generosity, John Guvan replied that he very much appreciated the culinary skill of the owner. Instead, he asked her son to devote herself to the martial arts, without being distracted by the kitchen. Looking at the boy, he clearly felt his concern that his mother would be difficult to cope on his own. In a compromise decision, John Huvan promised to erect a large restaurant near the Alliance Muri so that the guy could get comfortable. The woman was worried about future expenses, but John Guvan reassured her, assuring that everything would depend on their success. If the matter goes well, they will be able to redeem the ground, and if they find the best plot, John the Huvan will sell to other buyers. Chon was surprised by the sudden interest of his elder brother in the restaurant business and tried to understand his motives. He knew that one restaurant would not bring a lot of income, but John Guvan still wanted to open an institution. At first, Mu's dream thought that he intended to use his reputation, but John Guvan explained that he was planning to act on behalf of the Kunlun clan. Gradually, Jaen Mu understood. Chon Guvan aimed to strengthen their clan position in the Central Plains. Although the plans have not yet been finally outlined, the opening of the restaurant could have some impact among other clans. John Guvan mentioned a recent incident with a group of detractors who tried to create problems because of their uncle. In order to avoid such situations and ensure the prosperity of the sect, they must gradually expand their influence. Finally, the junction fully understood the real idea of his friend. In the end, John Guvan decided to find out the final decision of the family again on his proposal. Having received their consent, he immediately went to his teacher for a serious conversation. He set out his plan in detail, first to open a regular restaurant, and eventually expand activities by opening hospitals, schools, temples, shelters, and other social institutions, which will increase the influence of the clan in the region. They had a noble goal, to help the needy, but the use of their clan name could have caused a negative reaction in certain circles. John Guvan firmly believed that ordinary prejudices should not interfere with them do good deeds. He was well aware of the need for reliable allies to realize such a large-scale project, realizing that it would be great benefit to all the needy. In order to implement the plan, he suggested that the Tang or sect of the poor seek support. When the issue was brought to the head of the Tan family, he immediately understood the potential benefits. Helping the needy in the medical field could be a great chance to improve their family's reputation. They agreed without hesitation. The representative of the Spear sect announced the education of children, because their clan was deeply interested in supporting the common people. The poor sect, for its part, agreed to help, especially given the offer to receive food residues from the restaurant. Rumors about the joint initiative of 4 influential groups flew lightning, attracting the attention of others who wanted to join the project. When the head of the Pent family appeared, who expressed his desire to join the project, John Guvan openly explained to him the true purpose of the whole event: to protect their interests. The head of the family became clear that they were trying to strengthen the influence of Kunlun in the event of a violation of agreements on their part. However, it did not affect him at all because he understood why Kunlun could not trust him fully. Even he did not know which step would take the next. In the end, they came to understand. Soon, John Guvan gladly noticed that everything was developing exactly his plan. People began to show respect for their initiatives. This was sincerely admitted that his older brother continues to surprise him. Although each participant had their own goals, they were united by the desire for a common good. However, an unexpected turn was waiting for him. John Guvan suddenly announced his intention to sell the land when its value increased significantly. He explained that due to business development, the value of the land has already increased significantly. Now he was interested in how much more you need to wait to achieve the maximum benefit. St. Mu was concerned that if they continue operations for the sale of earth, it can cause unwanted rumors about their clan. It was especially excited about the prospect of purchasing new areas on the outskirts, as it could put them in the shadow of bad landowners. However, John Guvan dispelled his fears, explaining his strategy. They would build buildings on these lands, presenting it as an expansion of the territory to help even more needy. At that moment, Sion Mu finally realized that John Guvan only appeared to the preacher of Taoism. Although he always suspected something similar, the scale of the situation in which they got involved exceeded all his predictions. He understood that by following John Guan, it was possible to become a master of martial arts, but at the same time to lose human dignity, and this thought was deeply concerned. Then their thoughts suddenly interrupted Chunwu, which brought the news from the warriors of Juing about a large number of orphans nearby. Despite the intention to hide as many children as possible, there were serious difficulties. John Guvan strongly suggested to accept everyone without exception. When Chunwu expressed anxiety about possible problems, John Guvan assured him that they would simply help the children stand on their feet and find their vocation. He promised to teach children martial arts, but realistically assessed the situation. Even if not everyone perceives training seriously, the most capable will be responsible. Chunwu agreed with this logic, recognizing that both in the teaching of the diploma and in the martial arts needs serious discipline and perseverance. John Guvan also suggested an interesting scheme. When children want to become independent, they will have to make a symbolic contribution. The main thing is to awaken in them a sense of duty to the community. Chun wrapped this approach as a wonderful mutual assistance lesson and asked this to study the older brother's strategy carefully. However, This word saw in these words only another reason to increase profits. A few days later, everyone gathered for the election of a new alliance leader. The main contenders were the heads of families of Pen and Nazun, which provided a tense confrontation between the two influential clans. Jegal he assumed the duties of the election coordinator, declared the rules of voting. When he named the candidates, all members of the factions should raise their hand for who they support. Those who do not vote will automatically be considered to be. The atmosphere in the hall has tensed significantly when it started the procedure. At first, Jegal appealed to the representatives of the factions to raise the hands of those who support the family. After counting the votes, the procedure was performed to determine the support of the Pen family head. The results were crucial. The head of the family Nazun gained 13 votes, while the head of the Pen family received the support of 18 votes. 2 participants abstained from the vote. On the basis of these results, the Pen family was officially declared by the new leader of the alliance Moor. Raising from his place, the newly elected leader made a solemn speech, expressing his sincere gratitude to all who voted for him. He solemnly promised to make every effort to become a wise ruler and asked the heads of factions to support him in this difficult task. After that, the greeting ceremony immediately began, during which all present expressed their respects the newly elected alliance leader. Pan's family head was well aware that without the support of the allies, his victory would be impossible, so he sincerely thanked them for their valuable help. At this point, he was approached by the head of the Nazun family. While maintaining external peace, he promised the new alliance leader full support. The head of the Pen family, smiling, thanked him, though it seemed that he had just gained many new allies. However, the true intentions of both men were far from being friendly. The invasion was well aware that even after his opponent election, the struggle would not end. He was set to force a new head to regret his position. The head of the family, in turn, was ready to accept any trials that could prepare him unsuccessful rivals. Jegal invited everyone to a large hall of the competition to hold a festive banquet. Going to the great hall, the new alliance leader was aware that it was just a start of his way. He involved the inevitable revenge from Namjoon, so he focused on strengthening the connections with the Kunlun clan. Behind him, he hoped, the Tan family, a sect of the poor, and other clans and factions would follow. However, when he turned, he was surprised that there was no Taos Cheochon from the Kunlun sect behind him. Without being surprised, he continued his way to the banquet hall. At the same moment, John Guvan calmly collected things in his room, which caused surprise in this. He did not understand what was going on, and even suspected that it could be an attempt to escape. John Guvan patiently explained that he did not intend to escape. He only plans to travel the mainland. This was stunned because he did not see the difference between the escape and the journey, and was surprised that his friend was going to leave them so simple. He suggested at least notify the wizard of departure, but John Guvan was convinced that it was unnecessary. As if confirming his words, it was at this moment that their teacher appeared. It turned out that he knew his student so well that he had already provided his plans in advance. Chung John was aware that after the election of the leader in the John Guan, there were no urgent cases in the sect, although there were many new opportunities beyond it. The teacher understood that the strict rules of their sect constantly restricted the freedom of the young man. Having grown in Kunlun since childhood, John Guvan undoubtedly has many ideas and dreams of visiting a variety of places. In the end, Chung Chan gave the journey, realizing that even when banned, his stubborn student will still follow the call. The only thing he could promise Cheo John is constant support where Non-Jovan would not be and whatever he did. This manifestation of devotion was deeply moved by the young man. Unexpectedly, the teacher suggested going on a journey together, but John Guvan categorically refused, not wanting constant control and guidance. As it turned out, Cheo John himself dreamed of leaving his position, which he did not deserve. This burden of responsibility even scared him a little. Hearing this, John Guvan suggested that the teacher go on his own, clearly stating that he did not plan to take him with him on a journey. Chengzhong realized that he could not leave his duties, but rejoiced in the thought that at least one of them would gain freedom. However, he could not allow the young man to go on his way on his own, so he insisted that he would take a satellite with him. The choice stopped at the funeral. When Zhang Guvan tried to argue, the teacher resorted to tricks. He threatened that if he went himself, then after returning, he would be forced to read thick books for 2 hours daily. Zhang Guvan was aware that the return is inevitable. Without being part of the celestial demonic cult, he found a real house in Kunlun. Now he knew that sooner or later he would have to come back here, and it was impossible to avoid it. Reflecting on the situation, he was interested in Cheng Chan, why Zhang Guvan did not consider his satellite as a satellite. He even suggested an alternative, to take a trip to Uncle Chek. In the end, Zhang Guvan had to agree to the companion of this. The teacher strongly advised his student to be careful. This was not heard of indignation at the fact that he was again despised by his opinion. Chio Chan, suddenly approaching the young man, explained the seriousness of his responsibility. Zhang Guvan, having agreed with the need for a companion, acknowledged that the younger brother would really be the best option, because he was able to manage money wisely. After that, he asked Muni's Junction to collect all the accumulated wealth and began to extract money and gold ingots. The teacher was amazed at the number of treasures. Zhang Guvan explained that all this was obtained from the judge of the Xingkai district and from other sources. He asked Cheo Chan to use these funds for business development and send some of his profits home. A man surprised by generosity asked how they planned to travel without money. Zhang Guvan calmly explained that being Taos, he does not need wealth. They just want to grasp their way. Cheng Chan, knowing his student well, guessed that he probably left some stocks, and it reassured him. The separation was touching. The Taos, with tears in his eyes, promised to inform the elders of the departure of the Neferguan and warned him of the possible dangers, urging to be careful. Watching the event, this Mu noted the excessive emotionality of Cheo Chan, realizing that his older brother was a person who was definitely not worth worrying about caution. When they went away at a safe distance, Zhang Guvan finally released the moon, who all this time felt discomfort. During the rapid movement of the Job Guvan, he constantly affected his face with a huge bag of money and various things. He said with relief that his brother showed predictability and retained the money for survival. Zhang Guvan also mentioned the ring received from Judge Zinchi, who can be sold as needed. Discussing the travel route, Zhang Guvan reported his intention to go to Hebei, where he was waiting for unresolved cases. He wondered in the junction of Muna what places he dreams of, and learned that the junction would like to visit Liang, Qifin, and 5 great mountains. Having expressed his wishes, he was a little embarrassed, but Zhang Guvan reassured him, confessing that he also dreamed of seeing these places. Deciding to start a journey with a good drink, they collided with protests by Chan Mu, who reminded his brother of his new status. A student of 3 out of 10 Reverend Masters cannot afford such freedoms, because dirty gossip spreads like a forest fire. Zhang Guvan realized the seriousness of the problem, but found the solution. Although it still preserved a piece of demonic force, beyond the alliance of Murim, it was no longer significant. Using a demonic change in appearance, it could acquire thousands of different faces. In his eyes, in a surprised John, he turned into a completely different person. The younger brother could not believe his eyes, and wondered where Zhang Guvan learned such technique. His face and body had changed in a matter of moments. Zhang Guvan calmly explained that he developed this technique in his past life. Now that the latter obstacle was overcome, nothing more restrained them. Inspired by the expectation of new adventures, Zhang Guvan suggested moving forward to unprecedented horizons and unknown opportunities.